Hey everyone, good morning. It is Thursday today. Lori Vallow's opening statements are going to start today. And we have Trina Kay, who is the prosecutor on the previous trial that we watched together. That was the murder of Charles Vallow, which Lori was found guilty for. And we haven't had her sentencing for that one yet because I believe she opted to combine the sentencing together if she were to be found guilty for this trial. This was a conspiracy to commit murder of Brandon Boudreaux. Brandon Boudreaux is still alive and well, thank God, unlike the other victims of Lori Vallow. But she's in court today, and she apparently jury selection was delayed because she showed up sick and she was crying. She's like wheeled in a wheelchair. There's a whole thing about it. There's all this drama, and honestly, I listened to it this morning. It did sound like she could have been sick because she did have that very nasally feeling. But then she starts crying and she's like, "Judge, what if I can't make it on Wednesday and everyone's waiting on me? Blah 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 blah." Judge is like, "Well, I'm still gonna haul you to come in, so I'll give you today to rest, tomorrow to rest, and then we'll bring you back in on Wednesday. That's when they finish jury selection." So I heard that apparently there was 4 alternates, but now I think they're down to 2 alternates. There's another alternate that was dismissed because apparently when they were driving back yesterday, they started having the chills. They weren't feeling well. So that alternate has been dismissed, and we're down to 2 alternates at the moment. But I'm assuming this is going to be a pretty short trial like the other Arizona one, so it's not going to be 4 to 6 weeks, because if I was a jury in a 4 to 6 week long trial, oh my God, my body would fall apart. Hi Taxi, how are you doing today? Sorry, it is a hot mess over here. It was very chaotic this morning over here. I guess I should have woken up a lot earlier. I mean, technically I did wake up early though. So here we are. Hi Sarah, how are you doing today? And hello everyone. Let's get it started. Hi Nerdy, how are you doing today? So similar to last trial, the judge is going to allow the live stream. It is going to be on a 30-minute delay, which I don't mind. I do not mind at all. Hi ES, how are you doing today? How's it going? Now, we are going to have court tomorrow. However, next week, if I remember correctly, Trina Kay did say there's going to be some blackout dates in court because they have some witnesses that can't come in until the next week. So good for me, because I have some stuff I have to do next week. So I'm like, yes, give me the blackout days. All right, so I'm going to forward it just a little bit. That's the judge there. Lori, Trina's here. Here's the judge again. I'm going to go over to opening statement. So I basically already recapped all the jury stuff that's happening right now. We're going to start with opening statements. Hopefully the audio is okay. I might need to boost it a little bit. Let's see. Just in time to watch.
A Jeep Wrangler. The Texas license plate, no rear tire, and dark tint was parked right up next to Brandon Boudreaux's driveway, idle. At 9:13 a.m. on October 2nd of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux returned home. That Jeep had been idling there already for over an hour. When Brandon turned onto his street, he immediately noticed this Jeep because it was parked so close to his driveway. The back of the Jeep was facing towards him, and he immediately also noticed that there was no rear tire. He saw a Texas plate on the Jeep, and then he saw that back window of the Jeep open up, a rifle barrel come out and point at him. And then bang! He heard a shot and his window shattered right next to him. Brandon hit the accelerator and he took off. He turned the corner and drove a block or so away and stopped, calling 911. He talked to the operator and told them where this Jeep was going. As Brandon was speaking with the 911 operator, he had no idea that that bullet had struck his car just a few inches from his head.
Jeez. 1 in chat, if you guys know a lot about this case with the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. 2 in chat, if you don't know too much. I'm kind of in the 2 right here. 3, if you've never heard of this at all. I know more about the other murders and then a little bit about Charles Vallow because we saw the body cam, I think a couple years ago. However, for this one, I've heard a little bit about it. I know it involved her, maybe involves her niece, Melanie, because we did hear about Melanie in the last trial just a little bit. And then it was the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. Yeah, I'm a 2 as well. I don't really know too much about it. Yeah, so there's background noise right now. So hopefully they'll realize someone needs to mute their microphone. Someone's out there not muting their microphone, shuffling around. It could be Lori Vallow, but maybe they will tell her to chill out. But at least we can hear Trina loud and clear. Hi, Janie. Janie says there's 3 alternates. There were 4. Maybe it was a typo because someone tweeted that there's only 2 alternates left. So I assume maybe there was another alternate that also had issues that was unable to come in. Or it could be a typo. Okay, Taxi's a 1. Prosecution coming in hot. Yep, Trina K.
You'll learn that in the back of that Jeep was this defendant's brother, Alex Cox. He had been lying in wait with a rifle for Brandon to return home. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, the woman seated over here, had loaned her Jeep to her brother so he could drive it to Arizona. So he could be in the back of that Jeep with very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon.
Wait, it's her Jeep? I didn't know that. At least rent a car. When they were trying to when they did murder Dan Markel, remember the 2 guys, they rented the Prius. I mean, still got caught though, but she used her own car. Oh boy.
Very dark tint that no one could see through and wait for Brandon to return home. The goal of this defendant and her co-conspirators, to shoot and kill Brandon Boudreaux. So let's talk about October 2nd and the weeks leading up to that. All of the actions that this defendant did in furtherance of that conspiracy and the premeditated murder of Brandon Boudreaux.
Can't wait to hear about this.
I'm going to start with a little background for you. In June of 2019, Brandon Boudreaux was still married to his then wife, Melanie. You're going to learn that Melanie is this defendant's niece. You're going to learn they were very close. And you're going to learn that they both had it out for Brandon. On June 25th, Brandon and Melanie got into an argument. And Brandon learned that this defendant had told his wife that he was gay, that he had hacked into her computer, and that Brandon was trying to work with her then husband to take her temple recommend away. We're going to learn that many of the people, including Brandon and this defendant, are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And having your temple recommend taken away is a very significant event. You're going to learn and see that Brandon actually texted Lori Vallow on the 25th of June to confront her about these lies, and that she never responded.
Oh, that's a good question. Sherry says, was there any insurance money in this case as well? Since she wasn't married to Charles' beneficiary, was she out for Melanie's? I don't know. Because it seems like a lot of the stuff that we're doing, yes, they're trying to guise it under religious stuff and other crazy beliefs, but at the end of the day, it was just greed. They just wanted the money. Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Brenda.
By July, just a short while later, Brandon and Melanie were seeing a mediator and proceeding through a divorce. You're going to also hear that during this time, Lori Vallow and Alex Cox lived here in Arizona. In fact, Lori lived in Chandler. You're going to hear about an incident that occurred on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. The Chandler police were out at this defendant's residence, and they took photographs of some vehicles. One of those vehicles was a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with Texas license plates, LWD 0997. That will be very important to you. They also noted that Alex had his own car, a Ford F-150. Both of those vehicles were in Chandler in July. You're going to learn that in August through September, Lori Vallow and her brother Alex Cox moved up to Rexburg, Idaho, to be closer to this defendant's soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell. Both of them moved into a complex at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho. Lori took the Jeep Wrangler and a Nissan Rogue, and Alex brought his Ford F-150. So everyone had their own vehicles. You're going to learn that as the divorce is proceeding between Brandon and his then wife, Melanie, that they put their house up for sale. And Melanie moved out and got a rental property. When their house finally sold, Brandon had to rent a home too. And on September 13th of 2019, he rented a house at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert. Brandon will tell you that his plan initially was to stay in his own house almost up to the time of the closing and then move into the rental property. you will see a text message that Melanie asked Brandon for his new address. They had children in common, so he didn't think anything of this. And he sent her the address. That was on September 17th. You'll learn that Melanie Boudreau, this defendant's niece, was the only person who knew Brandon's address, who knew 3875 East Phelps Street, and who also knew.
Is she seriously representing her again? She is. It's crazy because when she was trying to tell the judge this week that she was too sick to do the jury selection, she was like talking about how she has a right to represent herself. She was crying. And she's like, I did a pretty good job, you know, talking about the previous trial. She's like, I did a good job, Judge. I do a pretty... I'll have to find and give you guys a quote myself. But Lori thinks, yeah, she did a pretty good job last trial.
This defendant and Alex Cox. Brandon barely moved into that house before the shooting. In fact, he'd moved in sooner than he thought because Melanie told him she was going out of town and offered him the kids for an extra weekend. And so he moved in sooner and took the kids while she flew to Rexburg, Idaho on September 26th through the 29th to be with this defendant. So in the weeks leading up to this October 2nd shooting, we'll talk about all of these things that were done in furtherance of this conspiracy, starting with Lori Vallow's Jeep. You'll learn that Alex Cox searched out a place to have extra window tinting put on the Jeep. And I say that because you're going to see the photos from the Jeep in July, and you'll see there's tinting on the windows, but you can still see into it. And so on September 25th, Alex Cox took that Jeep to Dan's Window Tinting in Rexburg, Idaho, and he paid $200 to put some of the darkest tint you could put on it. You'll see those photos of what that Jeep looked like afterwards. This is the first action of this defendant, Lori Vallow, in the conspiracy, loaning her brother this Jeep and allowing him to put on these dark tint to get it ready so he can lie in wait, and no one could see him in the back with that rifle. It is her first.
That is wild to me. They thought tint was going to be enough for that. It's like, hey, I'm going to still use my own personal car. You can borrow it. Just like tint the shit out of it. Okay. Did I see the video of her and Dumbbell putting Jeep tire in storage and then getting it back out? No, I have not. I haven't seen anything about this case. I just know little details about it, but a lot of this is going to be really new to me and probably to a lot of us here.
First mistake, using that Jeep and tying herself to the conspiracy and to the premeditation. Also on September 25th, you're going to learn that Lori Vallow and her accomplice, Alex Cox, went to the Walmart Superstore in Idaho Falls. You're going to learn that's not far from Rexburg. And they purchased a burner phone. Now, a burner phone is a phone that you don't have to put your subscriber information to. And so how do we know that Alex Cox was there and Lori Vallow was there? Well, you're going to learn they each had their own cell phone, like most of us do, and that Alex Cox's cell phone was utilizing Wi-Fi inside that Walmart at the time that burner phone was purchased with cash. And you'll learn that this defendant's cell phone that was subscribed to her was utilizing cell towers in the area of that Walmart at the time that that burner phone was purchased.
Oh, you're right. It was Tylee's Jeep. You like this judge? I do. There's a lot of cases where I really like the judges. This is definitely one of them. I heard from another channel that during the jury selection he had, for the record, that Lori's able to talk fine to the jury, but not to him in regards to, her illness. I think I heard some tweets about that. Hi, lady. How are you doing today? Oh, thank you. There's like mushrooms and everything on this shirt. Thank you. Thank you.
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox knew that he would need a phone when he drove down here, but they knew you don't want to bring your own phone. You'll be tracked, right? So they bought this burner phone so that Alex would have contact while he drove down here and away. But Alex made a mistake. Because like any other phone, you can still use a burner phone to access Google or your Gmail accounts. And you're going to learn that Alex accessed his Gmail account. In this investigation, you'll learn the police executed many, many search warrants, and one of them was on Alex Cox's Gmail account, homerjmaximus@gmail.com. You're going to
Homer J. Maximus. Is that from something?
learn that Alex searched for things like window tinting in Rexburg.
I don't know. I'm thinking of like Greek, Roman lore stuff. Maybe The Simpsons.
He searched for places to practice shooting ranges. You're going to learn that he searched different things about angles or trajectories of shots. You're going to learn that the day before, on October 1st and the morning of October 2nd, he searched 3875 East Phelps Street, where Brandon Boudreaux lived. You're going to learn that after the shooting, Alex Cox actually searched for directions on how to get away through a back road. He knew he hadn't killed Brandon. Brandon's calling 911, and so he searched for Pine Top, Holbrook, Moab, Utah, Fillmore, Utah, and eventually Idaho Falls as he made his way back through back roads. You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account.
Right? Homer J. Simpson, right? Okay, I haven't seen The Simpsons in so long. I was thinking like Simpsons and then Maximus, maybe like Gladiator, you know? Italy, and then maybe Romans. Oh gosh, they're just all over the place.
You're going to learn that the police also executed search warrants on this defendant's Gmail account. lollytimeforever@gmail.com.
Oh god, we got to hear about Lolly
On
Time
September
again.
30th, the day when her brother took her Jeep and started driving down to Arizona, she searched, quote, how to get the back seat out of my Jeep Wrangler. And she also searched a YouTube video, Jeep Wrangler JK rear seat removal, how to DIY YouTube video. This defendant continued to be a co-conspirator and to aid her accomplice, Alex Cox, by searching how to remove that back seat of the Jeep so he could better lie in wait to shoot Brandon. This was the defendant's second mistake, and more evidence of her being a co-conspirator and the premeditation. This defendant also, on September 30th, began aiding Alex by becoming his alibi. You'll hear from Nick Valance, who is an FBI agent who deals with cellular analysis.
Nick Valance. I can't wait to hear his testimony. So he, I think, is the same FBI agent who's also in the Kohberger case as well. Remember how Kohberger's defense team said that the cell phone tower stuff, the analysts and all that, there was something shady about it, and they were going to question Nick Valance and the law enforcement sometimes in the future. Now, they made it so in this trial that Agent Nicholas Valance, if he testifies, or I think he's going to testify, they're going to just only show, or not show, they're only going to have his voice testifying, and you won't actually get to see his face or anything like that because he might be involved in like undercover stuff in other cases. But I am very excited to hear his testimony because I want to know, does he sound like someone who is smart? Does he sound like he knows what he's doing? You know, or does he sound a little wishy-washy, a little bit shady? Because he's going to be testifying in the Kohberger case. And I'm assuming it's the same one.
At around 4:30 p.m. on September 30th, Alex Cox's cell phone, the one that he subscribed to, moved from his apartment in this same complex where he and Lori Vallow lived to Lori Vallow's unit. And from them on for the next couple days, Alex Cox's phone remained with this defendant. Meanwhile, that burner phone from that Idaho Falls Walmart on September 30th started moving towards Arizona. You will hear that on October 2nd of 2019, at about 8 in the morning Arizona time, about an hour before the shooting, this defendant created the alibi. She had Alex Cox's phone call her phone to make it look like he was still in Rexburg, Idaho, instead of in Gilbert, Arizona. That fake call lasted about 24 minutes. Both of those cell phones were using the same cell tower in Rexburg, Idaho. This was Lori Vallow's third mistake. More evidence that she was a co-conspirator and of that premeditation to aid her brother in this shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. So how do we know, though, that Lori Vallow's Jeep drove from Idaho to Arizona? Well, we're going to start by learning about what we call LPRs, or license plate readers.
Oh, did they take the toll roads? Oh my goodness, these people. They probably thought they were so smart, scheming and everything. Did Ruby Franke ever get sentenced? If so, how long? If I remember correctly, wasn't it between 2 to 20 years? Or is it 2 to 40 years? I don't remember. However, the sentencing judge just gives like the time frame, and then it's the actual probation office. They're the ones that will figure out when they're actually going to what they're actually going to give her. I don't think it's something they tell her right away. I don't know if it's like as you're serving, they might be like, okay, well, let's see how you're doing. Have you changed? Do you think we could release you to society? Should we let you out? Oh, no, you haven't? Okay, we'll keep you in for another couple years. I don't know how it works there. But it is very odd, yeah, because we only got a sentencing time frame from the judge at sentencing, but it's the probation office or whatever they're called. They're the ones that determine how long she's going to really serve.
You will learn and see a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep in Arizona on October 1st of 2019 up near Holbrook on the I-40. You'll hear that the DEA has a license plate reader there, and they took a photo of Lori Vallow's Jeep with that license plate LWD 0997 on its way to Gilbert, Arizona. You're also going to learn that the police later recovered that Jeep back up in Rexburg, and they did a couple different search warrants on it. And what they recovered inside the Jeep, among other things, was a receipt from October 1st of 2019 from Mesa, Arizona, the day before the shooting.
Oh, no.
From a restaurant called Los Favoritos out on Power Road. You're going to learn that at the time the burner phone is down here in Arizona. You'll learn that Alex Cox was using his Gmail and Googling an address on Power Road around the time when we then see the receipt. Alex Cox, Lori Vallow's Jeep, and Alex's rifle are here in Arizona waiting to commit this shooting. Meanwhile, up in Rexburg, on October 1st, this defendant does a little more additional help. She goes to a storage unit in Rexburg, Idaho, and rents unit C52. The next day, on October 2nd, when the shooting is happening down in Arizona, or after the shooting actually, she brings her soon-to-be husband, Chad Daybell, with her. And you will see video of this as she and Chad Daybell put the rear tire and the rear bench seat of that Jeep into the storage unit.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I want to see. He's got long arms and teeth in his belly. Ooh, I like it. Sounds creepy. She could get on 4 years. Was that what it was? Yeah, I remember. Okay, so it was like 4 years to 20 to 40 years or something like that. Thanks, guys. You guys are always here to correct me. All right, so Lori Vallow.
Using the storage unit for that Jeep tire and that bench seat so that her co-conspirator, Alex, could lie in wait in the back of the Jeep waiting for Brandon to return home that morning. This is, again, evidence of that conspiracy and of the premeditation to kill Brandon. So October 2nd, the morning of this shooting, you will see that Alex Cox was Googling that address, 3875 East Phelps Road. His burner phone from Idaho Falls, Idaho, is in Gilbert, Arizona. He's using his Gmail account, and he is using cell towers around Melanie Boudreau's residence. Now, this is important because Melanie knew that Brandon had their kids. They had 4. She knew that Brandon,
They had 4 kids? Oh, I had no idea. I didn't know they had any kids. From my understanding, I don't think Melanie Boudreau is going to be called to the stand because they posted their witness list a couple weeks ago. I didn't see Melanie on there. And I was looking for, I think maybe there was another Melanie, but you guys said that was Lori Vallow's like former friend or something like that. But I don't think she's going to be testifying in this trial. Interesting, huh? Wonder what she's up to now. You think she's watching this right now?
morning was going to have to drop off 3 of the kids at school and that they would exchange their youngest. They would meet at a park. Brandon would text Melanie, let her know he was there. She would respond, and they would exchange their youngest child. While Brandon was leaving his house to take his kids to school, that Idaho burner phone moves to his residence and begins waiting for him. Alex kept the Jeep running as he waited for Brandon to return. What Melanie didn't know was that Brandon was going to the gym after dropping off the kids, and so Alex had to wait longer. You'll hear that one of Brandon's neighbors noticed this Jeep. It's a neighborhood that doesn't have any real easy ingress or egress. You'll see a map of it, so there's very little through traffic. And so the neighborhood knows and recognizes most of the same cars. And you'll hear from a neighbor that as he was backing out, he saw this Jeep parked the wrong way on the road, nose to nose with another vehicle that he did recognize. He saw the dark tinting. He saw it was running, and he thought it just stood out as unusual in his neighborhood. It made him actually look into his rearview mirror to note it had a Texas license plate. This was about 30 plus minutes before Brandon arrived home. When Brandon got to the house that day, Alex was ready with the rifle. And we know that he was able to just lift up that back window because the tire wasn't on it. Alex fired one shot. Luckily, he did not hit Brandon. You will see that Brandon was driving a Tesla at the time. And unlike many cars, there's no frame around the window.
Oh, I wonder if his Tesla recorded the event. I don't know if getting shot at by gunfire is going to trigger it. Maybe. Because I know if there's like a car that's coming at you, and then if you honk, the Tesla will record the events like a couple seconds before and afterwards. But if your car was shot at, I don't know if that would trigger the recording event. That'd be kind of cool if there's cameras to record that.
The window just goes into the door, into the car itself. The shot hit the frame of the vehicle, but right where the window goes up into it. And you'll see that there is damage to the window, as well as the bullet hole into the frame of the vehicle itself, right above Brandon's head when he was sitting in that driver's seat.
Hey,
You'll hear that when Brandon took off, the window remained in the door, that he drove away and then eventually circled back around and went into his driveway. You'll hear that for a Tesla, when you put the car in park, the door automatically opens and the whole window just shattered out. Brandon was on the phone with 911 soon after the shooting.
I don't know if that is true. When you put the car in park, the door automatically opens. I think there has to be another step or a couple steps before that.
You'll hear that call, him actually sounding out of breath from the fear. And he waited for the police to arrive. Alex Cox, of course, is Googling how to get out of there and get back to Rexburg, Idaho. And by October 3rd, he was back there. That same day on October 3rd, you will see that Alex Cox and Lori Vallow went back to the storage unit. They removed that rear tire. They removed the rear seat of the Jeep and took it with them. You will again see video of that. You'll also see that they Googled that day, news in Gilbert, shootings of Brandon, to try to find out what the police knew. How did the police figure out that this defendant and Alex Cox were involved?
Oh, yeah.
Well, when the police were interviewing Brandon, they asked him if he had any enemies. Who would want to do this? And Brandon told the police the only people he could think of was Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. He told them that Lori had lived in Texas and that the Jeep had a Texas license plate.
Oh, no.
And he told them about that incident on July 11th of 2019 in Chandler involving Lori Vallow and Alex Cox. And he believed this was all tied together. You'll hear that the Gilbert police reached out to the Chandler Police Department and learned about that Jeep with the Texas plates, LWD 0997, the same plate that was seen on that license plate reader on October 1st coming into Arizona. The Gilbert police learned that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox were living in Rexburg, Idaho, and they reached out to law enforcement there. You'll hear that on November 1st, police in Idaho went to 565 Pioneer Road, that apartment complex, and they saw Lori Vallow. They saw.
At this time, though, I don't think the family members knew that Tylee and JJ were missing, right? I think it was it took a little bit for the kids to. I think like family members were wondering where they were, but I don't think it became a huge deal and reported to the media until was it like December? I think. Do you guys remember that? Do you guys remember the timeline? So at this point, Charles Vallow is like definitely dead. So Brandon probably thinks, oh, maybe I'm next. Lori must have killed Charles, but I don't know if anyone knew about the kids. Yeah, I heard of, I think, putting your car in park and then maybe the auto unlock. Actually, I would hate that. I wouldn't want my door to auto unlock or to open if you were to put it in park. I don't remember, actually. I got to sit in a car and feel it out. But I know for Teslas, there is a feature where if you put your car in park, there is a button on your screen where your doors can open automatically. But I've never had my doors open before. I would hate that.
Saw Alex Cox and they saw Chad Daybell. They didn't see the Jeep that day. And so they went back a few days later on November 4th and saw the Jeep located near Lori Vallow's residence. Tires back on it, rear seat is back in it. You'll hear that they impounded it. And on November 18th, the Gilbert police flew to Idaho to process it. You're going to learn about GSR, or gunshot residue. You're going to learn that they process the vehicle. Basically, they're little sticky kits. GSR is microscopic. You can't see it. So you try to collect it, and then you give it to an expert to look through it. You will hear that those kits were sent to the Phoenix Police Department and reviewed, and that particles indicative of gunshot residue were located on the kits that were tested from the rear of that Jeep Wrangler, and that this is consistent with a gun being fired from the rear of the Jeep. You also hear that the Gilbert Police Department collected DNA from areas like the steering wheel, the gear shift, seatbelt buckles, and that they got a blood blot from Alexander Cox. DNA profiles were created from the steering wheel and other areas around the driver's seat. And the DNA was found to be a mixture of multiple people, but the major contributor was Alexander Cox. Again, you will hear that the police executed multiple search warrants on cell phones, cell tower usage, data from Gmail accounts, and data from iCloud accounts. You will see a map of Lori Vallow's cell phone, Alex Cox's cell phone, as well as that burner phone from that Walmart in Idaho Falls, the one that was associated to Alex Cox's Gmail account. You will hear from Nick Valance from the FBI, and he'll show you how that burner phone went from Rexburg, Idaho, down to Gilbert, Arizona, was there for the shooting, and returned back to Rexburg, and was never used again after that. You will learn that the only phone number that that burner phone called or received calls from was Chad Daybell, this defendant's soon-to-be husband. The same phone, of course, that was using those cell towers right around Brandon's home at the time of the shooting. This defendant, Lori Vallow Daybell, has been charged with conspiracy to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux on October 2nd of 2019. The evidence in this case will prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that this defendant conspired with Alex Cox and others to kill Brandon. She provided the means, the Jeep, she helped get the Jeep ready, and she tried to provide an alibi for her co-conspirator. At the end of this trial, the state will ask you all to hold this defendant accountable and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
I love it. Nice and simple, straight to the point, no bullshit. We don't need to stretch the facts out, just straight to the fucking point. I like the way that she does things. But now we got Lori. Oh boy. All right, guys. Lori Vallow's going to give her opening statement. Let's see if she sounds sick. Let's see if she feels better. And let's see if she has a quirk where she'll repeat a phrase over and over again to try to get the point over to the jury. Oh, you know what I did hear, though? There was a jury who was in Lori Vallow's previous trial from a month ago. They're actually attending this trial. So they're like, this is crazy. Like, after I learned so much about Lori Vallow, like, damn, and she's got another trial going on. Whew. Good morning.
Would the defense like to give an opening statement at this time?
Oh, Judge. Judge, why is your microphone so loud, Judge? Oh, boy. Oh, God. Mr. Judge. Here comes Lori. She looks fine. Smiling.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, here we are at trial. And the judicial system can be difficult to understand at times. There are laws and rules and statutes that govern how things will proceed in this trial. You yesterday got to hear the preliminary jury instruction, so you kind of got an order of how things are going to go. In order for someone to be charged with a crime, as I have been...
Your Honor, I'm going to object to argument versus an opening statement.
I'll remind the defendant, an opening statement should be a preview of what is to be expected at trial. So go ahead.
That law enforcement presents evidence that they gather, and the state prosecutors are going to present that to you. Sometimes the state charges a defendant with a crime. They have charged me with a crime, a very serious crime. Sometimes they take the allegations to a grand jury to decide if the defendant should be charged.
I'm going to object again, Your Honor. Improper argument. Asked to strike.
Hold on. The jury should disregard that last comment. How the charges arrived here are not for the jury's consideration. the prior proceedings are not for the jury's consideration. Please proceed.
The state or the prosecution
How many objections are we going to get? We already have 2 so far.
will then take the information gathered, the evidence from law enforcement, and present to you a story, a theory, their hypothesis of what happened. In this case, the prosecutor was not present during this alleged crime. The Gilbert Police Department was not present during this alleged crime. So it is their job to fill in the gaps.
I'm laughing because when people were testifying the last trial, she was like, well, were you there? Did you actually see my husband get hit, get shot? Did you actually see me there? Did you know what happened? It's like, no, but we looked at the evidence and put it together. So you weren't there. No, clearly not. Seems like we're going to take that same route.
Make up a theory and present it to you, the jury at trial. Their job to fill in the gaps. Make up a theory and present it to you, the jury at trial. This is their job. They are not witness to the actual events because they weren't there that day with Brandon at the house when this alleged shooting occurred.
Oh boy.
This case is about a conspiracy. And a conspiracy is when 2 or more people make an agreement to commit a crime. They have to willingly and knowingly participate. Conspiracy is an ancient word that appears in the Bible on many occasions. Judas conspired against Jesus with the chief priest for
I'm gonna
30 pieces of silver.
Object to, unless this was being presented at trial, I'm not sure that this is appropriate opening.
What is the legal objection?
Well, you're arguing. The opening statement is not argument. I'm going to allow it briefly, but I may cut you off depending on where you're going with that.
Cain conspired against Abel, his brother. This case is a case of conspiracy. The charge against me is that I conspired with my brother, Alex Cox, to murder my niece's husband, Brandon Boudreaux. But you will find, as you begin to see the evidence put forth in this case, that there was not any animosity between Brandon and myself. I personally did not have any motivation to have harm come to Brandon. In fact, Brandon and I had a very friendly relationship all of the time that I have known him. I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie.
And Your Honor, I'm going to object to, unless the defendant's
Hold
testifying.
on. Can I have the parties approach briefly? Can I have you approach briefly?
Yeah, she's kind of testifying there. Because here's the issue with her testifying. She was doing the same thing also when she was questioning the witnesses last trial. The issue is that if she's testifying, well, Trina can't cross-examine Lori on that. Lori needs to be testifying on the fucking stand. That way Trina can cross-examine her. But look at her. She's like trying to like get her testimony in without testifying. Sneaky, sneaky. I can't wait to get the sidebars. We need to get sidebar transcripts. Lori's
ahead.
smiling.
I first met Brandon when he was marrying my niece, Melanie. Melanie and I are very close because my sister, her mother, passed away when she was just 9 years old. So Melanie and I think of each other and love each other like a mother and daughter, even though we are aunt and niece. So our families remained close, Melanie and Brandon's family and my family. And in each other's lives, like everyday lives. We spent holidays together and shared in everyday life. I was there for Melanie and Brandon's wedding and for the birth of all 4 of their children. I was also very close to all 4 of their children. In this case, you will hear Brandon himself tell you that someone shot a gun at his car. You will learn in this testimony that Brandon was not hurt. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me.
Why would Brandon immediately blame you if you guys had a good relationship, right? Also, what's the relationship like with the 4 kids? Must be kind of awkward if Lori gets convicted for this and the kids find out and was like, hey, wait a second, Mom, were you involved in this in any way? What happened? Oof, really, yeah. Yikes in the family.
Which begs the question. You will learn that he wasn't even sure what had happened. But you will hear that Brandon immediately blamed me. Which begs the question, was I an enemy to Brandon? That is news to me, and hopefully by the end of this trial, we will all have some answers to that question.
Will we?
In this case, you will learn that Brandon had called 911, and Gilbert Police did respond. You will learn that Brandon speaks of a puke green Jeep, and then he offers the officers a camo green color that he's speaking of on his phone. He says a green Jeep. Then you will hear the neighbor who says that it was a dark blue Jeep that was parked in front of the neighbor's house. You will learn that Brandon very quickly hired a private investigator to find out where I was living out of the state of Arizona so he could inform the police. You will see Brandon exchange email information with Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case, about my whereabouts and about the financial dealings of my niece, Melanie Boudreau. You will learn that Brandon was not particularly satisfied with the investigation that Gilbert Police was conducting, so he did his own investigation, hiring his own private investigator to follow his wife, Melanie Boudreau. You will find out that Brandon had access to the VIN number of a Jeep and gave it to the police. You will find out that after that event, he quickly changed his story from a camo green Jeep to a gray Jeep. You will then learn that Brandon continued to provide information he was personally finding out to Detective Pillar, the case agent in this case. You will learn that Detective Pillar and Brandon discussed through email how they can demonstrate Melanie's financial gain if Brandon were to have died around October 2nd, 2019. This is what a conspiracy looks like. Two people trying to set up another person for a crime. My niece, Melanie Boudreau, is named by the state as a co-conspirator. However, she has not been charged with the crime.
I'm going to object
but
and
I
have that
have.
struck as well, Your Honor.
I liked how she kept on talking. Oh, sneaky Lori.
You should disregard that statement. You're going to receive an instruction later that all persons that may be involved would not necessarily be charged or called as witnesses, and you'll follow those instructions later. Go ahead.
Yeah, whatever happened with Melanie? I'm so curious. Did they just not find anything on Melanie?
I was not living in Arizona at the time this alleged incident happened on October 2nd, 2019. I was not even aware such an event had taken place. I did have a close relationship with my brother Alex, but I was not aware of his every move. Melanie also had a close relationship with Alex, but also was not aware of his location at all times. Brandon and Alex also had a good relationship until this accusation. They saw each other frequently at all of our family parties and get-togethers and would often be seen laughing and talking. Alex was a comedian who kept our family laughing. Alex passed away in December 2019 of natural causes, so he is not here to defend himself.
And I'm going to object again to that as well, since he's not party to this. He's
All
not
right,
here.
I'll just remind the jury that what is said in opening statements is not evidence. It's not sworn testimony. Please proceed.
Now, some people are like, did he really die of natural causes? I know some people out there are kind of like raising their eyebrows a little bit.
Although the state has alleged that there are several co-conspirators in this case, I am the only one being charged with a crime. So you will be the judge. You will hear and see evidence presented by the state. The state has, according to the law, 100% burden to prove to you
I'm
that
going to
a
object to misstatement
crime-
of the law in terms of 100%.
All right. Again, this is a little bit bordering on argument, but the jury will receive the instructions on what is and what is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
the state has the burden to prove that a crime has been committed here and that I committed that crime. That is the way the law is written. I do not have to show any evidence or put up a defense. I do not have to testify. That is the law. The prosecutors from the state have to prove to you that I conspired, meaning made an agreement with my brother to murder Brandon. So you will decide. Right now, according to the law, I am innocent. I remain innocent until the state of Arizona and its prosecutors show you enough evidence to convince you that I had anything to do with this alleged crime. And I want you to look carefully and determine if this event was a crime at all. Did a shooting actually occur? Only Brandon claims that it did. Only Brandon names me and Alex. You will learn that Brandon himself did own a gun. You will learn that Brandon knew how to shoot his gun. You will learn that Brandon and Melanie were going through a divorce. And you will learn that even though Brandon is the one who actually filed for a divorce, he was blaming me for his divorce. You will learn that the information that the Gilbert Police Department and Detective Pillar, the case agent on this case, learned about me and my brother Alex was from Brandon Boudreau. You will learn that Brandon and Detective Pillar communicated frequently and were on a first-name basis. I want you to look closely at the motivation of Brandon and the Gilbert Police Department, because I'm the only one charged with the crime, and I need you to decipher. what really happened here, because I'm the only one who's being asked to pay a consequence for this
And
crime.
again, Your Honor, I'm going to ask to object and strike that.
Sustained, the jury, in their instructions received an instruction that said the jury is not to consider a penalty. That will be in the final instructions area as well. The jury's job is to determine whether or not the state has proved the case beyond a reasonable doubt or the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Go ahead, proceed.
You will hear many references during this trial about the state versus Lori Daybell. Well, who is the state? The state are the prosecutors.
I object to argument and relevance.
Sustained.
And you, the jury, are brought in to stand between the state and me.
And I'm going to object again to improper statement of the law, argument, and relevance.
Sustained.
You are here to say if a crime has even been committed at all. You are here to say if I committed this very crime and if the state proved this to you beyond a reasonable doubt. If at the end of this trial you have reasonable doubt, then I remain innocent. If the state does not prove to you that I, 1, committed a crime, and 2, committed this crime, then I remain innocent. In this case, you will hear a lot of speculation. The definition of speculation is an idea or guess about something that is not known. During this trial, the state will try to convince you that I committed this crime by using speculation, innuendo, and insinuation. And the state is hoping that this will be enough. In this trial, you will in fact witness a power struggle between the state and the defendant.
Your Honor,
For
I'm
what
going
a
to
fact
object to
really
argument.
is.
Sustained.
Because they want to convince you, the jury, that a fact is speculation, that a fact is innuendo, that a fact is insinuation, that they knew what I was thinking, what I was feeling, what I was planning, when they don't know it all. You, the jury, have all the power to decide what the facts are and what they're not. Not the state, not the judge, not law enforcement, you. So I implore you to listen carefully and decide for yourselves if the state's theory really makes logical sense. What motivation did I have? What malice have I ever shown to anyone? What benefit would I gain? I am a person who loves all people and has no malice towards anyone.
You know, I have a feeling Trina K is going to lay it all out for the jury. Like I said, I don't know too much about this particular case, but no malice towards anyone. None towards Charles, none towards her kids, none towards Tammy Daybell. Really, Lori?
Not even the prosecutors who wrongfully try to convict me.
Or the judge? Or the judge? So when she's getting objections, she's doing a really good job at keeping cool, calm, and collected. However, we have seen her how she is outside of a jury presence when she's arguing with the judge, when she's not getting what she wants. This is like a different Lori that she's displaying to the judge, to the jury.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to relevance and to argument.
Sustained.
I am all about spreading love and will continue to do so, even after this trial is complete, no matter the result. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Yeah, she's going to be spreading love no matter the results because either way, she's already fucked because of Idaho.
Thank you. The state will call Brendan Boudreaux.
All right. Got the victim. Witness number 1.
Your Honor, could we have a...
You're going to come up here and be sworn in by the clerk.
Can you please state and spell your first and your last name?
Let's see what Brandon has to say about Lori.
Here to my left.
Your Honor, could we have a sidebar?
Is it about what we discussed earlier? The state's probably going to, you won't complete your direct before lunch?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
My name's Brandon Boudreaux. I live here in Arizona.
And if you can pull the mic just a little closer to you and roll in a little closer. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. How old are you, Brandon?
I'm 40 years old.
You said you're currently living in Arizona?
I am, yes.
What do you do for a living?
Currently, I own a solar company.
Okay.
Oh, solar company.
I want to talk to you sort of about your marriages. Are you currently married?
I am.
Do you have a prior marriage?
I did, yes.
I want to talk about your prior marriage. When did you get married? initially?
I was married initially October 31st, 2008.
That's a
And
great
who
date.
were you married to?
Melanie Cope at the time she became Boudreaux.
How long were you and Melanie married?
A little over 10 years.
Did you two have any children?
We have 4.
Jeez.
Do you recall approximately when you began divorce proceedings with Melanie?
It would have been in July of 2019.
And do you recall approximately when your divorce with Melanie was finalized?
It would have been in October of 2019.
Was it before or after October 2nd?
It was the middle of October,
Okay.
so after.
Now, do you have family here in Arizona?
I have a brother who lives in Tucson now, but at the time I did not have any family here in Arizona.
They lived in another state.
Yes.
Did Melanie have family that lived here in Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Did you know someone by the name of Lori Vallow?
I did. That was Melanie's aunt.
And did you spend a lot of time with Melanie's aunt, Lori Vallow?
Yes, we spent a lot of time together.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she's wearing?
She's directly behind you wearing glasses and a blue top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
Good job.
When you knew or were spending time with Lori Vallow, was she married at that time?
She was.
Who was her husband then?
Charles Vallow.
And how often would you see Lori Vallow and her family?
Pretty often. We would spend holidays together. We often vacationed together, and our children were close, so it wouldn't be unordinary to see each other every week.
Were you close with Lori Vallow's prior husband, Charles Vallow?
I was, yes.
Did you know other members of Melanie's sort of expanded family?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Alex Cox?
Yes, I did.
Who was he in relation to Melanie?
That would be her uncle.
So Lori's brother?
Correct, yes.
And before your divorce from Melanie, did you see Alex Cox often?
Not as often as Lori, but yes, I did see him. Usually at a family get-together.
Did you know anyone by the name of Chad Daybell?
No, I did not.
Did you later become aware that Lori Vallow married a Chad Daybell?
Yes, I did.
Can you try to describe for us the relationship between Melanie, your ex-wife,
The what? I'm glad Brennan isn't doing the low, whispery, monotone Mormon man voice anymore. The what? I've never heard of him speak before.
and her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I would say that she looked at her as maybe more than an aunt, like closer to a mother figure. Her mother passed away when she was younger, and she let her hold a lot of influence in her life.
Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending a lot more time with Lori?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. Starting sort of the end of 2018 through 2019, did you notice Melanie spending more time with Lori?
Yes.
In 2019, did you start to notice issues with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did.
Without going into what was said, did you ever speak with Charles Vallow about Lori Vallow interfering with your marriage with Melanie?
Yes, I did. On a few occasions.
I want to talk to you about June 25th of 2019. Did that day stick out to you?
Yes, it does.
Why do you remember that date?
On June 25th of 2019, I had a long disagreement with my then wife. My grandfather had passed away suddenly of a heart attack a few days earlier, and she had told me she didn't want to go to his funeral, and that had led
What?
to the start of a disagreement that quickly changed and was very different than what I thought was going on.
Wait a second. Didn't something similar happen to Charles? So Lori's husband, Charles, I think was it his mom or his dad passed away, right? And then was it the same thing where Lori didn't want to attend the funeral? I feel like I remember Kay Woodcock testifying to something similar about that. Is it a good show, Corgi? It's interesting. Rhaenyra, the young Rhaenyra is in it, and what's that lady's name again? Julianne Moore, she's in it as well. And then the chick from White Lotus season 2 Italy, the wife that was getting cheated on, she's also in it.
I'm going to have you put your mic just a little closer to you.
Yes, sorry.
That's okay. So you said it started out as a conversation about going to your grandfather's funeral,
Yes,
and then it changed into something different?
it did, yes.
During this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, were you accused or told that you had been involved in doing some things to her aunt, Lori Vallow?
I was, yes. This sticks out because it was so bizarre to me. I was trying to talk to my wife about our relationship, and she was using different language that was confusing. She kept saying that she was going to reveal things about me, and it just didn't make sense. And then she accused me of hacking Lori's computer, which I knew I hadn't done, and I didn't know why it mattered to what we were talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to?
I'm getting like PTSD from Jodie Hildebrand, and then the wives and the husbands. Like, oh boy.
Talking about. So, that something like that sticks with you because it's just doesn't connect.
Do you know how to hack into other people's computers?
I do not.
So you're being accused of hacking into Lori Vallow's computer. Did anything get raised during this conversation regarding your sexuality?
Yeah, it was a very long argument. It started in the afternoon and went past midnight. And as things kept escalating, more different allegations that didn't make any sense kept coming up. And one of those was that God had revealed to her that I was gay, and that one stuck out because Charles had told me that that Lori was trying to convince her of that, which I thought was so bizarre. It just didn't make any sense. I was married and we had 4 kids. So.
Did you ever hear anything about allegations that you were trying to help Charles take Lori Vallow's temple recommend away?
It didn't come up in that specific argument, other than as a side mention of why I might have hacked a computer.
For Charles?
But yes, I did hear those allegations.
I want to ask you, are you a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Yes, I am.
Still.
Were you and Melanie both practicing members?
We were, yes.
Was Lori Vallow and her family practicing members?
As far as I knew, yes.
When we talk about a temple recommend, what is that?
Inside of our faith, we try to set aside the temple to be a place that's sacred. It's a place where you can be closer to God. And because you want it to be a sacred place, we try to live to a higher standard if we're going to go in there. It's the idea of trying to be more like the Savior's example and keeping promises or covenants that you make to him. And so in that process, most of us self-report to a bishop or an ecclesiastical leader and a stake president or a higher ecclesiastical leader just to verify that you're doing your best to keep those promises. It's kind of a way to help you assess to decide if it's a place that you should go, or am I living in a way that I can go and feel good about, trying to get closer to God in that space, and am I living in a way that sets it aside and makes it somewhere special, somewhere sacred?
If someone's temple recommend is removed who is a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, is that a really significant thing?
For most of us, we would feel like that. Personally, I would feel that way. It's something that is sacred to me, and it is important. And so I would not want to lose that. It would be something that would reflect that I'm not doing a very good job of my goal to try to be more like my Savior.
And if I remember correctly, in the last trial, I think it was Lori's brother that testified saying that Charles thought it was really unhealthy because Lori was actually going to church like every day. And they thought it was odd. So for Lori to lose her temple recommend would be a huge fucking deal for her.
Okay.
And probably a stain on her reputation as well.
When you were having this argument, this conversation with Melanie on June 25th, what are you thinking?
You know, it began with just frustration, which when I took a little time and was introverted and thought about it, I realized wasn't fair. If she didn't want to go to a grandfather's funeral, I recognized that me feeling frustrated was something I should deal with myself, but not try to force someone else to do something that they weren't comfortable with. And then it was just really painful because the rest of it just, there's a lot of frustration that comes from, at the end of it, she was asking for a divorce and demanding that we end our marriage. And, you know, I had 4 kids and this was going to change their entire world. It was going to change everything for my family.
And poor kids.
Did you, having spoken with Melanie, feel that Lori Vallow was involved in some of these things that Melanie was telling you that was why your divorce should end?
Can you ask that question one more time?
Sure. As you are listening to the things that Melanie was telling you that evening or afternoon into the evening of June 25th, did you believe that Lori Vallow had been involved in some of these ideas that were being told to you as to why your marriage should end?
Yeah, I mean, how else does her aunt's computer getting hacked even come up without Lori being involved? So I got pretty frustrated at one point, and I think I told her I'm going to take a break, and I texted Lori and Charles and tried to call both of them to discuss it with them because I wanted them to understand the gravity. You know, this is my family. This is my kids. It changes the rest of their lives. You know, it's not just whatever was going on for those 2.
So you told us that you just mentioned that you actually sent a text message or a couple of text messages to Lori Vallow that evening?
Yes, I did.
Can you scoot just a little closer? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Why did you text Lori Vallow that night?
Hope that she would have integrity, that she would respond and acknowledge that I didn't hack her computer. I don't know, honestly, just hope, you know. I was trying to find something to fix the problem.
So you felt strongly enough that Lori Vallow was involved in these ideas that Melanie was putting at you that you actually reached out to her?
Yes.
Your Honor, show the defendant Exhibit 122. I'd like to have my paralegal bring that up. 2. Are those messages that you sent to Lori Vallow on June 25th of 2019?
Yes, they are.
Do those relate to the allegations that were being told to you by Melanie that Lori had provided her?
Yes, they do.
And that was you trying to fix these things that were lies?
Correct.
State will move to admit Exhibit 122,
Any objection?
No objection.
122 is admitted.
if I may publish.
You didn't expect me to get emotional this way? You haven't seen anything from him? I guess I expected anger. Well, it's been like 5-6 years.
Brandon,
A lot of time to process it, you know. Probably there was a lot of anger initially, like, what the fuck, what's going on? You're ruining my family. But yeah, it's been a long time that it's probably just a lot of sadness at this point. I don't know what his relationship is like with his kids and with his ex-wife. Hopefully they are able to co-parent and it's okay.
Brandon, just so we understand, when you were shot at on October 2nd of 2019, did you actually provide the police with your cell phone
I did, yes.
so they could download everything?
Yes.
And is this from your cell phone?
Yes.
So we see on June 25th of 2019 at 6:45 p.m., the first message that you sent? And was this phone number, the 808 number, Lori Vallow's phone number?
Correct.
In the message, what did you tell Lori?
I told her that Melanie believed I helped to try to get her temporary recommend taken away and that we both knew that it wasn't true. Do you want me to just read it?
Sure.
Lori, I sent this to Charles. I'm sending it to you as well. Charles, Melanie believes I helped you to try to get Lori's temple recommend taken away. You and I both know that's not true. She does not believe me. I wanted to send this to both you and Lori. If either of you care at all for me or my children, you'll come forward and be truthful. I've never done anything to hurt either of you. I can't believe you would lie to her about something like this. I gave you a blessing when you're worst in my home. My children will be punished if my wife leaves me or can't believe me when I have done nothing. This is on your heads to make it right.
Man, what is Lori going to say? Is Lori going to try to blame it all on Melanie? Like, oh, I never said that. Melanie's just making shit up. I have nothing to do with your marriage falling apart.
So your initial thing was about that temple recommend because that was so important, right?
Yes.
But that was just one of the lies that had been told to you by Melanie.
Yes, and at this time, I didn't know that she also believed that I was gay. That came after I had sent these texts.
Did you get a response after this first text?
No,
Do we see then a second text at 9:10 p.m., same day, September 25th?
yes.
What did you say then?
At least have the respect to talk to me to my face, not whispered behind my back. She believes you, and you are lying. This is going to affect my children.
Okay. Did she respond to you then?
No.
And a couple minutes later, did you send Lori another message?
I did.
What did you say then?
I will not stop until the truth is known. It says I didn't dip, but a typo. I didn't do the things you said, and because I know I did not, I will find a way to prove it.
Did Lori ever respond to any of those?
No.
Coward.
Were you able to convince Melanie that these things that Lori had told her were not true?
No.
Would she listen to you about it?
After that evening, she would never spend time alone with me again. There was always someone else with us everywhere that we ever talked or communicated.
Wow, they still saw each other? That's so awkward.
Did you want to get divorced?
No,
Did you agree to a divorce?
I did.
How did you and Melanie decide to go forward with the divorce?
We used a mediator.
How does that work?
You have choices. You can either each get your own lawyer and they can help advocate for you through the process, or you can use a mediator. Those are the two, or you can do it yourselves without lawyers, I guess, as well. And as you go through that divorce process, you really discuss two key concepts: all of the money and the finance side, and then the children when you have children. And so a mediator is helpful in being able to help you understand what the law thinks if you both can't agree on something, and help you go through and think. It's a lot to think about. And you know, you're very, I was very emotional going through that. And so they're helpful that they can kind of guide you to make sure you're covering all your bases and you're thinking about the future for your kids, thinking about what's fair in the financials, all of those things.
At that time, what were the ages of your kids? I know, I got to go back a few years. So in 2019,
9, Braxton would have been 9. And then I would add a 5-year-old and a, what would like be 2000, a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Oh my goodness.
and you told us that you started to see a
Babies.
mediator sort of in July of 2019.
Yes,
Do you recall if it was the beginning, middle, or end of July?
beginning of July.
So really fairly quickly after you were confronted with these theories of you hacking Lori's computer and trying to take her Temple Recommend away.
Yeah.
As you went through a mediator, did you agree to have joint custody of your kids?
I did.
Did you and Melanie have a house at the time you were married?
We did, yes. And in the mediation, we agreed to sell it.
Now, prior to the sale of the house, did Melanie move somewhere else to live?
Yeah, we agreed that I would help her find a rental, which we did. And then our house was an expensive house. We were listing it at about $1 million. And so having those young kids inside of it while you're trying to have it show ready all the time was a concern. So we agreed we'd get a rental house where the kids would be able to stay so that they could just be kids and not have to try to live super, super clean. And I would stay in the house and just kind of live in it as a shell house till it's sold.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when Melanie moved out?
July, around the 14th or so, I think. I'm not 100%. It's been 6
Mid-July?
years. Yeah, mid-July.
My understanding is that Brandon Boudreaux was married, remarried to a woman, and that there was just accusations of him being gay back then, and he was really confused why, because he was married to her for 10 years and they had 4 kids together. I haven't heard anything about him being gay though. Seems like he's remarried to a woman.
So the kids were living with Melanie in the rental house and you were staying in sort of I'll call it a community property house at this point. Do you recall when your house sold?
In September, I think we got it under contract, and at which point I started looking for a rental house, probably,
For yourself?
yeah, for me to move into so that we could then do our joint 50-50 custody with our kids.
Did you find a house to rent?
I did.
And was that the 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
Yes.
When you were looking for a residence, did you consider at all the location of Melanie's rental house?
Yeah, I tried to, we had agreed we would stay within a couple miles of each other so that it would be convenient for each of us. And I also tried to move close to where I had before I had built the home that we had, I had lived in that same neighborhood. So I tried to move closely to a place my kids would be familiar.
Okay. Did you sign a lease?
Wait, did I miss it? He said he was in his testimony. Wait, did I miss it then? Sorry. I could miss it. I was responding to an email. I thought it was just an accusation, and then he was like confused why the accusation came out. But I think he's married to a woman right now, no? Let me see. This is Facebook, I think. Is this his Facebook? Is that him? I don't know, that's him. This is like a marriage photo. It could be him. I don't know. This guy has facial hair and his hair is like completely different. But the name kind of matches up. Braxton. Did he say his name was like Braxton? I don't know.
Lease for that 3875 East Phelps Street on September 13th of 2019?
Yes.
What was your plan in terms of when you were going to move into that new house versus staying in the community home?
I was going to stay in the community home until right before we finished everything up. So like the end of September, and then I would move over to the new house.
And when was the community house supposed to close?
October 1st.
Okay. And what was the mediation agreement for that money on October 1st? Who would get what?
Oh, is it the money, the sale of the money from the house? I mean, it depends on how much they still owed on the house. But no, maybe they were married for like 10 years. Maybe they lived in the house for 10 years. I don't know. Maybe Lori's like, oh, they sold their house. Okay, let's get rid of Brandon. That way we can get all the money from the house sales, maybe. But who knows how much they owed? Did they owe any?
It was going to be split between me and Melanie. And it was supposed to all go to one account, and then I would transfer the money over to her.
She's quiet because she's so into the storyline.
So at some point, did the plan ever change as to when you were going to move into the Phelps house?
Yes. I heard from Melanie that I had an option to get my kids early, which I was getting very limited time with my children. That was hard for me. You know, it's difficult going through transitions like that. So she said she was going out of town and that I could have my kids early if I got the house early. And so I was excited, and I quickly changed my plans and made a quick move from the current house into the new house to get ready, because when you have young kids, you have to kind of prepare. You can't just move them in. Everything needs to be kind of organized.
During the mediation, had you and Melanie come up with an agreement as to when each of you would have the children?
Yes.
What was that agreement?
Mondays and Tuesdays would be my days. Wednesdays and Thursdays would be her days. And then we would rotate weekends.
So weekends for you guys was Friday through Sunday?
Correct.
And then how would you hand off the children, and what would happen with your youngest?
I worked, so she would watch my youngest even on my days. And then handoffs would happen at school. If they were in school, we would just drop off and the other person would do the pickup. If they weren't in school, then it would be drop off at each other's houses.
Okay. So you said you worked. Did Melanie work?
She did not.
Okay. So Melanie kind of just tells you she's going out of town on the 26th and offers the children to you. Do you recall about when you moved into now this residence on Phelps?
It's been a really long time. Shortly after, I think, that conversation, but a few days prior to when I got the kids. I think it took me a couple days to move in.
So you had the kids on the 26th.
I did, yeah.
How did you told us you had been planning to move in a little bit later. How did you get moved earlier, quicker? Did you have people help you? What'd you do?
My neighbors that lived across the street from me at the house that I was selling noticed that I was moving and offered to help. I just went and got a truck and decided to move. I was excited. I didn't tell anybody even. I just kind of jumped after it. And then one other friend found out, and he brought another friend. So there's 4 people who helped me move. And they were the only people. I mean, I immediately had my kids after. They're the only people who even knew that I had moved. It was a very quick decision.
Now, you told us that part of the agreement would be that you and Melanie would drop off the kids. At any time, did Melanie ask you for the address of your new residence?
Yes, she did.
Did you provide it to her?
Yes, I did.
Do you think anything of it when she asked you that?
I mean, no, I had said I would give her my address. Always, we had to drop each other the kids. So she had to know where I lived.
Okay. You told us that you hadn't told anyone else your address?
Yeah, it wasn't like out of secrecy. It just hadn't come up yet because it was so quick.
So Melanie knew your address.
Yes,
And then you said 2 of your neighbors helped you move.
correct.
So they knew your address. And then you said one of your friends helped you move?
And he brought another friend. So 2 of my friends knew where I lived.
Okay, so 5 people knew your address?
Yes.
Shown Defense Counsel 123, if I can have my paralegal approach. Are those the text message between you and Melanie where she asks you for your new address and you provide it to her?
They are.
And was that on September 17th of 2019?
It is.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit Exhibit 123.
Any objection?
No objection.
123 is admitted.
Yeah, Lori's quiet over there. All right, I'm just gonna get to the text messages because they're just gonna show it on the screen.
Your children with you. And,
Oh, wait, hold on a second. Are we not showing on the screen? Okay, I guess not.
and that you had provided your cell phone to the Gilbert Police Department on October 2nd. Is this from your phone?
Yes.
And so Melanie texted you on September 17th at 10 in the morning. What's your new address?
Oh, they're not showing it. I don't know why. Why? Show the screen. I'd rather see the screen.
That's correct.
And a few minutes later, 27 minutes later, you provided her 3875 East Phelps.
Correct.
You told us your parents did not live in Arizona, right?
That's correct.
And at the time, really, you didn't have any family in Arizona. Did your neighbors that helped you move know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did your neighbors that helped you move know Alex Cox?
No.
How about your friend that helped you move, the two people who helped you move with them? Did they know Lori Vallow?
No.
Did they know Alex Cox?
No.
Did you post your address on any LinkedIn or social media?
No.
So on September 17th and on September 26th, when you got the kids, were the only people that knew your address and knew Lori Vallow and Alex Cox, your then wife, Melanie Boudreau?
Yes.
So on September 26th, you're in your rental house on Phelps Street. You have your children with you. And is this sort of the first time you have been there with your kids?
Yes.
And this was over a weekend, correct?
Correct.
So you had your kids sort of that weekend of Saturday, the 27th and 28th. And then did you follow your normal schedule now of Monday and Tuesday having the kids?
Yes.
And then was October 2nd sort of Wednesday, October 2nd? And that would be the day you would normally exchange the
Correct.
children?
That was the first day that I would not have my kids.
Okay. And so on October 2nd would be the day that Melanie would now have control of the kids that evening.
Yes.
So I want to talk a little bit about your schedule with your kids the morning of October 2nd.
Okay.
Can you tell us sort of what your general schedule was? What'd you get up and do with all the kids?
Yeah, it's been a long time. You know, my kids are different now, but back then, I would probably wake up an hour and a half early. Got to wake each kid up individually. Kind of, each of them has different needs. I think Breeze was still in diapers. Blake might have even still been in diapers. So you wake them up, you make sure that you get them cleaned up, changed, you feed them. Got to get 3 of the 4 of them dressed. They don't know how to dress themselves. So you got to give yourself time. So probably an hour and a half making food, getting kids ready, making sure everybody's good to go and prepared so that when you get within a short amount of time of school, you can get the 2 that are in elementary school there on time.
All right, so you said you had 2 that were in elementary school. Are they in the same school?
Yes.
And so that leaves 2 other kids.
Yes.
What did you do with the other 2 kids?
Blake was in like a pre-K preschool that was right by the new rental that we got Melanie. And then I dropped Breeze off at Melanie's. Well, she didn't want me to come to her house, so I would drop her off at the park and then watch her run to her mom.
Okay. Do you recall approximately when you left the house that morning to start taking the kids to drop them off at their different locations? Let me ask you this. Do you recall approximately when the kids had to be at school?
7. I probably would have left at 7:30. They probably started at 7:50.
And were the schools you said close to your Phelps Street?
It was like probably a 5 or 10 minute drive, depending on if there was some traffic or not.
Okay. So who did you handle first? Where did you go first?
I'd always drop the 2 that were in elementary school first. That was on the way to their mom's house. So we would take those 2, drop them at their school, and then I would drive the rest of the way to their mom's house and at the park and drop at the park right there by her house. And then I would go drop Blake at his school.
So on the morning of October 2nd, did you follow that same schedule and go to the park to drop off your youngest?
Yes.
And how would Melanie know that you were there?
I would text.
Okay. Did you do that morning?
I did.
And then you said you would kind of just once you knew she was there, let your daughter go to her.
Yeah.
So would you visually see her and then let your youngest go to her?
Of course, yeah.
Show Defense Counsel Exhibit 124.
Can Can we see
Yes.
exhibits?
And are they from October 2nd of 2019, around 7:40 in the morning?
Yes.
And do they reflect you letting Melanie know that you were there with your youngest?
Yes.
State will move to admit 124.
Any objection?
No objection.
124 is submitted.
If I may publish.
All right, cameraman, let us see.
On October 2nd at 7:40 in the morning, you sent a text message to Melanie saying pulling up.
Correct.
And then you received a message for her that she'd be there in a minute.
Yes.
Were you able to hand off your youngest to Melanie?
Yes.
Did you go home after that?
I did not.
Did you tell Melanie where you were going after that?
I did not.
Where did you go?
I went to the gym.
How long? Well, let me ask you this. Where was the gym in relation to your Phelps house?
It was a couple minutes away. It was on the way. It was midway between her and my Phelps house.
Okay. And how long were you at the gym? About?
Hour and a half.
Can you tell us what kind of car you were driving back in October of 2019?
It was a black Tesla Model X.
Okay. 2-door or 4-door?
4-door. It's
Okay.
like an SUV.
How long had you had that Tesla?
A few years. I bought it, I want to say 3 or 4 years earlier.
Okay. So Melanie knew about that car?
Yes.
You had it when you two were together,
Correct.
and you continued to have it as you were going through the divorce proceedings.
Correct.
And you drove that Tesla to that park when you exchanged your youngest.
Yes, I did.
I'm going to talk a little bit about Tesla vehicles. They're electric, right?
They are, yeah.
Do they drive a little different than gas cars?
They do, yes.
Can you tell us first about the acceleration?
When you're driving a Tesla, they have when you take your foot off the gas, they built in a system that makes it slow down, so it like brakes for you. So they call it one pedal driving, but so when you push it, it'll accelerate really fast because that's just how electric motors work. The torque's very quick, so you can go much quicker. And it also, when you take your foot off the gas, it'll slow down a lot quicker too if you leave that feature on. So it drives very different than a gas car. You don't use the brakes as much.
Okay. So if you take your foot completely off the acceleration pedal, it almost stops.
Yeah, it can be very abrupt. It can feel like hitting the brakes.
And so had you learned over those years how to kind of slow down by taking your foot slowly off that acceleration pedal?
Yeah, you drive different.
Did your Tesla have any type of technology built in to automatically open a garage door when you're within a certain range of it?
Yeah, it did. It had that exact feature. It was when it got in a certain range, it would just send a garage door signal and open it up.
Had you programmed that feature at the Phelps house?
I did, yes.
Is that what she meant by door when the door auto opens? Because she didn't clarify that was a garage door in her opening. But maybe there's a different feature.
If you put your Tesla into park, what would happen?
I used the feature where it would make the driver's side door just open automatically for you, so you didn't have to reach over and open it.
Would it open all the way?
It would just slowly open. Sometimes it would open all the way. Sometimes it would open like a quarter of the way. There's like a sensor to make sure it doesn't hit stuff.
Okay. And so that was something you had programmed already, so every time you put your car in park, that would happen for you.
Yes.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the driver's door of your Tesla. In a lot of cars, we see a metal frame that goes around the window. Did your Tesla have that?
No, they make the window seal up into the frame of the car, and so there's no top frame on the door itself, no metal top frame.
Shown defendant exhibit 25. I can have my paralegal approach. Do you recognize what that photo is?
That's a photo of my car.
And does that show the door itself without the glass, but the frame of the door?
Yeah, does a really good job showing that.
State will move to admit exhibit 25.
Any objection?
No objection.
25 is admitted.
Okay. So is this actually a picture of your vehicle from October 2nd of 2019?
Yes.
And so we can see that there's no sort of metal frame around where the window would be, right?
Correct.
Okay. And is this actually your glass window right here?
Yes, I believe it fell out when I opened the door,
Jeez.
or when I put my car in park.
Okay. I want to talk to you about that morning of October 2nd. You drop off your youngest with Melanie. You said you went and dropped off your fourth child at sort of a day pre-K type of course?
Yeah.
And then you went to the gym.
Yes.
After you went to the gym, what did you do?
I drove back from the gym to my house.
Okay. What was your plan that morning?
My plan was to shower and go to work and meet with my business partners, and we had an owners meeting that day.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened when you turned into or onto Phelps Street that morning?
That morning, I made my usual left onto Phelps Street, and there's one house and then my house, and so it's not like you're driving. You're coming through a turn, so you're not moving super fast, and there's not a lot of distance, so I don't really push the gas very hard. But I remember coming around the corner, kind of letting it almost kind of coast as I was waiting for it to catch the signal and send my my garage door up. And while I was doing that, I noticed a Jeep that was parked, and it was really awkward.
Why was it awkward?
Well, it was parked on top of the car that was normally there. So there's usually a van there, and it was just like parked nose to nose to the van, and it was like the back of it was almost blocking my driveway. It was parked so you just wouldn't think anyone would choose to park like that. So it kind of stood out to you right as you came around that corner. I noticed it had a Texas plate. The other thing that was awkward about it was no back tire, which Jeeps always have the back tire. That's like their thing. So all of that stood out, right? I mean, you don't have a lot of time when you're coming around a corner like that, but all of that just like, I was like, oh, that's weird. And I remember thinking my neighbor must know somebody from Texas because I'm new. I don't know anybody yet. And I was like, and man, they parked awkward. Like that's a really crappy park job.
So that we understand, was the Jeep parked sort of the opposite way of traffic?
Yes,
And so when you come around the corner, you're seeing the back of the Jeep.
correct.
And you said it was nose to nose with a white vehicle?
Yeah, I believe it's a van.
And was that a vehicle you had seen in the few days you had lived there?
Yeah, it had been parked there every day so far.
Okay. So you recognize that one. Was there a lot of other vehicles parked on the street?
No,
Just that Jeep right up to that one and on your driveway?
correct.
Hey, Christine.
When you were coming in and sort of slowing down, what do you see happen?
So as I let the car kind of coast in, the back window pops up. I see a muzzle. I hear a bang. And your fight or flight kicks in at that point. So for me, I just immediately thought, and my window shattered. All that happened in like the snap of a finger. And so I just immediately thought someone's shooting at me because I saw a muzzle. So I hit the accelerator and I just went straight. I no longer was planning on turning into my driveway to let the garage door trigger.
Let me have you pull your mic just a little bit down again.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Wait, that's crazy. This was in broad daylight? I thought it was I just made an assumption it was in the middle of the night. Holy shit. Broad daylight, right? Because he said he was only at the gym for an hour and a half, and then he came back afterwards.
I can lean forward. Could you hear all of that?
So let me go a little bit through it. So you said you saw the rear window open.
Yes.
Is that sort of the window that normally the tire would block from opening?
Yes.
Did you see any hands or anything pushing it open?
I can't say I did. The windows were dark, and I remember it lifting, and I remember seeing a muzzle.
Let's talk about the muzzle. Could you tell, was it a handgun muzzle, a rifle muzzle? What are we talking
It looked like a rifle or a long gun. Yes. Also, possibly like there was a silencer on it or a suppressor or something because I remember the muzzle looked a little bit awkward at the end.
Okay. Have you shot guns before?
Yes.
Have you shot rifles before?
Rifles and handguns and shotguns.
Did you grow up sort of shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns?
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me.
No, it wasn't Lori. The accusation is that it was Alex Cox who was shooting at him at the direction of Lori.
With maybe a suppressor or something on it.
I think it was the
Alex tried shooting Tammy at dusk. Oh, okay. I remember hearing that as well. Do you guys know what date that was with Tammy?
shooting, hunting?
Yeah, my family hunts. I'm not a big hunter myself.
But you're familiar then with rifles and shotguns?
Yes.
Had you shot handguns before?
Yes.
So when you saw this, what did you think it was, the muzzle that you saw?
I mean, you had a very short window, but it looked like a rifle to me with maybe a suppressor or something on it.
Okay, so it was able to come out of the window enough that it looked like a rifle to
Yes.
you. You said you heard something. Can you describe that for us?
It's a loud bang. It's a gunshot. That's the only thing I can think of.
And you've heard gunshots before.
Lots of gunshots, yeah.
So you hear this and you recognize that as a gunshot.
Yes.
And you said then your window shattered.
Correct.
Did you see a hole through your window?
No, which was confusing. I was, all this stuff is happening quick. I'm sure I had some kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Shock, some form of shock. I'm sure there's a little bit of that. But I remember the first thought I had was I need to call 911. Someone just shot at me. So that, I remember my phone flying forward and backward because I was driving quickly and accelerating quickly. I remember getting my phone and calling 911 and just, you're like, I remember having a hard time breathing, just feeling overwhelmed that somebody shot at me. And then I think maybe because I was feeling a little guilty or something, I remember thinking like, oh, maybe, there's no bullet in my car. I don't see a bullet hole anywhere. Maybe they did. Maybe it wasn't a real gun. Maybe I'm overthinking this. You have a lot of thoughts going through your head.
Did you ever say maybe it was a paint gun?
Yes, I think I did.
Thinking now, have you seen a paint gun before?
Yeah, I've played paintball lots of times.
Does paint come out? And
Not as loud and it marks stuff everywhere.
would it have left, in your experience, having fired paint guns, does it shoot out paint that you would then see?
Yeah, wherever it hits, it leaves a bunch. That's why it's called paintball.
Did you see any paint on your window?
No,
Were you thinking clearly at that point when you're thinking about that?
I think there's a lot of thoughts that go through your mind. It was a very stressful situation. I've never had someone shoot at me before.
Is that common with anyone else? When you have when something shocking happens to you, and then there's like a lot of adrenaline going through your blood. One of the first reactions that I always have is like, shit, was it me? Was it my fault? Did I fuck up? Did I do something wrong? I'll go through like that scenario because I would just, and then I would end up feeling so guilty. But then once I like kind of calm down a little bit and think about it, like, wait a second, fuck this. No, it wasn't my fault. Hold on a second. I wasn't overreacting. That's like my default state. Like, fuck, was it me?
You called 911
Or default
and
reaction.
you told us that you drove away from the area, right?
Yeah, I accelerated, went around a corner, and I parked by, there's a pool right there in the community. So I pulled over and parked next to the pool.
I want to show defense counsel because it's two different maps of the area.
Hey, Shanzo, I've been good. Super tired today. I'm a little bit out of it.
I can have my curly
But
approach
glad to be
because
here.
Racket up as well as a further away map of your Phelps Street address and the streets around it.
Correct. Yes, they are.
And those are sort of accurate maps of that whole area.
Yeah, I'd say they're accurate.
State would move to admit exhibits 1 and 3.
We can recess.
Holy, that is blurry.
This way.
It's upside down now.
When you were driving to your residence, I'll do it this way. We see here 3875 East Phelps Street. Is that your address at
Yes.
that time? And so it was 2 houses in.
Yeah.
When you were arriving back to your residence that morning of October 2nd, can you describe for us how you came in to the neighborhood?
I guess people probably can't see when I point. Huh? I would have gone up.
Can you pull out just a little bit?
I would have come around where the map kind of starts. There, yeah, where your pen was. If you go down to that corner, I would have come there off Fairview, come all the way up, gone up that street where your pen was, and gone. And that's the way that I came in, where your pen just traced.
So you went through this intersection and then you turned left here, and that's where you saw, as you turned that corner, that Jeep Wrangler.
Correct.
Did you notice if the Jeep had 2 or 4 doors?
2 doors.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the license plate?
It was a Texas plate.
Were you able to get the license plate number?
I was not.
After the shooting, you told us that you sort of took off, and I'm putting exhibit 3 up now. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. So we see Phelps Street. Is that the same street we were talking about?
That is
You told us that you accelerated. Was it this direction on Phelps?
correct.
And what did you do when you got to this intersection?
Made a right on Cole, and you can see there's a pool right up there. I parked right there in front of that pool
Okay.
where that little walkway is, right on the.
So
Yeah.
you parked right near the pool here.
Yeah, right where your pen tip was there, kind of by the E.
Were you on the phone with 911 prior to reaching that pool?
Yes, I was on the phone with 911, I think, as I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Jeez,
Did
quick
you
thinking.
see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see
The Jeep followed him? Holy. Oh, dude, this is so scary.
I got towards the end of Phelps Street.
Did you see the Jeep as you were there at the pool?
I did, yes.
And where did you see the Jeep go?
It came down Phelps Street, went north on Cole, then it made a right on Waite when it saw me, and then it continued down Waite and made a right down whatever that road is. There's no name on it. And then I lost it at that point. It went down Fairview, and if you go to the bottom of this, it actually exits out onto Pecos Road. So I knew where they had to have gone because the only way out of that neighborhood is to go down that Fairview Street drive and go around on Francis and then go out onto Pecos. And so that's what I told the police when I told them what happened. I told them that it had exited out onto Pecos.
So basically, the only two ways to get out of your neighborhood was either to go up Cole, where they would have had to go past you to get onto Fry, or to go south to Pecos Road
Correct.
through this neighborhood.
Yes.
We're going to do Amita.
Members of the jury, we're going to recess. We're going to resume at 1 p.m. Please remember the admonition. Please be in the jury room ready to go at 1 p.m.
Man, that is so scary. So bold. Use my car. No. At this point, Tylee would have been already murdered. So it's use my dead daughter's car that I murdered. Do it in broad daylight. Who gives a fuck? At this point, they were just so bold. They didn't care because they essentially got away with the murder of Charles Vallow at this point in July. And then Tylee and JJ, I think around, was it like September? Now we're in October and they're going after Brandon. Holy shit.
Does the state have a rough estimate of how much more direct on this witness?
Probably 30 to 45 minutes. We have a 911 call to play, but
Okay. Do you have an update for me on obtaining documents from your investigator?
Brenda, I was thinking about that as well.
So I can't personally communicate with him during lunch break, so I'll have them check into it. And
I guess I didn't know if advisory council or your paralegal were able to contact him via email while this was going on this morning.
Who are they trying to reach? I don't know who they're trying to reach. I don't know if this is supposed to be muted right now. But I'm gonna listen in. Oh no, I think we're supposed to be listening in. Okay. They're checking something. Lori's trying to get in touch with someone. Brandon's still on the stand.
they did email him, but there's been no response yet.
All right, if anyone gets in contact with him and identifies what documents are needed, obviously if you email those to our staff, we'd be happy to print them out for you. But please let me know with any updates. Are there you have identifiable specific documents, and have you attempted to contact him on what that is that you need here this afternoon?
If I can meet with my team right after this, I'll make sure that they have a list of everything.
Okay.
So that we can
All right.
do that.
Please keep us updated.
Okay.
Be at recess till 1 o'clock.
Okay, well, we had opening statements this morning. I'm just going to go over this really briefly, and then we're going to break for lunch. But opening statements, Trina K, because I think Kay Woodcock and Trina K gets me mixed up sometime. But state prosecutor was very pointed in her opening statements. She talked about the timeline. Honestly, just like no bullshit there. The argument is that Lori Vallow essentially got her brother Alex Cox to murder Brandon Boudreaux, who was the husband of her niece at the time. Now, the motivation for it, I didn't really hear too much about money. I heard a little bit about it when she was doing the direct examination of Brandon, that there was a house that was being put on sale. It was like $1 million house, and it seems like it was being put on sale. I think it was like sold by October 1st, and then the attempted murder happened on October 2nd. So maybe that's the motivation, possibly, or just to get rid of him because maybe, I don't know. I feel like it has to be money at the end of the day. Money, just getting people out of their way. I don't know. Maybe Melanie was saying that like, oh, I don't want to take care of these kids with him anymore. I want full custody. We don't know. But Melanie has not been charged. Melanie also is not a witness in this trial, not that I've seen, unless things has changed. Lori did her opening statements and she looks fine. She looks well. She wasn't wheeled in a wheelchair like she was a couple of days ago. Lori, again, was very repetitive when she said that, you're going to learn blah, blah, blah. You're going to learn this. You're going to learn that. So No, I think she said, you will learn. That was the phrase. You will learn that Brandon and I had a friendly relationship. You will learn that Melanie and I, well, we had a relationship like mother and daughter. So Lori just had a lot of objections during her opening statements, probably about maybe like 5 to 10 objections around there. Our first witness today was Brandon Boudreaux. Again, that is the victim here. He is alive. He's well. He's 40 years old right now. Still lives in Arizona. No longer married to Melanie. They were divorced. They were married for about 10 years, had 4 very young children together. I was wondering how old the kids were during this time. I think he said 9, 5, 4, and a 2-year-old. So apparently there was a huge fight that happened between him and his wife, and there were some really weird accusations that were coming out of her mouth. It seems like Lori was the one that got it all in her head, in terms of accusing him of hacking into Lori's computer, accusing him of being gay, accusing him of, what else was there? Oh, she said that like God revealed that she was gay, and there was a bunch of different allegations. And Charles apparently had given him the heads up that Lori was trying to convince Melanie that he was gay and some other stuff. So I think at this point, Lori wasn't happy because maybe she thought that Brandon Boudreaux was in cahoots with Charles and trying to get her temple recommend taken away. But I mean, we had a whole timeline of Charles Vallow getting murdered, and then the kids disappearing, eventually getting murdered. And then now they were going after, Tammy as well. I forgot to mention Tammy. So after Tammy, then they were going after Brandon Boudreaux. I wonder how many other people they had on their list. How many other people were they trying to go after? Oh, I don't know if we're going to hear about the green chili chicken enchiladas. But anyways, so we're at October 2nd, 2019. He talks about how he dropped off the kids at school / dropping one of the children off with Melanie. And Melanie knew his schedule that time. Melanie knew that he was going to have the kids during the time where he would come back after the gym. Melanie knew his address. This was like a new rental property that he was staying at because they had sold their marital home. And so the accusation is that, well, Melanie told Lori my schedule. Melanie told Lori my address, and Lori was the one who directed Alex to go after Brandon Boudreaux, I guess. So we're in the middle of direct examination right now. The prosecutor says she will have probably about like 30 to 45 minutes. And then afterwards, Lori's trying to reach someone, and we don't know who. I don't know. Lori sent an email and someone's like non-responsive. So I don't know if it's like a witness that she will have testifying sometimes in the future, or who the fuck knows. All right, guys. So we will take a lunch break. We'll be back in roughly about an hour. Because we are on a 30-minute delay for the stream. That is what the court allowed for streaming. They will be back for our time. I mean, technically they're back in court at 1 o'clock, but it will be available for stream at 1:30. So let's take a lunch break, guys. Get up and stretch. I'm going to take my dogs out, and try to eat some lunch. I'm honestly not hungry right now. I'm so tired that I'm not hungry right now. Oh, does that ever happen to you guys when you're just like so tired and you're just like stressed? I don't know. I just don't eat. I don't get hungry, but I'm going to force myself to eat because I know like when it comes around at like 3 p.m., I'm going to be like, I have no energy. All right, guys. So I'll see you guys in roughly about 50 minutes. Okay. Thanks for hanging out. If you guys are new here, feel free to subscribe. For those who are already subscribed, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate y'all being here. Feel free to join the Discord if you guys want. We do have a Discord. It gives you a notification when I go live, and then all the other stuff. We do have a true crime section. Feel free to join in on the conversation as well. All right, guys, I'll see you guys in 50 minutes. What should I have for my screen? I guess I'm just gonna leave the court TV screen up, but I'll close my camera. There we go. See you guys soon. All right, we're back. Hello, everyone. How was your lunch? I'm going to unmute it. Court TV has like a 3-minute delay, I think, or maybe they were just 3 minutes late from coming back from lunch. Hey, Jenny, thank you so much for the resub. 84 months. Hi, Jenny. How are you doing today? I don't know if you're still there. Hello. Hey, Storm. How's it going? Moondog. How is everyone? You were just asleep? Oh, man, that sounds awesome. Nice little nappy. So Lori filed a motion for a new judge again over the lunch break. I wonder if that motion has already been filed on the court's website. Let me see if I can find it. It's probably going to be about her complaining about her being sick and then the judge forcing her to appear, do the jury selection, to have the trial. How's the judge doing? Hello, judge. Now, the judge did tell Lori that even if you delay this trial, I'm still the judge who's going to be assigned to your case. So I'm going to be your judge if it gets continued or continued over to the next month, a month after that, next year. Let's see. Lori Vallow. Lori Vallow, Arizona. Wait, Brandon is still on the stand. Well, hello. Let me check the court's website. I don't know why, but the court's website has been a little bit wonky. Let me try a different way. Hey, Fion, how are you doing today? All right,
Defendant
what's
filed a motion over the lunch hour.
I think that was Lori whispering. What's today's date? June 5th? Lori? Is that you? Ma'am, can you mute your microphone? Okay, let's see Lori's motion. I don't think the motion is... No, the motion hasn't been uploaded to the court's website yet. It probably takes a bit. I mean, everyone was on lunch break. She files a motion over lunch. So everyone's like eating. Notice sealed document. Is this like her health evaluation thing? Might be. Ordered entered by the court. Ruling. Oh, what's this preview? She wrote a motion on a napkin. Is that a My Cousin Vinny?
The parties are present, the jury's not present.
Yeah, Laura's probably pissed that the judge forced her to make an appearance.
I guess there was some issue when we had our pretrial conference a couple weeks ago. You had filed a motion to meet with your advisory council over the lunch hour. That was granted, but apparently you weren't.
Hello? Court TV? You coming back? Okay. Oh, what, this one?
As you can
Get a hold of my investigator.
I don't know what happened to Court TV. I love you, Court TV.
Not, they finally,
I know there's spots here in this building right behind this courtroom. What other issues?
We were unable to get a hold of my investigator. He isn't answering the phone or has not answered the emails yet, so I didn't know what remedy we can take for that. I have an idea, but
Okay, what's your idea?
Where's the investigator?
maybe doing the cross out of order, maybe taking on another after the direct is done, so that I could get with him to get that information.
Do you know if any of the documents you'd plan on using may have already been marked by the state as exhibits?
We could look at them and I could
I think that's
check it
where
out.
you might want to start is
Okay.
if it's already been marked, or maybe tell the state what you're looking for. Because if we don't need to wait for things that are already available to us, that would be ideal.
And could we do that on the break or?
I guess what we'll do is we'll proceed with direct of this witness, and maybe we'll take a short break when the state's done with this witness. And then we'll try to sort it out.
Okay.
Was there some motion that was filed over the lunch hour?
Yes,
I haven't seen it. What is it?
it's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a note.
This is the voice you use when you call your boss at 6:30 in the morning to tell him that you're sick and you can't come in today. Hey, oh gosh, hey Justin. Yeah, I don't know. I was just like up all night last night. I was just like throwing up and just not feeling well. Well, can you come in later? Oh gosh, I don't know. I think it's so bad that like I think in a couple hours I'll still be sick. So like I'm just gonna call for the rest of the week. It's a pretty good voice. I will say though, when she did make an appearance a couple days ago and she said she was sick. To me, it sounded like she was sick, but it could have been faked. It sounded like she was sick, but you know, you never know with Lori. This woman is not to be trusted.
Notary in today.
I haven't seen it. What is it?
It's a 10.1 motion that I thought was filed yesterday, but they just brought a notary in today.
For a change of judge again?
Correct.
All right, well, I guess that can be referred to the criminal presiding judge. We can deliver a copy to Judge Green today, and I'm sure she'll get to it as soon as she can. But
So Judge Green was the judge that oversaw that other hearing where Lori was trying to have this judge removed, and that was denied.
we'll proceed with trial.
Okay.
Let's bring in the jury. Can I remind the witness, you are somewhat soft-spoken, so try to remember to get as close to that microphone as you can.
Honestly, the best way to call out sick nowadays, text the boss. Don't even
There
call
it
him.
is. Another motion to remove.
Just text him. Okay. Court TV is, I think, back. Love you, Fox, but I'm going to go with Court TV. Yeah, she's going to complain that he forced her to come in, I guess, when she was sick. That's probably what it is. It hasn't been uploaded on the court's website yet, so I will keep refreshing. It will probably be uploaded later on today, I'm assuming, when the court reporter and, not the court reporter, sorry, the clerk is available, because I think the clerk is with the judge the entire time. Hello? Uh-oh.
Judge Boreski.
10.1.
Like, okay, so she may have it.
Anything from Trina.
Broke. We were talking about when we had
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get a feed that works.
broke. We were talking about your travel and the travel of the Jeep after the shooting, correct?
Correct.
In terms of your movement, you told us that the Jeep had gone, I'm going to take this out of the shiny gloss. You told us the Jeep had gone on Phelps up to Cole, and you were here, and that's where you saw it turn on Waite?
Correct.
Were you able to kind of see across here to watch the Jeep?
Yeah, you can't see from this aerial view, but there's just like a fence and there's nothing else there. It's just bushes. So you can see almost that whole street there on Waite from where I was sitting.
Which direction was your car facing? Towards Fry or away from Fry?
Towards, my nose was pointed towards Fry.
Okay. So you were able to see the Jeep then continue and turn down this street?
Correct.
After that, did you see the Jeep again?
I didn't.
Where did you go? What was your return route back?
I wonder if Alex Cox lost him or if Alex Cox was like, shit, he's on the phone with the cops. I should leave.
To your house?
I did a U-turn there on Cole, and then I turned onto Waite, and I drove down Waite, and then back onto Phelps.
So sort of following the path of the Jeep as well until you got to Phelps?
Yeah, and then I just pulled into my driveway,
Okay.
and then I sat and waited for an officer.
Were you on with 911 during that whole time?
I was.
Shared defense. Exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14. When you came back to your house, well, let me ask you, I want to ask you some distance. When you first arrived at your house and you saw that Jeep, you told us you'd never seen it before. Can you tell us approximately how far away you were from the back of that Jeep when you heard that gunshot?
Well, you could kind of see in that map. There's only 2 houses. I was at the end of the first house, and the driveway was on the end half of my house. So I was past the point of my house and moving towards that driveway. So I would probably say a few feet, 15 feet or 10 feet or something like that was the distance.
Do you recall ever saying maybe 20 or so feet?
I'm sure I could have. It was a long time ago.
I've shown the defendant exhibits 4, 9, 13, and 14, if I can have my paralegal approach with these exhibits. You can take a look at those and let me know if they depict Phelps
Hello.
Street and the house you rented, as well as some cones to represent different things in the street.
Yes,
Do you recognize all of those?
I do.
State will move to admit 4, 9, 13, and 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
4, 9, 13, and 14
13 and 14.
are admitted.
4. In this photograph, we see a police car down here. Is this your car here?
It is.
So is this the street that, when you're turning down Phelps, you're talking about coming from this end?
Yes,
So you passed one house and your house is the second house.
correct.
Okay.
And that's the white van that was parked there.
Okay. So we have another photo. Let me first kind of go here. In this photograph, is this your residence? And this is Exhibit 9.
Yes,
Okay. And this is your driveway.
correct. It's on the outside
And
edge.
so is this the area? Well, let me ask you, where was the Jeep parked?
You can see just the front of the white van's bumper there. It literally, the bumper of the Jeep was touching that van's bumper. It was just right on top of it. So the back of the Jeep would have been right where your pin point is right now.
Okay, so right at the edge of your driveway?
Correct.
And I'm going to use 13.
Text my boss. How can I pretend to make believe that I'm sick? I can't pretend cough and text. Just use the emoji where you're vomiting out green shit.
And then 14 to give us kind of, we'll go back and forth between them. So in 14 here, is this the white vehicle you were talking about?
Yes,
And this shaded area between the Jeep and the driveway is where you're discussing that the Jeep was parked?
correct.
Hey, Palermo.
And then this is your driveway.
Yes,
The rear of the Jeep was facing you.
correct. It was facing towards me.
We see 2 cones here. What do those depict in terms of the location of your vehicle?
The front of my vehicle would be that one that your pen's pointing at, and the back of my vehicle would be there. That's an estimate. Obviously, we were trying to recreate, but that's an estimate about where my car was when I heard the shot and my window shattered.
Okay. So at this point, when we were talking about slowing down, had you started to turn into the driveway yet?
No.
So you were still sort of straightforward?
Ooh, that feedback.
Correct.
Okay. And so the distance that we're talking about is what we see here in 13 from this cone to the edge of your driveway here?
Correct.
So a little over the width of your driveway.
Yeah.
When you saw the rifle come out of the rear of that Jeep, can you describe for us what you say you saw on the end of it?
It was cylindrical, and it looked a little bigger than a normal. I mean, every muzzle at the end of those rifles has some kind of a sight or usually something on it that they use to when you're shooting. But this looked like it had something different on it. It was a little bigger, and that's why I said a suppressor or
I guess-
I mean, I didn't get a long look at it, but it definitely stood out to me that it looked a little different.
I guess after Charles Vallow getting murdered, I guess they weren't able to confiscate Alex's guns.
I think that's the part that I described was that it was noticeable.
They didn't
So
have
it
enough
was
on him yet, I guess.
Wider or bigger than the normal barrel itself?
Correct.
Okay. When the window shattered next to you, did anything come in to you that you recognized at that time?
No.
Did you understand at that point there wasn't a hole in your window?
Oh, did I actually turn off the captions? How did that happen? I had the captions on earlier. Okay, I think when I refreshed the entire window, the captions went away. Thank you, Kat. I'm sorry about that. It's back.
Correct.
Sorry. We love
As you
captions here.
Hear that bang and see your window shatter here. Is that then when you accelerate this direction that we see down Exhibit 14?
Yes, that's exactly what I did.
Okay. And then when you got to the end of this street, which direction did you go?
I went right.
Okay. And then you headed straight up Cole and stopped at that park or whatever with the pool?
Yes.
It's so weird listening in one-time speed because I feel like it's so slow. I'm used to speeding it up.
As you are,
For the Karen retro, I've been listening at 2x speed. Maybe even 2.5 sometimes, depending on who's testifying.
as you are waiting in the driveway here in your car, did you get out of it? I know you said the door opened, but did you get out?
I didn't get out and look at my car. The door opened, the window fell down, and I think that I just kind of let the window fall there, and I might have moved like part of the window over, but I'm pretty sure I think that and I'd have to probably review, but I'm pretty sure they asked me to stay in my car till the police officer arrived. So I'm pretty sure I just stayed in the car and waited for the officer.
So before the officer arrived, did you look at your vehicle itself? I'm going to put up Exhibit 25 again.
The first time that I looked at the outside of the exterior of my vehicle was actually when the officer walked me over to my car. And both of us at the same time saw on the top of the door frame there's the spot where the bullet hit. And that
Okay, so earlier they did display this image out of order of the timeline, and someone in the chat was asking, did someone tamper with his car? Was this the car that he was driving? I assume that this was an image they took after he was shot at. So it seems so. Because I think someone was curious if maybe this happened before. Like maybe they tried fucking around with his car, and then later on they tried to shoot him.
that was the first time that I knew for certain that I had kind of been shot at. And I remember probably another feeling of shock again, kind of like the first time when someone shoots at you and it's loud and I remember just thinking like, That's really close to where I was sitting, like it was inches from my head.
Shown the defendant Exhibit 26. Now by legal approach.
Yeah. Is it the yearly safety/HR meeting test?
Brandon, do you recognize what that is a photograph of?
Hi, Shiro.
Yes,
What is that a photograph of?
that's the photograph of the top of my car.
That show the bullet hole that you saw?
It does, yes.
State will move to admit Exhibit 26.
Oh, actually, let me get a picture of the T's law really quick. The window popping out.
It been permanent where of the top of my car.
That show the
26 is admitted.
All right,
Here
no
in
objection.
Exhibit 26, is this the bullet hole?
That
Oh,
is
wow.
Dumb question, was it there before?
no,
Was your window broken before this?
no,
And you were sitting right here?
correct. You can't see it as well, but that's when you sit in that with the way I was sitting in the chair, my head would have been right at that level.
Wow, that looks like a
When you
huge
called
chunkling.
911, were you sort of telling them both sort of what had just happened as well as what was ongoing happening, what you're seeing with the Jeep?
Correct.
Did you make that, you told us, as you're immediately driving away from this shooting?
Yeah, I immediately thought the right thing to do was call 911.
Did you tell the operator at one point you were almost out of breath?
Yeah, when I remember when I first called, I'm not a doctor or anything, but I just remember I couldn't breathe. I was like feeling surprised. Maybe I don't think we have a word for that feeling.
Were you scared?
Yeah,
Do you have concern for your life at that point?
yes,
Were you trying to figure out what had just happened?
yes.
You're from Arizona. It's really sad to hear the Chandler cops didn't really help him further.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 125, the 911 call. If I could have paralegal play that, just to have the witness identify himself in it.
Go ahead.
All right, we got the 911 call. I'm going to start with the audio down in case it's blasted in the courtroom.
You can just listen to that and let us admit and publish that.
Gee, I moved to a new home about a week ago.
Oh gosh, that is really loud. I guess what I don't like about Court TV is they do boost their audio when it's low, but I think they're boosting it way too much. Way too much. Just a tad bit, please.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove?
October 2nd, 2019, 9 hours, 14 minutes, 53 seconds.
911, where's your emergency?
Someone just shot my window.
Okay, where
they're in a
at?
Jeep. I'm in the Cooley Station neighborhood. I was pulling in my house at 38755 East. Away, but I can see them driving off.
Okay, someone shot at your vehicle?
Yeah, and it hit my window. It shattered my driver's side window.
Okay, when you pulled into his driveway?
As I was trying to pull into my driveway. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm a little lost for breath. They just drove off. I saw them drive off.
Okay. Do you know who these people are?
I have no idea. I moved into a new home about a week ago.
What kind of vehicle is it that drove away?
Jeep Wrangler, had a Texas plate on it. It was,
Jeep
It was,
Wrangler?
yeah, it was olive green.
Olive green? Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on just a second. Texas license plate?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't get the plate. I'm sorry. I got a little nervous.
That's okay. That's all right. Oh, which way did they go? Do you remember?
They're driving south towards Pecos Road, between Pecos and Rector.
Okay. Okay. You don't see the vehicle anymore?
No, they left. They drove off.
Did you see how many people were in the Jeep? Sir?
Yeah.
Hello? Oh, did you see how many people were in the Jeep?
There must have been at least two because somebody shot at me and then somebody else drove off, and I don't think they had enough time to go climb from the back into the front.
Right. Okay.
Oh, so he initially thought it was a two-person job.
Do you have any injuries? Did they shoot at you?
They shot at me, it hit my window, it bounced off. It might not have been a real gun. It was loud, but it might have been like a paintball gun or something. I mean, it should have hit me or gone through my window. It just shattered it. It didn't go through.
Okay. Okay. And your window is shattered?
Yeah,
Okay. And you have no idea who these people are?
no idea.
Are you okay?
They were just parked like right in front of my house.
Okay. They were parked out. So they were parked across the street in front of your house?
You know, in front, right on the same side of the street as my house, right in front. There's a minivan there. They're just parked right in front of that.
Okay.
I'm pulling into my house because they're gone.
Okay. Where are you at right now?
In my car.
Where are you at?
In my car at my house at 38
Okay.
East Phelps Street. I'm gonna walk over here and see if I can see what they shot at me.
And what kind of car were you in?
I'm in a black Tesla Model X.
It's a black what?
Tesla Model X.
Okay, black Tesla Model X. Okay. Okay. All right. I do have officers on the way to meet you.
Okay.
Do you want to go inside or do you want to wait outside wherever you feel?
I'll wait out here. Yeah, I don't know that it was a real gun. Maybe it was. I can't tell. I
Okay.
don't think it was because my window we should have gone through my window.
Okay. All right. And what is your name?
My name's Brandon Boudreau.
And your phone number? Okay. Okay. I'm going to stay on the line with you just to make sure you're safe, just in case they come back. Do you have any weapons on you?
No.
Okay. Okay. Do you see the officer pulling up?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Looks like he's coming up Phelps. You said 3875 East Phelps, correct?
Correct. I wonder if he's on. There's another section of it. He might be on another section.
Okay, because his car is showing right near Fisher Lane and Phelps Street.
I'm at, what is the cross street? Sorry, I just moved over here. Yeah, I'm at Fisher and Phelps. I don't see it.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. It's funny. His car was showing there for a second, and now it's showing back at Higley and Pecos, so that's kind of weird.
Oh, wow. That is quite the ear gauge. Oh, man. When I was younger, I tried to stretch my ears out. It was painful.
Wonder if he
Couldn't do
saw
it.
a Jeep drive off or something.
Maybe. I know that there's actually an officer that's heading towards you, and then there's other officers that are dispatched that are looking for the car. So we've got several guys looking out for the car, but we have one headed towards your house.
Okay.
I think he accidentally hit his arrive button is what happened, because he's still moving.
Oh wow! So was he able to drive all the way back to where Lori lived? Dedication and pain. You know, and honestly, it seems like something traumatic happened, and then he tried to downplay it and reason it in his head, like, "Oh, you know what? Maybe it wasn't as bad. Maybe it wasn't a gun. Maybe it was just a paintball." Because people tend to do that.
So just out of nowhere, did you see the guy that
I didn't see who it was. It was weird because I was pulling in and I saw a Jeep, Texas plate, and I thought, oh, that's weird. You know, my neighbor must have someone visiting, and then they like lifted up their little back window in their Jeep, and I saw like a muzzle, and then I heard a snap, and my window shattered. So I just, instead of turning into my driveway, I just hit the gas and drove off because I didn't know. And kind of when I got my bearings, I realized I should call 911.
Okay.
So then I drove, and then I didn't drive very far. I just drove around the corner and waited for you guys to pick up, and then I kind of saw them come around the corner and go down the road and start driving down south towards Pecos and Brecker.
Okay. And did they look like Hispanic
And I knew that was the only way
white
out.
males?
I didn't see a person at all. I didn't get to see a person.
Okay.
How far is the drive from Chandler to Rexford?
I knew there was only one way out of Pecos Manor, and that's down there on Pecos Road, so that's why I told you that.
Okay. All right. I do see the officer pulling up on Fisher from Fairview.
Okay. So he's coming from the other way. He'll come around right now. I'll see him in just a sec.
Okay.
Yeah, I see him.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and let you go.
Okay. Thank you.
Uh-huh. Bye-bye.
Bye.
October 2nd, 2019.
Oof, that's loud. Is it loud for you guys too? I think so, right? I'm trying to adjust the audio as it's happening, so that doesn't
Some of the
happen.
things that, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that you told the 911 operator. You mentioned in the call that you thought it might be a paintball gun because it should have gone through the window. When you were saying this, were you at all contemplating that there's no paint on your window?
No.
Were you sort of that frantic, you're just trying to come up with excuses or ways to explain what happened?
I was just trying to figure out why a bullet didn't come through the window. A bullet should always go through the window was what was going on in my mind. So I was trying to come up with a reason.
So you didn't know through this whole call that your car itself had been hit?
No.
We hear that you, when you got into the driveway, a loud crash.
Yes.
What was that?
When I put my car into park, when it automatically opened that door, and then the whole window just fell right there. And most of it kind of stayed together, like I think the window tint or something held a lot of it together, but also a lot of it didn't. And it was like all over inside my car and all over on a little bit on the driveway.
Okay.
That's the picture that we saw earlier.
You also told them that you thought there might be two people. Why did you think that?
I was trying to figure out how someone could have been laying in the back shooting at you and gotten into the front and gotten out of there so quick. I was thinking like you'd have to jump over a chair. It seemed like they moved very quickly. So I think I was just trying to come up with a logical reason how they could have moved so fast.
We can have the Elmo again, please. Thank you. Putting Exhibit 1 back up here. So this is the residence that you were arriving back to, correct?
Correct.
And your car was facing this direction west?
Correct.
And so the Jeep itself was also facing west?
Correct.
When you drove up to the pool, is that in this area off of Cole?
Yes.
And were you all the way up here before you saw the Jeep turn on to wait?
I was, yes.
So there was some time, actually, before the Jeep was able to follow and catch up with you.
Correct. I think in your mind, everything's happening so fast. I was just surprised by how quickly they were moving, but listening to it, for instance, you can hear that there was a lot more time that elapsed than what you thought in the moment.
So time when you were going through this stressful situation seemed faster to you. And now listening to the 911 call that you're talking while this was occurring, you can tell it's a little slower.
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you were able to finally get your phone and start calling 911?
I was at the end there of Phelps Street, about to turn onto Cole and then I had to unlock my phone, so it took me a couple more seconds around the corner to get it.
Okay. So you were able to drive down Phelps, get into your phone, and get up to Cole and park there. And then you saw the Jeep also turn on Cole and then turn on wait? Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
Did you ever see anyone
As in a
in the
person?
vehicle, in the Jeep?
I didn't see who was driving the Jeep.
When you saw the rear window go up, you couldn't see who was in the back?
I didn't get a look at a person, no.
And then when the Jeep turned, you're looking in your rearview mirror towards it?
Yes, and then because I noticed it, I turned my body and looked out across.
And so as the Jeep came up Cole and turned onto wait, you were not able to see who the driver was?
No.
In the 911 call, we hear the 911 operator refer to the officer as a he. Was the first officer on scene a male or female?
Female.
When the female arrived, you got off the call with 911?
I did, yes.
And did you speak with her and then walk her over to your car?
I did, yes.
And did she point out this bullet hole in your car?
She did, yes.
When you saw that, what happened physically to you?
I remember within a short amount of time, I asked her if I could sit down. I started getting a little bit overwhelmed because I realized that someone shot at me, was trying to kill me. If my head was that close, that's the only logical thing.
Mm-hmm. Before you saw that bullet hole, were you still sort of trying to explain how there's not a hole in your window?
Yes.
After you saw that bullet hole, did you start to think that someone had tried to kill you?
Yes. I remember I texted my father, told him that.
What did you text your father?
I said, I think someone just tried to kill me.
Were you thinking about how close you had come to death?
Yeah.
As you were experiencing all these emotions and trying to figure out how to handle this and texting your dad, did the police ask if there was anyone that could come stay with you?
Yeah, they did. And because I didn't have any family, I just said, I had my two business partners who were really good friends, and I asked if they could come.
Right? What a coincidence that this happened after his daughter had been dropped off. Mm-hmm. And she was out of harm's way. And the person knew exactly where he lived. Unless Lori's gonna try to say, well, how do you know it wasn't like a random person who was going after you? Are you even sure that it was even Alex who did it? Are you sure that's even my Jeep?
Did you have to tell them where to come?
Yeah, they didn't have my address.
Did they come and stay with you?
They did.
Did you eventually move with them across the street to kind of hang out in the shade?
It was hot, so yes, we moved over to a cooler spot as the day went on.
And we see in Exhibit 9, is this actually you guys sitting over here?
That is.
At some point, did a detective come get you and interview you?
Yeah, Detective Pillar came over and got me.
Did he interview you?
Yes, he did.
Where did that interview take place?
We walked around that corner. He had his car parked and in a kind of a shady spot, and we did an interview in his car.
Was that recorded?
I believe so.
The first patrol officer on scene, that female officer, did she ask you if you could think of anyone who would want to harm you?
She might have. I don't recall. I'm not certain.
Okay. When you met with Detective Pillar, did he ask you if you knew anyone who would want to harm you?
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of your interaction with that first officer?
To be honest, like the part that I remember the most is just when I saw the bullet hole, and I think maybe just kind of got a little bit of shock because it was real when I called 911. But then I kept thinking to myself, a bullet didn't come through my window, and I just, when I saw that, I just realized, like, no, someone is 100% trying to kill me. And then it was kind of an emotional little bit, like I felt a little overwhelmed.
When you talked to Detective Pillar, was that a little bit later, but while you're still sitting here on the scene?
Yes.
Had you had time to kind of get yourself back under control?
Yes.
Do you remember that conversation more than your
Yes.
conversation with the first officer?
Yes, I do.
At that time, when you were asked by Detective Pillar if there was anyone you knew who might want to harm you, were you able to provide any names?
I told him the only person I could think of.
And who was that?
It was two people. It was Lori and Alex.
Is that Lori Vallow?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox.
But Lori said that she has a good relationship with them. All she wants to do is spread love.
So the morning of October 2nd of 2019, you have already told Detective Pillar that's who you believed is the only person you could think of who would want to harm you.
Yes.
Had you met Detective Pillar before that morning?
No, didn't know him.
Did you tell the police to tell Detective Pillar that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox had been involved in an incident in July of 2019 in Chandler, Arizona?
I did.
Did you think that that incident had something to do with this?
I did.
You were asked by the police, or do you recall being asked by the police if you had any issues with money or anyone else?
I do.
And did you have anyone else that you could think of that would want to shoot at you?
I did not.
Did you tell the police about your wife Melanie's relationship with Lori Vallow?
I did.
You told us that the Jeep that you saw parked right next to your driveway that we see here in Exhibit 9 had a Texas license plate, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell the police that Lori Vallow had lived in Texas?
I did.
So during the time you had known her, you were aware that she and Charles Vallow had lived in Texas?
Correct.
Did it seem relevant to you that you see a Jeep with a Texas plate in front of your house?
It did.
So on October 2nd, when you were shot at, Melanie was living here in Arizona, correct?
Correct.
And she lived close to your house in Phelps? Within a couple miles?
Within a couple miles, yes.
And she was the only person who, outside those two neighbors and two friends, who knew this address?
Correct.
On October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Lori Vallow was living?
No, I did not.
And on October 2nd of 2019, did you know where Alex Cox was living?
No, I did not.
Right? What do you think is going to be the best approach for Lori when she cross-examines him? It's pretty fucking awkward. The jury's going to be like, oh man, this is a woman that's accused. This is the victim right here. Very awkward cross-examination. Now, there's a difference between what we think Lori should do and what Lori's actually going to fucking do. Do you think Lori's going to be really aggressive towards him?
But in July of 2019, you knew they were living in Chandler, Arizona. Or
Yes, I did.
Lori Vallow was living there. Did you ever learn that Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st.
Oh, I just choked on some
And did
water.
you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
She
In
did?
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Wait. Has Melanie ever given a statement about Lori afterwards? Is there any accusations of Melanie knowing about what happened to the kids, or what? What? I'm so confused. So did they ever, I'm sure people reach out to Melanie and was like, hey, the kids are missing. Do you have any idea what happened to the kids, where they are? Oh my God, this is so interesting.
The state has no other questions, Your Honor.
All right, I need to take a couple minute recess.
Sorry,
to sort out-
when did she move to Idaho? This was afterwards?
Lori Vallow and Alex Cox moved to Rexburg, Idaho.
Yes, I did.
Did Melanie ever move out of Arizona?
Can you restate that?
Sure. Did Melanie, your wife, or maybe by then your ex-wife, ever move out of Arizona?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall when she moved out of Arizona?
The end of October 31st or November 1st, 2019.
And did you learn where she moved?
Next door to Lori.
How was she able to move? They had shared custody of the kids.
Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
What?
The state has no other questions.
I have
Your
so
Honor.
many questions.
All right, I need to take a couple minute recess to sort out an issue. I'll have the jury retire to the jury room. Please remember the admonition.
Now, remember during the lunch break or after the lunch break, Lori said that she couldn't get in touch with her investigator and she needs to get some sort of information from him in order to do cross-examination of Brandon. And she was like, can I do the cross-examination out of order? And the judge is like, It seemed like a no at first, but let's see if
All
Lori
right, you
found
may
the
be seated.
investigator.
The jury is no longer present. Do you have some exhibits that you could use, or what are you missing? Or
I don't have any exhibits that I need. My investigator has he has the whole file. He has the whole file on Brandon. I tried to get it from him last night, but was unable to.
are
get
there
in
being
contact.
arrangements made? Maybe your paralegal can pick it up from him tonight or someone?
We're trying to.
Did Lori not plan ahead or something, or did her investigator fuck up? I don't know. I'm inclined to blame Lori.
To do that exactly.
Do you have another witness here? Do you mind going out of order?
Your Honor, if that's necessary, we can go out of order so that we can continue proceeding today.
Okay. I'll inform the jury that normally, as we said in the preliminary instructions, that there'll be a direct examination, a cross-examination, and then a redirect examination. But this time, we're going to take a witness out of order, and the defense will cross-examine Mr. Boudreau at a later time in the trial. If you need me to contact OPDS to try to get something done with getting a hold of your investigator, or you want me to, please let me know before we leave here today.
Where's the
right,
investigator?
If I can just make sure, I told my witnesses too,
Okay,
because I obviously didn't know this, so if I could go check and see if they're
Absolutely.
here before we bring the jury in.
that's fine.
And Your Honor, can we make this a 15-minute break or no?
Do you need some time? All right, we'll go ahead and do a 15-minute recess for the court reporter as well, and just let us know when your witness is here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh man, I mean, do we even think that Lori even has something good in those files? Oh gosh, Lori's just She's stalling or something. I don't know what is going on. All right. Well, since we are waiting for Lori, let me see how long it takes for them to go on this break. So they're taking a 15-minute break right now. Let's see. When do they come back? They come back about 6 minutes ago. All right. Not too bad. Well, that's like 20-ish minutes. 25 minutes? Oh, boy. All right, guys. Well, let's watch some Lori Vallow stuff, and then we'll go from there. Maybe I'll cover some Donald Adelson stuff. There's some... Donald Adelson has filed some court documents. Has filed some motions to... What was it again? It was a motion in limine to exclude some witness testimonies. One was a friend or former friend of Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and then another one was a friend of Dan Markel. She does not want them to testify at her trial. Whew, oh boy. Well, let's go back in time a little bit and let's see what happened. So I haven't watched all the drama with you guys, with all the drama with Lori being sick and wheelchaired and all that stuff. Oh no, let's not talk about the panties. What? No, thank you. All right, y'all. This is from a couple days ago when Lori was sick and she was in a wheelchair. Unfortunately, I don't have a clear image of Lori in a wheelchair. Would have been kind of funny. Right. I imagine her like being dragged in all zombie-like, you know, and just like barely dangling while she's on the wheelchair. Oh, God.
Ms. Daybell?
No, in the courtroom, sorry.
Lori Daybell for the defense.
All right, are we ready to proceed with jury selection?
Why did that sound so fake? Maybe I'm being overly critical. Lori Daybell here for the defense. She should have started coughing. Lori's like, where's COVID when I need it?
Lori Daybell for the defense.
All right, are we ready to proceed with jury selection?
No,
Why not?
I'm sick, Your Honor. I've been sick all weekend. I let my team know yesterday I was sick.
Can you please pull the microphone a little closer? I can't hear you very well.
I'm sick. I've been sick.
Have you put in tank orders to get treatment?
Yes.
Are you being housed in the infirmary?
Nope. I'm housed where they put people in quarantine anyway. I'm housed alone. They would not move me from where I am.
Have they tested you for any communicable diseases?
No.
All right.
What's all that noise? Who's coming in? It's so blurry, y'all. We're just looking at fucking Minecraft characters right now.
You asked me to let my team know. I let them know yesterday at 9 a.m. that I was still very ill.
Sometimes we're in positions where we have to proceed when we feel under the weather.
It's not just under the weather. I'm very ill.
Do you have copies of tank orders you put in for treatment?
Not with me. I put it in on the tablet.
Was the DO able to check whether any tank orders were put in?
I can pull the other judge, but I don't know when she put it in.
What's that?
I think it takes about 24 hours.
That's what you think. Damn, that judge is hella chill with her BS. Oh, you'll see. You'll see what the judge says in the next couple of days.
They haven't even answered my tank order yet. It takes them a long time.
So what symptoms are you having?
I have a terrible headache. I have nausea. I have chills. I have a fever, probably. I haven't been able to keep very much down besides broth and oranges.
Hear the judge sighing.
Would you be willing to have one of your advisory councils complete the 40-year process jury selection?
So she said she would think about it. She's going to talk to the advisory council. She comes back later on and she's like, hey, actually, I have a right to represent myself. I am not going to do that. But here's what the judge says. Because I think the judge is thinking, yo, is this bitch faking it?
A couple things. I'm your trial judge. My instructions are to complete your second trial. So even if for some reason your sickness worsened and we weren't able to complete this trial and had to declare a mistrial as this trial, even if this case got delayed into June or July or August to be reset, I'd still be your trial judge.
I'm going to be honest, though. When I listened to this for the first time, I did think she sounded sick, but she could be really good at it. I think she was probably sick, but I don't know. I don't care either way.
Additionally, last time we did jury selection on your first trial, as I recall, you asked between probably about 5 and 10 minutes of follow-up questions of the panel before we sat the jury. I only mention that in the context of not a lot of it is expected of you at this point in the trial.
AKA, we don't really expect much from you anyways, Lori. I'm sorry, the judge isn't saying that. I'm saying that.
Depending on how you're feeling later, we could talk about whether the opening statements would have to be further bumped to tomorrow. But
okay, so she's going to talk to her advisory council. They're going to come back. They don't want to do it for her. They don't feel comfortable. She's going to represent herself. And then she goes into this like, I'm sorry, I'm sick.
I have a right to represent myself. I'm sorry that I'm sick. I did not plan on getting sick. I did not try to get sick. This isn't anything to do with anything other than the fact that I'm incapable of going forward and doing a good job representing myself.
You know what? Maybe Lori is sick, because would someone of sound mind really say that they're doing a good job at representing themselves? Someone like Lori? Oh, God. I do believe it, though. I do think Lori thinks that she did a good job last trial.
This isn't anything to do with anything other than the fact that I'm incapable of going forward and doing a good job representing myself. I've been incarcerated for over 5.5 years.
Oh, wait a second. Other than the fact that I'm capable of going forward and doing a good job of representing myself.
I've only ever been sick one other time in the whole time I've been here.
all right.
Second trial, Chunky. This is her second time representing herself. All right, so the state is like, I'm going to reschedule, blah, 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 witnesses, and then I don't know when the meltdown happens. Let's see. Oh, the state is funny. The judge was like trying to make suggestions to see if they can like work something out today. That way it's not wasted.
She'll feel better by then, but that's the only suggestion I have at this time, other than starting all over again at another date.
Is there a reason I couldn't proceed with some of the oral voir dire this morning? Because other than introducing herself, she wouldn't be expected to do anything this morning, and that way we can at least get rid of some of the jurors that, for whatever reason, would need to be excused.
Judge, my concern is she's in a wheelchair now.
Well, I would probably ask to
We ain't trying to give her no pity points, okay? Get her out of the wheelchair.
have her sit in a regular seat and not be in a wheelchair that says MCSO across the back of it.
Oh, I guess the MCSO is the issue, because it would show that she's like currently being incarcerated right now. But no, I think Trina was thinking about the pity points of the wheelchair. All right, maybe it's the next video where she has the little where she has a meltdown. I think it's the oh, here it is. No, I don't want to disappoint people. TV. I don't understand. Blah blah blah. Okay.
A regular chair and not
This is from
and bring the wheelchair out into the
This is from, was it Tuesday? I think it's from Tuesday, because they had or Monday. Might have been from Monday. Monday or Tuesday, I don't remember. Monday, I think.
hallway.
Yeah, try and take some.
To go lay down. I don't understand. I need to. I don't think that I can even sit here. I need to go lay down. I don't understand. I don't think last time you said it was going to be 15 minutes, it was an hour and a half where I was sitting here trying not to throw up on TV in front of the jurors.
Which maybe we could, all of us leave and they could come in and just speak with you.
That's fine.
I've had that happen before where none of the parties are here and the court just advises that we're unable to.
My brother sends me this fucking meme all the time when I'm being annoying. I don't even know where this is from. This looks like Studio Ghibli animation or some shit like that, but just yeet, goodbye.
Okay.
Have a nice day.
I don't know about you rescheduling this for Wednesday. It puts a lot of pressure on me to be better and ready for Wednesday. And if I'm not, I don't like to disappoint people. I don't like putting people out of their way, all the jurors and all these things, and all the pressure is on me. That's not going to help me get any better anytime soon.
Does anyone know what's the genesis of that meme? I have no idea where that's from. What's wrong with her this time? She's not feeling well. She's sick. Was sick over the weekend. Oh, it's from an actual TV show? Yeah, can you guys tell me about it? I thought it was from Studio Ghibli and they just like photoshopped the girl out and like yeeted her off the cliff or something. It's so mean.
What is your suggestion?
I don't know, but I'm saying so tomorrow, if I'm not better and I let my team know, are you going to drag me in here like you did today with the team that came to get me? Do you know they felt so sorry for me to have to get dragged out of bed to be here?
Yeah, the answer is yes. I probably will order that you be here Wednesday. We'll take tomorrow off. Because I need to confirm how you're feeling. You because you represent yourself, no one else can waive your own appearance.
You're welcome to come over to the jail and come to my cell and see how I'm doing in there.
All right, I'll take a pass on that. All right.
No thanks.
With the consent of the parties, then we'll have the parties exit. I'm going to tell the jury we're going to try to get this done on Wednesday. Obviously, that depends on whether the defendant's feeling better or not.
Dude, I love the Hannibal stand-up court. Someone had a very excellent Halloween costume where they strapped themselves onto the Hannibal thing, and then they had a what are those things called again? I forgot. It's like you could stand on it, and it's like a scooter type of thing on wheels, and they were just like mobilizing themselves. Oh my god, it's so good. I fucking love it. I don't know where this is from, but I don't know where this is from. What's going on here? Oh man, that's how Lori's feeling right now. Oh, the hoverboard thing, yeah, something like that, right? Let's see. Oh, sorry, Tizel. Let's see. Mac and me wheelchair scene. What is this? I don't think we can watch it on YouTube though, because it's probably copyright. But oh my god, what is this scene? Wait, what is this movie? I don't understand what's going on here. I'm trying to... Does this wheelchair just have powers or something? Like, does it fly afterwards, or does it just fall into the cliff? What is this? What is this movie? Okay, I don't think I could show it on stream, but thanks, Tizel. Oh, God. Oh, let me find the Hannibal Lecter Halloween costume.
We will... I'll tell them to be here ready to go at 10 a.m. Wednesday unless they hear something else. So I'll go ahead and ask the parties to exit. We'll keep the FTR running for the...
Let me see if I can find it. But yeah, it was like on the little hoverboard thing. Or some people use the thing they use to transport packages. Oh my god, this is so funny. Here, I think I could show it to you. I think it's stream safe. This right here. They have this at the UPS store. But this one guy had the the hoverboard thing. It was so funny. And he was just like wheeling himself around in the office or something. All right, this is the other video that I wanted to show you guys. What's the other one? This one here, I think. All right, East Idaho News. Shout out to you guys. All right. Jesus, Lori.
For the record, the victim is present in the courtroom.
All right, I'm going to need you to scoot up to that microphone.
Lori
We also have
Debo.
present in the courtroom a representative from the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. Do you want to announce?
The spider costume? No, I don't remember the spider costume. What was the spider costume?
Yes, Your Honor. Joseph V. Hill on behalf of the Sheriff's Office and Correctional Health Services.
All right. After court on Monday, immediately after court, I ordered the Sheriff's Office to provide some sort of medical assessment of the defendant. I received a pleading late yesterday afternoon indicating that Correctional Health Services examined the defendant around 12:30 p.m.
Damn, dude. When the boss at your work thinks you're faking it and they ask for the COVID test.
p.m. yesterday. The defendant was treated for one condition, and Correctional Health Services has indicated that from a medical standpoint, we do not find any clinical indications to miss court. Is that correct, Mr. Vigil?
Yes, Your Honor, and we have additional information if you need it, but it's not much. But
All right. All right, let me turn to the defendant.
This is probably going to be a HIPAA violation coming up here.
You said something about a HIPAA violation?
Your Honor, first of all, can all of this be sealed? Anything that having to do with my medical? I don't think that's something that all of this needs to be sealed.
Yeah, I think he was fine with having it sealed. Let's see.
Including the minute entry and
Hold on.
the response from MCSO, all these things.
I can seal the response from MCSO, yeah, but to the extent, well, do you have any other information you want to provide me as to why you're not medically able to proceed? Right now, the only objective information I have is that you were assessed and CHS sees no clinical indications of why you need to miss court.
They told me
If it's
that
something you want to discuss on sidebar, we can do that.
that would be great.
All right, I'll ask.
All right, sidebar. How long is this sidebar for? Ooh, that's a long sidebar.
Intends on proceeding with jury selection today. Depending on how things go, I don't know that I would
Why is Psycho in a wheelchair? Because she was sick.
make the parties do their opening statements.
I guess she was so sick that she couldn't walk. She was so sick that she had to like sit down / lay down.
Or not, but that remains to be seen today. The court finds that the court has not been provided any objective medical information of why the defendant can't proceed today. Although the defendant expressed that she has a headache and is not able to proceed, she was able to fully advocate on her own behalf and articulate to me the reasons why she doesn't think she can proceed and seems to be of sound mind and ability to proceed. So we're going to bring the jury in. How many jurors do we have? We're still missing 6. Mr. Vigil, you can be excused.
All right, so that's the judge was like, okay, well, we're gonna have you do the jury selection and we're gonna continue it. Sorry, Lori. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick and then we are back into the trial. They're done with their little mini recess, y'all. You're back. Have you seen the copy pasta that goes like, damn girl, are you frying chicken in there? You pee loud as fuck? That's tough. No, I've never seen that. All right, y'all. Hello, hello. Little short mini recess break. So they are going to go for the next, I think like we have like another lesson like 2 hours. Less than 2 hours. 4:30. And then tomorrow, they're starting early at 9:30 tomorrow. Oh, gosh. Probably to catch up because of Lori Vallow, you know, being sick and all. Witness number 2.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Elizabeth Collins.
Oh, loud.
And do you live here in Arizona?
I do live here in Arizona.
Who is this?
Back in 2019, did you own any rental properties?
I did.
And did you own a rental property at 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Is that here in Maricopa County?
Yes, it is.
When did you purchase that house?
I purchased that house in October of 2018.
And how long had you been renting that house?
I've been renting it since I purchased it.
Was this a long-term rental or one of those short-term Airbnb type of things?
Long-term rental.
Did you have a
Landlord.
minimum lease length?
Our minimum lease length for the initial lease is 1 year.
So you'd had at least one person in there since you had purchased the home?
Correct.
What information would the landlord have? Because the damage wasn't the house. The damage was the car. Oh, surveillance footage? Maybe she can... Yeah, maybe the surveillance footage if they have any? I don't know.
Prior to October 2nd of 2019, had you ever had any issues at that house?
Never.
Any prior disturbances in that neighborhood?
None, and none that I was aware of.
Okay. No shootings at the home?
No shootings at the home.
No police going out there to your knowledge?
None to my knowledge.
Was this pretty much a normal quiet rental property?
Yes.
Did you ever rent 3875 East Phelps Street house in Gilbert to Brandon Boudreaux?
I did.
Did you go through a company to advertise the lease?
We did. We used a realtor that was a friend of ours to help us advertise the property for lease and to do the legal documentation.
Okay. I'm going to put up what, oops, can I have Valma? Thank you.
Alarm
It's previously been
system.
admitted as Exhibit 9. Do you recognize this street?
Previous tenant.
Yes, I do.
I'm going to zoom in a little here. Do you recognize this house over here and this sign?
Yes, so the rental property is on the right-hand side of that photograph.
So basically the house right here?
Yes.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to adjust the audio.
And you
but-
indicated that you used a company to do your lease agreement?
Yes, I did.
I've shown the defendant Exhibit 119, if I may have my paralegal approach.
Hey, Emily, how are you doing today? I will be on my A game tomorrow, hopefully. Today,
Do you
I'm
recognize
so tired.
Exhibit 119?
Yes, this is the lease agreement.
And that's the one that you made with Brandon Boudreaux?
Yes, it is.
The state will move to admit Exhibit 119.
Okay, lease agreement.
objection?
No objection.
119's admissible.
Emily, have you been following all the other cases for Lori Vallow as well? I don't really know too much
So in
about this
Exhibit
case.
119, we
Oops, sorry. I don't really know too much about this case.
So in Exhibit 119, we see that you were the landlord, one of the two, I guess, landlords.
Yes,
And then you rented this to Brandon Boudreaux.
correct.
Did he have other individuals listed on the lease agreement to also be present at the property?
Just the names of his children?
Okay, so his 4 children were listed on there.
Yes.
What was the date for the lease to begin?
Oh, I believe it was September 23rd, 2019. We signed it on the 13th, which is what threw me off, but
Perfect. So the lease agreement started September 23rd and was going to be until September 30th of the next year?
correct.
And then you indicated that this was signed on the 13th of September?
That's my recollection.
Let me go to the last page of Exhibit 119. So does that
Aw,
show?
I don't know why they're not showing us the exhibits. I feel like that's so helpful.
The different signatures, or at least yours at that time, and I think
Correct. Mine and my husband's.
Or maybe the exhibits, maybe they're not redacted and it has information that they don't want to go out to the public, maybe?
and then we see Brandon's signature as well for the 13th.
Correct.
Now, When you leased this property to Brandon Boudreau, did you include, or was there ever any inclusion of a person by the name of Melanie Boudreau on that lease?
No, there was not.
Did you ever have the name of anyone by the name of Lori Vallow on that lease?
No,
How about Alexander Cox?
no,
As someone who leases properties, rental properties, do you put your lease agreements out in any type of public website or social media?
no, never.
So you wouldn't have put it out there that Brandon Boudreau was now living at 3875 East Phelps Street?
No, that would be unprofessional.
So prior to October 2nd of 2019, once you signed that contract, that was just your information and his information?
That was my understanding, yes.
I love her hair though. I actually gave up curling my hair after doing it for so many years because I just could never get it right. And it always looked either too tight on day one or just like kind of like crap on the other days. So I gave up on curling my hair, but I love how it looks so nice and effortless. Sorry. I got to give kudos to her nice hair.
And you never told anyone about who was moving into your house?
Besides my realtor, no.
Oh, okay. So maybe like, oh, well, someone else knew that Brandon lived there. And okay, this must be like something that Lori's probably has said in the past or something, or maybe in her interviews or something. Like, hey, like, you know, there's so many people that knew that Brandon lived there. It could have been anyone else.
Perfect. Thank you.
Gotcha.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Any direct?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? I don't see any. You can step down. Thank you.
Yay, I love jury questions. So we're in Arizona, and what I love about Arizona courts is they let the jury ask the witnesses questions during trial. I fucking love it.
Go ahead.
Oh, I love her outfit too. Okay, Lori has no questions.
All right, so you're going to come on right up here. My clerk will swear you in.
All right, witness number 3. I love it. We're moving along quickly.
State and spell your first and last name.
Robert Abitamarco, ROBERT, AEVATOMARCO.
Thank you. Raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear.
I missed his name. What's his name?
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
How do you spell it,
You're going
Robert?
to walk around the clerk, I'm sorry, the court reporter here and have a seat to my left.
Abato Marco. Okay. Thanks, Nate.
If you can roll up close to the microphone, thank you. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Oh,
Robert Abitamarco.
Can you tell us, do you still live in Arizona?
Yes.
Back on October 2nd of 2019, where did you live?
3870 East Phelps, Gilbert.
he does not look happy to be here. We have a neighbor of Brandon Boudreau in Gilbert, Arizona when the shooting occurred.
Did you rent or own that house?
Rent.
How long had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. Can you describe for us that neighborhood? What was it like?
Hi,
It
Nico.
was a quiet residential neighborhood. It was a very quiet street. It was not a through street. A mixture of families living there.
Okay. Had you ever had any problems or issues on that street?
No.
Okay. And you said that it wasn't a through street. For that whole neighborhood, I guess let me ask you, sometimes there are neighborhoods that have, that are kind of cut-throughs to go to other main streets. What was your neighborhood like in that way? Was there a lot of traffic of people trying to cut through to get to other thoroughfares?
No, it was a series of residential side streets winding and inside the residential community.
I'm going to put up Exhibit 3 here.
How far is Gilbert, Arizona from Chandler? Do you guys know?
Does this sort of show that neighborhood?
Also, I was having like a brain thing. For some reason I kept thinking Rexburg was Arizona. And that's why I had no search results. Rexburg, Idaho. Ah, corgi.
With this being Phelps Street where you lived.
Yes.
So when you're talking about this neighborhood, there's no easy way to get from Pecos to Fry Road, right?
Correct.
Oh, wow. Wait, Gilbert, Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho. Almost 14 hours drive. Sheesh.
Since you lived in this neighborhood for a couple of years, did you see some of the same vehicles parked on your street all the time?
Yes,
And so you sort of knew which ones would belong to your neighbors?
generally, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Gilbert,
put
Chandler, close.
Exhibit
I've
1
been
up
to Chandler before, but I probably drove by Gilbert maybe.
here. Not sure if you're able to make out sort of little house shapes. Are you at 75 East Phelps? Where was your house? Was it on the same side of the street, on the other side of the street?
3870 would have been on the same side.
So on the same side of the street as this, and where was it in relation to that?
One to the left, looking at it.
Okay, so this is Phelps. Are you on this side of the street or this side of the street? The upper or the lower?
I'm sorry, I was on upper, third house in from right there, yes.
Okay, so here.
Yes,
All right. So kind of across and a little catty-cornered from 3875?
yes.
Perfect. I'm going to show the feds a couple exhibits, 5 and 7. Back in October of 2019, were you working?
No,
Did you have sort of still a schedule of what you would do most mornings?
yes,
I want to bring your attention to October 2nd of 2019. Did you leave your house that morning around 8:40?
yes,
Do you recall where you were going?
yes.
What were you going?
I was going to the EOS gym on Higley and Pecos for a 9 o'clock appointment.
Okay.
Hey,
How
Lauren.
far away, how long would it usually take you to get there?
5 to 10 minutes.
So you gave yourself a little room to get in there and get ready?
Yes,
At that time in 2019 at this residence, did you usually park in your garage or your driveway?
the driveway.
Okay. I'm going to put up, sorry. If I can have my paralegal approach with exhibits 5 and 7?
Go ahead.
So if you can look at these two photos and let me know if you recognize these exhibits, what they're photographs of.
Yes,
Are those photos of sort of the street and neighborhood where you lived on Phelps back in 2019?
yes,
The state will move to admit exhibits 5 and 7.
No objection.
They're admitted.
You told us
So this is the neighbor, and Brandon did say that the Jeep was suspiciously parked up really close to the neighbor's car. So maybe it's his car. Yeah, maybe.
that when you lived on this street that sometimes you'd see the same vehicles there. Was there any vehicle on sort of the opposite side of Phelps Street that you would regularly see and you would have to pay attention to when you were exiting your driveway?
yes.
What was that?
There was a van owned by my neighbor who parked generally across from my driveway or a little off.
Okay. I'm going to put up exhibit 5. Do you see a van in this photograph?
Yes,
Is that the van you're talking about?
yes,
So this white van here.
yes.
Are you able to show us in this photograph or describe for us where your house or driveway was located?
The house is what's seen at the far left of the image, the beige-colored house, and the driveway would be right where you're indicating.
Okay. So this was your driveway right here.
Yes,
And so you would often have to kind of pay attention to this white van so you didn't go out and bump right into it?
yes,
On the morning of October 2nd, did you get in your car to leave and notice any other vehicles that morning?
yes,
I'm going to put up exhibit 7. In this photograph, is your driveway here?
no,
It's one over.
yes,
Okay, so we can't see your driveway. This would be your neighbor's house.
yes.
Where did you see another vehicle that stood out to you the morning of October 2nd around 8:40 in the morning?
Parked in front of the white van, nose to nose, where that tree is.
So right in this shade area?
Yes,
All right, so when you say nose to nose, the front of the Jeep was to the front of this van?
yes,
And so the rear of the Jeep would have been along where this driveway was?
yes,
Did anything about that vehicle catch your attention?
Yes.
What?
I noticed that it was running. It had tinted windows. I didn't see anyone, and it was right across from the back of my driveway.
So the tinted windows, were you able to see if anyone was inside the vehicle?
I was not.
What kind of vehicle was it that you saw there?
It was a Jeep.
Were you able to tell anything about 2 or 4 door?
No.
Do you recall anything about the color?
It was dark.
And you said the Jeep was running.
Yes.
When we talk about the Jeep being nose to nose, is that sort of the wrong way on the street, parked the incorrect way on the street?
Yes.
Did that also stand out to you?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that Jeep before in your neighborhood?
I don't recall seeing it.
So it wasn't something you had seen before?
No.
When you were backing out and leaving, did you feel like you needed to take note of anything else of that Jeep?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed out of place, and again, being concerned that it was running, not immediately seeing anybody with that vehicle or in that vehicle. And I was under the impression that nobody was home at the house that it was parked at.
Okay. So here's a car that's running in front of a house that might be empty with dark tinted windows. It seemed a little concerning to you.
Yes.
So because of that, did you do anything as you were leaving?
Yes.
What'd you do?
When I left, I backed out of my driveway so that I was going to be heading in the opposite direction of those vehicles. And I looked in my rearview mirror to look at the license plate.
Okay. So in Exhibit 7 here, were you heading this direction?
Yes.
So in your rearview mirror, you would have been able to see the back of the Jeep. When you were looking in your rearview mirror, you were able to see the back of the Jeep.
Yes.
What did you look for when you looked in your rearview mirror?
The license plate.
What did you note about the license plate?
That it was a Texas license plate.
Is that sort of the white with black lettering?
Yes.
Were you able to take down a license plate number?
No.
Do you recall the vehicle itself, if there was a tire on the back of it?
I don't recall.
When you returned home after going to the gym, can you describe for us what you saw?
Yes. There were a lot of police vehicles and police personnel on the property, on the street. Access to my street, the way I came back, was restricted. And I had to speak to one of the officers, identify who I was, and indicate where I was going.
Okay. Did you have a police officer come talk to you at some point in the day?
Yes.
And did they ask you about whether or not you had seen anything unusual that morning?
Yes.
And did you tell them about this Jeep?
Yes.
And why did that stick into your mind to tell them?
Well, it was no longer there, and I felt it was, again, out of place or an unusual at that time.
I have no other questions for this witness. Thank you.
Cross-examination?
No cross-examination. No wheelchair.
No questions, Your Honor.
No wheelchair. Sick voice comes on and off.
Any questions for this witness from any member of the jury? Don't see any questions. You can step down, sir.
Let me go get my next witness.
All right, no cross, no questions from the jury. Mr. Robert, you are free. All right, so that was the neighbor. So he saw the car, didn't notice it, didn't write down the license plate number. Oh, and he was also at the gym as well. And then he came back and there's cops everywhere.
All right. Come on up right up here in front of my clerk, sir. She's going to swear you in.
So, can you please state and spell your first and last name?
All right, witness number 4. I can't hear, but Court TV will have the graphic for us. Yeah, it seems like trial's gonna go quick.
All right, have a seat up here to my left.
I guess that's the good thing about Lori representing herself. It's a lot faster because she doesn't really ask any questions.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Sure, my name is Nolan McDermott. I'm a sergeant with the Gilbert Police Department.
How long have you been with the Gilbert Police Department?
18 years.
Where do you currently work?
I'm currently assigned to internal affairs.
Can you tell us about the different areas you have worked at the Gilbert Police Department over your years of service?
Yes, I've spent a majority of my time on patrol, both as an officer, field training officer, and a patrol sergeant. I've also spent time in our criminal investigations division, where I was a detective over special victims units and our violent crimes unit.
Can Lori claim ineffective counsel for herself? I'm assuming no. But I think when her motion for a new judge, which she filed today during lunchtime, I wonder if she's going to say that she's unable to be an effective counsel because she's sick, she's under the weather, she doesn't feel well, it's hard for her to follow through with things. I don't know. I can't wait for it to be posted so we can read it and see what Lori says.
Now, over the years at the Gilbert Police Department, have police officers, both patrol and detectives, been responsible at times for processing the scenes?
Yes.
Did you have any training over the years on processing scenes?
Yes, both in the police academy and then through training through field training program, and then as well as just training with colleagues throughout various cases.
Back in October of 2019, what unit were you working in?
I was assigned to the violent crimes unit.
And were you a detective in that unit?
Yes.
How long had you been there at that time?
I was with that unit probably only about a year, but I'd been a detective for about 3 years at that point.
Were you on duty on October 2nd of 2019 at around 9:15 in the morning?
Yes.
And were you called out to 3875 East Phelps in Gilbert, Arizona, Maricopa County?
Yes.
What were you called out there for?
I was called out with other detectives initially referenced a shooting.
Okay. And is that common practice for shootings?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when you arrived at 3875 East Phelps Street, sort of what the scene looked like?
Yes, there was crime scene tape erected. There was several patrol officers out. Looks like they had taped off a crime scene around a particular residence and the street in front of the residence, as well as kind of bordering some homes next to the target residence.
What is the point of crime scene tape?
The point of the crime scene tape is to erect a physical barrier, both for the public to be alert that the police are on scene and conducting an investigation, trying to limit the amount of traffic, meaning both vehicle or people entering that crime scene, to keep it as sterile as possible.
When detectives are sent out to a shooting, are they each given different roles?
Yes, they can be. Each scene might be a little different, but generally we'll divide tasks up to process or investigate.
Okay. Were you assigned a role to process the crime scene?
Yes, I was participating in that.
Okay. Were other detectives then assisting you in processing the crime scene?
Yes.
Who were the other detectives who were out at the scene?
Detective Pillar was there and Detective Ferrer was there.
When you got to the scene, were photographs taken of the street, the vehicle, and any items of evidence?
Yes.
Why are photographs taken of sort of the scene, the street, and the area around there?
To memorialize both the scene and any evidence or any items of evidentiary value, either collected or observed at that scene.
Okay. When you go to a scene, do you always know what might be relevant?
No.
So do you take photographs to try to document something in case something becomes relevant later?
Yes.
In this scene, where was the vehicle located when you arrived, the vehicle involved in this shooting?
Yes, when I arrived, the vehicle was in the driveway of the target residence.
And when you say target residence, what do you mean by that?
The residence in which
Mr. Boudreau was residing at the time.
Okay. That's the 3875 East Phelps.
That's correct.
As you are photographing this scene, were orange cones, for lack of a better word, used to document the approximate location of where Brandon Boudreau's vehicle was located when it was struck with the bullet?
Yes, trying to provide a visual of what we thought would be the approximate location.
And so that has to be based upon just to the best of his memory.
Oh, were you a juror in Idaho, Kat? Yeah, I love states that lets the jury ask questions. I feel like all states should do that.
Yes.
It has to be based upon just to the best of his memory.
Yes.
Was the area also looked, or did you look in that area where Brandon had indicated his car was when it was struck to see if maybe any glass or anything had fallen in the road?
Yes.
Did you locate any?
There was a small, looked like glass particle or shard that was in the roadway.
Was it similar to, well, let me ask you, when you went to the scene and saw the Tesla in the driveway, did you see the driver's side window anywhere?
Yes, the driver's side window was actually in the driveway, just adjacent to the driver's side of the Tesla. The vehicle was parked in facing towards the garage, and the window was adjacent to the driver's side door, with the void in the driver's side door where that window would be.
Inside the Tesla itself, did you observe pieces of the glass that had shattered?
Yes, there was glass shards both inside the vehicle and then outside the vehicle, adjacent to the splintered window.
And did those shards that you saw in the road where you put those cones look similar to the shards you saw inside the Tesla and around the door there?
Yes.
When you were looking at the window that was now on the driveway, did you look at it to try to see if there was any impact to it? What caused it or where it shattered from?
Yes, we did. There was a divot or a mark towards the top of the window would be, as if it were raised to the top of the vehicle frame or that door. There was kind of a divot, the best way I can describe it, that appeared out of place compared to the rest of the window.
Okay. For the Tesla itself, some cars have doors where there's a metal frame around the glass window. Was there a metal frame around the glass window for this Tesla door?
No, not for where the window would be for the door. The window was kind of by itself where it would extend or rise up into the frame of the vehicle.
I have, minus a few, exhibits 6, 8, 10 through 47. If I can have my paralegal approach with those. And have the witness take a look at these photographs.
Can they show the window of the same year, make and model? What year did he say again? I can show you. It's just like glass and it doesn't have like the metal frame. Because of how here. Let me see. I can find one. What's it called again? Is it Model Y or Model X? It's the one with like little falcon doors. Yeah, Model X. Okay, hold on. Model A. And it says no frame around the window. Trying to find with the door open. All these have the door closed. We might get better pictures. I think he's going through it right now. I think we'll get better pictures. Okay, he's just going through it. Hurry it up, sir.
recognize those as photos from the scene on October 2nd of 2019 of the Tesla and the Phelps Street area around there?
Yes.
State will move to admit Exhibits 6, 8, and 10 through 47.
No objection. Yeah.
When you are taking photos,
All the pictures that I'm looking at, the front doors are not open. They're featuring the Falcon doors instead. I'm sure we'll see the pictures. He'll show us.
photographs of
You guys ever seen Silicon Valley where they have the meme about the billionaire who was like getting a car? It's like one of those I don't know, exotic cars. And he's like, the doors open like this or like that or something. I forgot. He was like just talking shit about like people who are rich. They get doors that open like this versus like this or something. I don't know. I had to find the scene. It's so funny. I miss Silicon Valley.
a scene, putting up Exhibit 6 here. Do you try to take photographs showing the whole street itself?
Oh, is this it?
Meaning not just the one location where the car was or the Tesla itself. You're trying to get the whole area.
Oh, I got it. Here's a picture. There we go. Fuck, can you guys see it? So I think it's probably the same as this one here. Do you see how there's it's just fuck, what's going on here? It's just the glass. There's no frame right there. And then same thing here. It's just glass. You could barely see it. And there's no frame. Let me see if I can zoom in more. See that? It's just glass. No frame. But I think they'll show it to us.
Well, yes, that's true. To be clear, I didn't actually take this particular photograph, but when documenting, we were trying to capture the area, give an overview of the scene.
Okay. So in this scene, can you describe for us sort of the directionality we're looking and what we see here?
Yes, the marked patrol unit that's sort of in the center at the very far end of this particular image, that's east of the target residence. The Tesla is on the right side of the picture in the driveway, and it is parked facing.
Oh, sorry, Sarah, I missed it earlier. No, she didn't cross-examine Brandon yet. She's trying to get in touch with her investigator. He is MIA, or I don't know if he was just like not responding to his emails for the last like, I don't know, a couple hours maybe. But she's trying to get in touch with the investigator to get the files on Brandon. That way she can do her cross-examine properly. So they're going to have her cross-examine Brandon out of order. That's why they're going, they're doing the other testimonies of other witnesses. She mentioned she doesn't have to give a defense in her opening, so is her defense no defense? Well, technically, what she probably meant was that she doesn't need to prove that she didn't do it. That's probably what she means. It's the burden's on the state to prove that she did it, not the other way around. That not that she has to prove that she didn't do it. It's technically not the other way around.
South, and those cones kind of in the center, also east of the Tesla and the residence.
Were those cones the ones we were talking about in reference to the approximate location of Brandon's vehicle when he was shot at?
That's correct.
Exhibit 8 here, is that sort of a closer version of that?
Yes.
Exhibit 10, in your understanding, where was the Jeep located?
So the Jeep would be somewhat out of frame from here, but it was our understanding that it would be located kind of on the bottom left of this image.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux's 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
Sorry, I have to show this to you guys. Thanks, Chunky.
Have a fucking contract, Richard? You want to know what I have? A fucking car whose doors open like this.
This guy has fucking issues, dude. But this is like one of my favorite scenes ever in this fucking TV show.
Not like this. Not like this.
So fucking extra.
These are not the doors of a billionaire, Richard. Fuck you.
This guy's a piece of shit. Oh my god, I love that scene so much. I just want to let you guys know, doors that open like this, okay, they're a fucking headache. Fuck those doors. Unless I guess it's like maybe exotic cars, they've done it for so long that it works well and it functions properly. But oh my god, they are a fucking headache on Teslas.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here.
I want to send this to my husband. He loves the scene. Okay.
Okay, so this is the driveway for Brandon Boudreaux's 3875 East Phelps?
Correct.
And so the Jeep was somewhere down here.
Yes.
Stupid doors.
When you were documenting this, did you understand then, was this meant to be sort of the front of the vehicle and the rear of the vehicle, approximately? And I'm going to put up 12 so we can see a better width of that.
I don't recall if those were marked to present in terms of the vehicle itself and the distance to the front and the back. I don't recall that specifically. The purpose of this was to give us kind of an idea, or at least to memorialize the scene for where we, our best understanding of where that Mr. Boudreau's vehicle was at when the shooting occurred.
In 14 here, so again, this is at least supposed to be approximately where the Tesla was located?
Correct. And this particular image is from the other direction. So, for example, that patrol vehicle that's pictured in the center of that image, that's to the west of the target residence.
Okay. And so in this photograph, Exhibit 14, where did you understand the Jeep to be located?
Our understanding was the Jeep would have been in the vicinity of the shaded area. We're on the south side of that street, parked, I guess, behind or in front of that white van.
I'm going to put up Exhibits 18 and see if I can. When you were photographing, or when this was photographing, did you all attempt to sort of document some of those little shards of glass?
Yes, that's correct.
And is that what we see here in Exhibit 18 right there?
Yes.
As well in Exhibit 19 here?
Correct.
Okay. And you said those were similar to the same type of glass you had seen in the vehicle and around the vehicle once it was parked in the driveway?
That's correct.
Was it your understanding, well, let me say, when you are trying to process a scene, do you get briefed on some of the general facts of the case?
Yes.
What does that mean to get briefed?
More often than not, detectives aren't the first on scene. Generally, a patrol officer would respond to take the initial information, and then upon the arrival of detectives, we would generally get a briefing from those patrol officers on scene with the best knowledge of the information they had at the time.
So did you understand or know the path of travel of Brandon after the shot was fired?
Yes.
What was your understanding of the path of travel after the shot was fired?
My understanding was Mr. Boudreau proceeded, continued west on Phelps Street to his first available street to turn on, which was Cole, I believe.
Dude, that's crazy. If I was shot at, I would be in such a panic mode. Like, I am not cool, calm, collected in terms of not fucking up. Like, if someone shot at me and I was driving in a car, I'd be running over like fire hydrants, trees, running to fences. I don't know. Like, I don't know how you can drive safely. Oh my God, I've been so scared. I've been so shooken up.
I believe. And he made a right to go northbound from there.
This is Exhibit 1, sort of a map of that area. So west would be this direction?
It's why I could never be a brain surgeon, you know? I just don't know how to work well under pressure.
Correct.
And then north on Cole.
Correct.
Did you understand that he eventually then came back, sort of making a big loop to return to his residence?
That's correct.
Now, we had talked about the vehicle itself. As a detective...
Oh man, the city would find me. They would come after me. They're like, oh, you were shot at? We don't care. You destroyed 4 fire hydrants. Man, we're going to start finding you.
And as a patrol officer, had you ever seen gunshots or bullet holes in a vehicle before?
Yes.
And I'm going to go through the photos of the vehicle itself. I'm going to show you Exhibit 21. Can you tell us what we see here?
Yes, this is Mr. Boudreau's vehicle. It's parked in the driveway facing south. The driver's side of the vehicle is facing away from us in this particular image.
Did you note any damage on the passenger side of Mr. Boudreau's vehicle?
I did not.
We see in 22 the rear of his vehicle.
Correct.
Did you note any damage there?
I did not.
Were you looking for damage to see if there were any other gunshot holes in this car?
Yes.
Now, as you got to the driver's side, I'm going to put up at 23 and then 24, did you notice anything on this vehicle?
Yes, there was damage on the vehicle frame, kind of directly above the driver's side door and where the window would have been.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of do some closers up. 26.
Yes, the damage, again, being on that kind of the top end of the vehicle frame above where the driver's side door
It was only one shot, right, that he heard, not like multiple shots?
and window would be.
And 27. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, this is just a closer image of that same damage.
The victim had made a statement to 911 that maybe this was a paint gun that hit him. Did you see any paint or anything that would indicate this was a paint gun?
I did not.
Is this the type of damage you would expect to see from a paint gun?
No.
28, and then I'm going to go into 29. What are we seeing here? We see an A marked on that. What's that for?
That particular marker is just another indication to memorialize the scene. So the prior image was an image without it, and then this image is to mark it, just as another point of reference the damage we were identifying.
Yeah, definitely not a paint gun. Anyone here in chat, have you guys ever paintballed before? Honestly, when I was in high school, I thought it was not going to hurt because I was like, oh, it's just paint. But it's actually kind of gnarly. Like the bruises you can get. Oof. You get some really crazy bruises from paintballing.
As we're looking at this, you were advised, were you advised when you were briefed that as Brandon was driving westbound on Phelps, that the rear of the Jeep was facing towards him, was facing eastbound?
Yes.
And were you advised that he said a rifle came out of the back of the Jeep and then fired a single shot at him?
Yes.
Looking at just the shape of this hole, you said you have seen bullet strikes or bullet holes in vehicles. Did that appear to be coming from front to back?
Yes.
So was it consistent, the damage to the vehicle, to show the bullet had come from in front of the Jeep or in front of the Tesla into the Tesla itself? Does that make sense? Probably not.
The damage I observed and the damage that's documented in this photo is consistent with Mr. Boudreau's statement of him proceeding westbound with a rifle being pointed towards him, pointed east, and this penetration from that projectile is consistent with his story.
Okay. Now, when we talk about trajectory, what does that mean?
Generally, it's just the direction in which something might travel.
In this case, were you able to determine the exact direction of the rifle barrel out of the rear of that Jeep?
I was not able to determine exactly the direction of that rifle barrel out of the Jeep.
And were you able to determine the exact location of the Tesla in the street?
I was not.
So there was no photos or video cameras to show that.
Correct.
So at best, can you say that the directionality of that hole, that bullet strike into the Tesla, is consistent with it coming from the back of the Jeep?
Yes, based on the information provided to us, it's consistent.
Now,
so I guess he shot at him and then quickly jumped over to the driver's side to drive off and go after Brandon again and chase after him. I'd be wearing layers of clothing to make sure it didn't hurt, but nope, never. That reminds me of what my mom used to do. She grew up in Thailand, and in Thailand they whip their students. So what she would do is she would stuff her like pants or her skirts. Sorry, they wear skirts there. Her skirts, her like underwear or like shorts or whatever with newspaper. That way, if she ever got hit, it wouldn't really hurt. It's so weird.
As you were looking at this,
weird as in teachers spanking students. That's fucking weird.
See in 25 that there's no frame on the top part of this door. So the bullet strike, was that actually into the body of the Tesla itself?
Yes, that's a fair description.
So in order to look for the projectile, what did you guys do?
This particular photograph, right below that penetration point, is some rubber molding that was also damaged. That was consistent with that glass window maybe rising up and extending.
Oh, I wonder if there is any DNA on the bullet.
Consistent with that glass window maybe rising up and extending into the molding is probably part of the feature of the vehicle. So we moved some of that molding around to see if we could try to locate any projectiles.
I'm going to show you some photos.
What? Some states still have that in schools? Where? Private schools? Catholic schools? That's so weird. Countries, I was thinking, but states in the U.S.? Really? Oh my gosh.
From that. This is Exhibit 40. What are we seeing here?
This is some of that rubber molding I mentioned earlier. There was kind of a groove in there, for lack of a better word, in that molding where it captured some glass shards, and we did find some fragments, metal fragments in the that groove within the molding as well.
So what we sort of see in here.
Correct.
Is Exhibit 44 sort of show what you're talking about, where you're trying to pull out all of this molding to look for any fragments of that projectile?
Correct.
And does 45 also kind of show that search where you're pulling that apart?
Yes.
Ultimately, were any fragments recovered?
There were some fragments recovered. This particular image just documents those fragments recovered from within that molding. That was documented earlier as well.
And were those collected and pounded?
Yes.
State has shown defendant 190. You can take a look at Exhibit 190 and let me know if you recognize.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the back side.
Yeah, the funniest one was when we would piss her off and she was cooking. And so she just grabbed whatever cooking utensil was like in her area. And then I remember this one time she was trying to hit us, but we were running up the staircase so fast. And she was trying to grab at our legs and arms. She couldn't, so we got away. I think the reason why she abandoned hitting us is because something on the fucking oven must have been burning or something. I don't know. Because she gave up, and we're like, oh, okay, cool. Now we know what to do. Just run up the staircase. Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Texas. Jeez.
Inside the clear bag is there Exhibit 190, and let me know if you recognize.
All right, Exhibit 190.
Yes, I recognize it.
And on the back side, inside the clear bag is there sort of the paper bag that documents that those fragments in there are from this case that we're discussing today.
Yes, the label on this particular bag is the report number referenced this incident.
Thank you. The state will move to admit Exhibit 190.
Any objection?
No objection. Your
190 submitted.
Thank you. Now, as you are trying to recover any fragments, you told us that the window sort of went up into this molding or into the car frame almost.
Correct.
Curious, what is that big, giant, bright, illuminating button behind the judge? Is that like an intercom button, or it doesn't look like a light button? It looks a little too fancy. Is that like a SOS button? What is that? Does anyone know?
Given that you only found fragments, was anything done to try to see if any of those fragments or the projectile itself had fallen out at any point?
Yes, we, after kind of.
What is the lady sitting in the thing in her mouth? So I think it's like another technology for a court stenographer. So you know how sometimes court stenographers would type shit out, and then some of them have like the really cool typing machines. But some people, I think they can just do it like verbally, and then it'll just type out what it hears, what the computer hears. So pretty cool, instead of typing everything out. So I think maybe she just repeats everything that everyone is saying around her, I think.
Learning or being briefed on the path of travel that Mr. Boudreau took in his vehicle following the shooting. We walked that area as well as the area immediately around the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of.
Yeah, it might be a panic button in case Lori decides to jump up and try to bite the judge. Get a good chunkling of him, you know?
On the vehicle when it was parked in the driveway to try to locate anything additional in terms of projectile fragments.
When we're talking about projectile fragments, these could be teeny tiny little pieces that you're trying to find on the street.
In this particular instance, that's correct.
And now we're talking around a whole block and up to where the pool is.
Correct.
Did you and other officers search that whole area?
Yes, we did.
Were you successful in locating any other fragments?
We were not.
Was a metal detector even brought to try to search across the road and see if you could potentially find any of those fragments?
Yes, Yes, we did bring one out to try to locate anything additionally.
Was anything else found?
No.
Now, we had talked about inside the vehicle, and I'm going to show some photos here. 32.
I know, that poor judge, dude. That guy was like flying like a fucking, what are they called again? Like sugar squirrels or sugar gliders. He like flew with the judge, man. That was wild.
What were you documenting here in 33?
This particular image documents what I had mentioned earlier in terms of my observations. This documents some additional glass shards that were located on the floorboard inside the vehicle. That's the driver's seat.
Okay. 34, 35. So the window itself, I know you told us, was mostly together, but small pieces of it broke apart?
That's correct.
And that's the same type of small pieces you saw out in the road by those cones?
It appeared consistent, correct.
Did you see any other of those little shards anywhere else on the road other than where Brandon had indicated he was when his vehicle was shot?
Not that I recall.
Okay. In Exhibit 36 and 37, what are we seeing here?
This is just a particular rod that was inserted to try to give an idea in terms of a general idea of trajectory. Again, to kind of confirm what information we had from Mr. Procedural reference, where the gunshot had come from in terms of then striking his vehicle. This is really just another visualization of that to memorialize it.
Okay. So again, without knowing, well, let me ask you this. In the back of a Jeep, if someone sticks a rifle barrel out, can they move the barrel at almost basically 180 degrees of angle?
Who's over there yawning? I can hear you. That's not me, by the way.
Is that yes?
I'm sorry, what were you asking?
If somebody sticks a rifle out the rear window of a Jeep, they could move that rifle barrel in basically 180 different degrees, correct?
Yes.
And you, because there's no video showing that, you have no way to know the exact angle that that rifle barrel was sticking out.
That's correct.
So this was just to help show the directionality, at least, of how that bullet entered into the Tesla.
That's correct.
Okay. And we see the same thing in 38 and then a closer up in 39?
That's correct.
Now, we talked about the glass piece itself. I have Exhibit 46 up here. And again, we see another sticker or marker with an A on it. What were we looking at there?
This is an image of the driver door window that was in the driveway at the time of our arrival.
Oh, this is the piece that fell off. And then he said that it was probably kept together by the tent.
As I had mentioned earlier, we had noted a divot in the window itself. This particular image is depicting that divot as we've identified it with this marker that appeared consistent with the damage that we observed on the vehicle. Essentially our best estimate of where that strike point in the vehicle would have been to cause the window to shatter.
Or the
So when we look at the other edges of the vehicle, you didn't see any similar type of damage where the window has that divot and the more, I guess it being more broken apart?
Yes, that particular divot, again, appeared consistent with what we were observing on the vehicle. So I didn't note anything different on the window that maybe could have accounted for the damage with the window being rolled up in the vehicle.
After processing the vehicle, did other officers look for any type of, or did you ever come back and help look for any type of surveillance cameras that might have caught anything?
Yes, we returned and conducted a kind of a canvass of the neighborhood. Myself and additional detectives did.
Did you personally find any videos that on Phelps Street or any of the surrounding streets that caught anything?
I did not.
During this investigation, did you learn who Lori Vallow was?
Yes.
Did you learn that she had a 2018 Jeep Wrangler with a Texas plate of LWD0997?
I did.
Did you learn that she was, in October of 2019, living in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes, I did.
Did you learn that her brother, Alex Cox, was also living in Rexburg, Idaho in October of 2019?
I did.
Through different records, did you learn that Alex Cox was residing at 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did you also learn
Hey, Sheena, how are you doing today? All right, we're getting towards the end. I'm guessing cross-examination's coming up.
Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
And did you also learn that Lori Vallow was living in that same complex?
Yes.
Did you reach out to local law enforcement in Idaho to help locate and impound that 2018 Jeep Wrangler?
Yes, I did.
When you were investigating this case, had you been advised by Detective Pillar and others that the Jeep, or that Brandon had noted the Jeep had a Texas plate on it?
Yes.
And had you, as part of the investigation, learned that Lori Vallow had resided in Texas previously?
Yes.
Were you advised that Brandon Boudreau had told Detective Pillar on October 2nd that he was aware of an incident in Chandler, Arizona on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
And in contacting the Chandler Police Department, did you learn that that 2018 Jeep Wrangler with the Texas license plates had been at the residence with Lori Vallow on July 11th of 2019?
Yes.
Did you then write up a probable cause statement and send that to the Rexburg Police Department to help write a search warrant so they could seize and impound that Jeep?
Yes.
Ooh, when? When did you write it? Hello. Late to the show, but glad to catch you live. Well, thanks for joining us.
And that
How's it
Jeep
going?
being the 2018 Jeep Wrangler that Lori Vallow had with a Texas plate of LWD0997.
That's correct.
Were you notified on November 4th of 2019 that at that time Detective Hermosillo with the Rexburg Police Department had located and impounded the Jeep from 565 Pioneer Road in Rexburg, Idaho?
Yes.
Oh. Okay, so it seems like maybe they started working a lot more quickly now. Because I wasn't sure if it was like, if they were just lolling for a little bit and then shit didn't happen until the kids went missing and everything that happened afterwards. Okay, well, it took about, what, like a month for them to impound the Jeep?
And did you
A month after the incident?
provide that to Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Was he the case agent at the time?
Yes.
And did you leave that to him to deal with processing the Jeep?
Yes.
Without going into what was said, on December 21st of 2019, did you speak with someone by the name of Colby Ryan?
I'm sorry, what date was that again?
December 21st of 2019?
Yes, I did.
That's her son.
Is Colby Ryan Lori Vallow's son?
Yes.
Did you learn that Colby had been given Lori Vallow's blue Nissan Rogue with Arizona license plate CRT 2994?
Yes.
Really?
Were you provided information as to where Colby Ryan had picked up Lori Vallow's Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
On December 26th of 2019, did you go to that residence?
Yes.
Was that here in Maricopa County?
It was.
Was that in Mesa?
It was.
I wonder what that has to do with anything.
Who lived at that residence?
I spoke with a Heather Blackmere.
Was it a Hannah? Or
I'm sorry, Hannah, yes.
Did you learn that Melanie Boudreau was now remarried to Miss Blackmer's brother, Ian?
Yes.
Wait, really? Remarried? Wait, what? Within the next couple of months? Was she having an affair? Is it kind of like the Lori and Chad thing? Lori gets rid of the husband, remarries. Melanie and, well, I guess Lori tries to get rid of Melanie's husband, fails. She remarries.
And did you know that Melanie Boudreau was Lori Vallow's niece?
Yes.
Was a search warrant obtained for that Nissan Rogue?
Yes.
And was that executed on December 21st of 2019?
Yes, it was.
Were photographs taken of that?
Yes.
Are they still married? I don't know anything about Melanie.
Through 98. Do you recognize those photographs, exhibits 93 through 98?
No, he's a detective. What's his name again? Detective McDermott.
Yes.
Are they photographs of that Nissan Rogue that you executed the search warrant on that was Lori Vallow's?
Yes.
This is the Nissan Rogue that you had learned about through Lori Vallow's son, Colby Ryan,
That's correct.
and that you had spoken to Melanie Boudreau's family about that it had been dropped off at.
I'd spoken to Ms. Blackmore reference that vehicle.
State will move to admit exhibits 93 through 98.
Any objection?
Just relevance, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it's relevant both because this vehicle is going to be seen in video in Idaho relating to the self-storage unit where items were stolen.
Okay, that's why they were talking about the blue Nissan and Colby. I was wondering where they're getting at.
It's admitted. Those exhibits are admitted.
Thank you. So exhibit 93, what are we seeing here?
This image is of that said Nissan Rogue, and this image is taken at the Gilbert Police Department property building.
And we're photographs of the sort of whole vehicle taken that we see in 94.
That's correct. This is just a different angle, as well as this is a different angle of that same vehicle.
So we see a license plate on this vehicle of CRT 2994
Correct.
and was inside the vehicle during the search warrant. Did you obtain the registration or take photographs of it?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it registered to a Lori Vallow and Alexander Cox?
Correct.
Lori was not married to this man. He's a detective. Or maybe I was like thinking maybe you're on someone else's testimony right now that you could get mixed up with. But no, he's a detective on this case.
And we see it was from September of 2019.
Yes.
Inside the vehicle, did you look through it to see if there were any receipts or anything of potential interest?
Yes, we did.
Inside the vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreau?
That's correct.
And that would have been from a.
Hey, Tina, we haven't heard anything about the footage from the Teslas or anything like that, if it was recorded. I don't know if an event like that would have been recorded, if it didn't register as like maybe a car accident, or I don't know if back then they even had that technology for Teslas. I know now they have technologies where if it thinks it's about to get into accident, or if you're like honking the horn, it'll record like 15 seconds before and then however seconds afterwards, just in case there's an accident or something.
October 26th of 2019.
Oh, God, Aaron. Yet. I think he's good. I think he's good.
Correct.
So in seat for a Melanie Boudreau.
That's correct.
Vehicle, did you recover a boarding pass or I guess luggage receipt for a Melanie Boudreau?
That's correct.
And that would have been from October 26th of 2019.
Correct.
So inside the vehicle that belonged to Lori Vallow was a receipt for a flight for a Melanie Boudreau.
Correct.
And then did you also recover some receipts reflecting, I guess, Rexburg, Idaho?
She said luggage receipt. Does she mean like a plane receipt? And then she said flight for Melanie. I don't know.
Or Idaho Falls here from October 13th of 2019.
Correct.
And then October 31st of 2019.
Correct.
And again, Idaho Falls there.
Yes, that's correct.
So inside the vehicle that you recovered in December in Arizona were receipts relating to Idaho Falls, Idaho from October of 2019.
Correct.
Were you also involved in executing a search warrant on Alex Cox's residence in December of 2019?
Yes,
Did you locate Alex Cox's Ford F-150 at that time?
that particular vehicle was present during that search warrant. Yes.
It was present at the residence.
Yes.
And did that have an Arizona license plate of CPQUINT?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that vehicle located in Gilbert, Arizona?
Yes.
Was that vehicle later towed?
Is that a vanity plate? Because there's no numbers in there. CPQUINT? CP Quint? I don't know.
To the Gilbert Police Department?
It was.
And did a different detective later search that vehicle?
Yes.
When that vehicle was towed to the Gilbert Police Department, did you then obtain another search warrant to execute on Alex Cox's Ford F-150 on December 31st to allow a detective to remove an infotainment center?
Yes, that's correct.
And was that Detective Tom Olzak?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
The purpose of that search warrant and the assistance from Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
Yeah, I think there was a man that she married before Colby's dead, I think.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Oh, sorry, miss. What did she say?
Vehicle. Detective Olzak was to learn any information reference that electronic or infotainment device that maybe it's stored on that device, reference the location of that vehicle.
And did Detective Olzak take that infotainment system with him to analyze himself?
Yes.
I have no other questions for this witness.
Okay, Lori's gonna do the cross-examination. And before we get to Lori here, I'm gonna use the restroom really quick. Be right back. Yeah, there was one before Colby's dad, right? Oh, eloped to Vegas. Her dad made her get it annulled. But that is a good question. Are any of her ex-husbands, are any of them still alive? I think a lot of them are dead. Okay, all right. I figured WK. You're good, you're good. Thanks, guys. Chat, you guys are so nice. Thank you so much for helping them clarify. I figured they might have been behind, and so they probably weren't hearing my responses live. Thanks, guys. You guys are so nice. I appreciate it. Thanks for being so helpful. All right, are we gonna get unhinged Lori today or baby voice Lori? You think her voice is better now? Or are we still gonna get sick voice? Oh, thanks, Lauren. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, it's got like mushrooms and flowers and beetles on here. I wonder if there's like any worms on here. No, just bugs, beetles, butterflies, flowers, mushrooms. No limp. No limp, no wheelchair. Do we have the shock belt still there though? Let me see. Can we see it? Can't really see it. Her head's in the way.
It's Sergeant McDermott. Is
That's
that
correct.
Okay. And you said that you've been processing scenes, Sergeant McDermott, for how long?
I've been a police officer for 18 years. I can't tell you exactly how long I've been processing scenes, but I've been in a patrol capacity and a detective capacity for approximately 16 of those 18 years. So I would have been processing numerous scenes for that time.
Okay. And were you a scene agent for this?
I would say I was one of several detectives there who could be classified as scene agents.
Okay. So, and you had mentioned before that it was you and Detective Pillar and one other person.
I mentioned Detective Ferrer.
Oh, that's right, Ferrer. Okay. And when you were getting briefed by them, what time did you arrive at the scene?
I don't recall. It was sometime in the morning after the call had come out.
And who was there already when you arrived?
There were at least 2 patrol officers there upon my arrival.
So Officer Robb was there?
Yes.
And did she brief you at all?
I don't recall exactly who briefed me, but it would make the most sense that she would have.
Because she was first on the scene.
I don't know if she was first on the scene, but I know she was present at the time that I arrived.
Okay. And so who did you receive your information from after you got there?
Again, I don't recall specifically, but it would make most sense that Officer Robb would have provided it.
And do you recall her indicating that she didn't even think it was a gunshot?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
That she stuck her pin in the hole and said she didn't think it was a gunshot? You don't recall that?
I don't know that, no.
She stuck a pen in the hole? A detective did this?
There was a picture that we looked at that had the one piece of glass in the street. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then could that piece of glass have been moved by someone's shoe accidentally from people walking around in that scene?
It's possible.
Because there weren't any more pieces besides one piece of glass in the street. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then was that glass in any way, that one piece of glass, was it tested to see if that was actually part of the window from the Tesla?
No.
Why would that matter?
Could you tell if it was part of the window from the Tesla?
All I could say is it appeared consistent with the other evidence we had referenced that window on scene, but I can't tell you definitively if that one shard was from that window.
Like if it was the same color as most of the other shards?
It did appear to be the same color and was consistent with the rest of the shards that we observed on scene.
But it could have been from a Coke bottle kicked in the street or anything else like that?
I can't say that's not possible, yes.
And so did you use the location of that one piece of glass to try to determine where the Tesla was located at the time of the shooting?
That was one factor, yes.
But if it had just been kicked over there or moved accidentally on the bottom of someone's shoe, then it wouldn't indicate anything. Is that correct?
I mean, I'd have to concur that it's possible.
So all the pieces of glass that fell out, would that be consistent in your understanding? Wouldn't there be more than just one tiny little piece if there was a bullet explosion?
I can't answer that definitively to tell you one way or the other. I don't know how the physics of that would happen. So I don't know if I could honestly answer that for you.
She doesn't seem very sick. Her voice definitely sounds a lot better now. You're curious about the hair salon she worked in Austin. Hopefully she never did my hair. You grew up there. Oh, I thought she had like an in-home hair salon. I didn't know she actually worked at a physical location.
But logically, there'd probably be at least a couple pieces, right?
Object to speculation. He's already indicated he doesn't know.
Sustained.
Sustained.
So when you arrived, where was Mr. Boudreau?
I believe he was standing maybe outside the front door of the residence. That's my best recollection.
Okay. And who else was there on scene?
I recall Officer Robb was on scene. I believe Officer Bullock was on scene. I believe that was it.
Did you see the friends of Brandon that we saw in the picture of Mr. Boudreaux?
Yes,
you were
now
there?
that, I'm sorry, go ahead. Now that you've mentioned it, yes, I do recall Brandon having some friends there.
And how many friends do you recall Brandon having there?
I believe there were 2.
And where were they where were they when you observed them?
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specific.
Officer Bullock, Sandra. I want to watch, or I want to rewatch Miss Congeniality. Fucking loved it when I grew up. I fucking loved it when I was growing up. Whew. Sorry, hard to talk.
I don't recall that.
I mean, were they near Brandon or were they in a different location?
I don't recall specifically.
Do you recall them walking around in the midst of the scene, like in the driveway?
I don't recall that specifically, no.
So you did not observe them walking back and forth in the driveway?
I don't have any recollection of that, no.
Did you review the body cams from that day?
I have not.
You've never seen the body cam from Officer Robb?
If I have viewed it, I don't have any recollection of viewing it. So I don't have any particular recollection of watching those body cams.
Okay. Was there any glass in the garage?
Not that I recall.
Did you search the garage?
I don't have a particular recollection of searching the garage specifically. I can't tell you if it was searched or not by any.
All right, let's play a game where we try to figure out where Lori's going and why is she asking these questions. Has to be going somewhere, right?
Any other detective or officer there.
I guess like a point that we can give her would be her asking about them not testing the glass. And then if they didn't test other stuff that could have been important, then she could be like, well, you guys weren't really thorough in your investigation, were you? I don't know if she's going that direction. That's just one example.
But you did not search in the garage?
No, not that I recall.
And the garage door was open when you were there?
I don't recall specifically.
And with all the, with all the reports that have been made, there's no report indicating that anyone searched the garage to your knowledge. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You had mentioned in your report about Brandon making a U-turn and following the shooter. Is that correct?
Correct.
Maybe she was going nowhere with it.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon.
Remind me, what's the Perry Mason moment again? Y'all told me last time, I forgot. Do you guys ever watch The Brady Bunch? There was a moment where I think Greg Brady was being sued by some like scammer or some shit. And the guy was trying to say that he had like a broken neck and he had like a broken arm and shit like that. But then they decided to test it out in court to see if he really had a broken neck. So what they did was they dropped something really loud at the back of the courtroom and the guy like turned around really quickly and they're like, see, your neck isn't broken. Ha ha. I always remember that from The Brady Bunch. I hope I remember that correctly. Could be completely. Maybe it's a false memory.
And after the shooting.
But in your testimony earlier, you talked about he went around the block.
That's correct.
And so which is it? I'm trying to understand where the U-turn came in.
According to our information, what I understood it to be is Brandon, after the shooting, proceeded west on Phelps to Cole Street. He went north on Cole past Waite. Slightly north, there's a community pool there. He stopped in that general vicinity. And then as the Jeep proceeded north on Cole and then east on Waite, Brandon conducted a U-turn to on Cole to then go south and then east on Waite towards Fisher, I believe is the name of the street. That is that north-south street that runs just east of Phelps.
So after he pulled over by the pool.
From her opening, she's trying to say she was set up, right? Trying to imply that Brandon shot his own window out in the garage. I don't know. What I got from her opening statement was that her and Brandon had a good relationship. She doesn't know why Brandon would suddenly say that could have been her or her brother, that maybe they were enemies after all or something like that. But she just was the type of person who spreads love, and she has no animosity towards anyone in her life or something like that. Okay, Lori. Perry Mason moment is whenever information is unexpectedly and often dramatically introduced into the record that changes the perception of the proceedings greatly and often influences the outcome. Oh, I thought someone by the name of Perry Mason had a moment in the courtroom, and it was like something very specific. That had the same effect of what you're describing, Aaron.
He did the U-turn.
Maybe she's trying to insinuate that the car wasn't shot at. Okay, possibly.
Yes, that's my Phelps.
So after he pulled over by the pool, he did the U-turn?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, so after he went on the pool, he didn't just go around the block. He turned around and went around the block?
Yes, eventually, after conducting that U-turn, is then when he went around the block to eventually make his way back to Phelps Street, where his residence was at.
And you indicated in a report that he followed the suspect briefly after that U-turn. Where did you get that information?
That was information we learned on scene that I believe Mr. Woodrow had passed along to officers or detectives on scene.
And you don't know who that was?
I don't know specifically who, no.
And you don't know how you obtained that information then?
That was information I learned on scene. I don't know who, in terms of which officer or detective, obtained that specifically.
But you did not hear Brandon. Brandon did not express that to you directly. It was through someone else?
I don't recall Brandon expressing that to me directly.
Okay. So in your report, you say that you were unable to locate any projectile anywhere in the Tesla. Is that correct?
We located fragments. I don't think we did not locate anything in terms of a complete projectile.
And were those fragments tested
No.
to see if they were actually bullet fragments and not part of the Tesla?
There was no additional testing done. Those fragments appeared consistent with a projectile.
In what way are they consistent with projectile?
The projectile, in terms of it potentially, in terms of making an impact on something, could disperse in fragments. To me, they appeared consistent with other fragments of projectiles that I've observed before.
And is that something that could be known through testing?
Potentially, I can't tell you a specific test. I just don't have the knowledge of a specific test to tell, but potentially.
So in our modern world, can't they test things and find out exactly what gun it came from, that kind of thing, projectiles?
Object again to speculation. He just said he didn't know.
Again, you can answer if you know, but if your answer is I don't know, just give your answer.
I'm sorry?
You can answer.
I don't know specifically.
But in your years of experience, have you ever tested projectiles to find out if they were actually bullet projectiles?
Generally, in terms of my experience in testing projectiles, would be more complete projectiles to try to determine if we could learn, just generally, where maybe what firearm it might have come from. But in terms of fragments, I've never personally, to my knowledge, tested anything additional in terms of fragments to learn. That's just been my experience.
And could it be known from a fragment if it was a handgun or a rifle?
Not that I know of.
So it could only be tested to find out if it was actually a bullet fragment and not actually a piece of metal from the actual Tesla.
So that's, I think, remember what I told you guys earlier? I think where she's going, it's like, oh, you didn't test this, you didn't test that, you didn't test this. Wow, did you guys really do a thorough investigation after all? Well, you know, sometimes they don't fucking test everything. They only test what they need to test. All right, sorry, what are we talking about testing the bullet fragments, right?
I guess you might have to rephrase your question, make sure I can answer it accurately.
Sure. So the projectile pieces itself that we looked at,
Yes.
they can only be tested to find out if they are an actual projectile from a gun?
I don't know the limitations in terms of the testing to answer that for you accurately.
And you work for the Gilbert Police Department, is that correct?
Correct.
And they generally, you would know as a detective of 18 years, like what kind of testing is available to your department, right?
Yes, generally.
And so why was it not tested or not looked into further to see what kind of bullet fragments those were, or if they were bullet fragments?
I can't answer that for you. I can just tell you that no additional testing was done.
And were you the one that took the fragments out? That
Yeah.
found them?
Yes.
And what is that process like? Tell me exactly what you did, how you took them out, how that worked.
Yes,
You
simply,
explain it.
my recollection was just locating the fragments in that rubber molding we had observed earlier, and then just removing them and packaging them from there.
And you package them in like an evidence bag or Ziploc bag?
An evidence bag, yes.
And so how long did it take you to find those fragments?
I don't recall that.
Like,
Sheena says she's rubbing herself again. Yes. She thought she did a good job last time, and she's like, hey, why not?
more than 10 minutes?
I don't know.
And then you took those fragments out with your fingers or with a tool?
I don't recall. I think in that particular instance, my recollection is they were on that rubber molding, so I probably just removed them with a gloved hand to package them that way.
So you didn't have a tool in your hand or anything? You weren't like, I don't know what kind of tool it would be, so just asking.
I don't recall having any tools to remove that, no.
So you found those 4 small fragments, is that correct?
I found fragments. I don't recall how many. What I believe there were, what was ever in that particular evidence bag is what I had located.
And then they were put into an evidence bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And then what happened to them after that?
They were impounded by Detective Frere.
So you handed them over to Detective Ferrer,
Yes.
and then where did it go from there? Do you know?
It was impounded at our property building.
That day?
Yes.
And then who would be the person in your department who would send those out for testing?
Well, any detective or officer could send anything out for testing.
Okay, it doesn't have to be the case agent.
It doesn't have to be, no.
So you being the person who actually extracted them from the vehicle, you could say, hey, let's test these.
I could, yes.
And you did not.
No additional testing was done, no, that's correct.
And why not? Why did you not request additional testing?
I don't know. What wasn't anything that came up for me to do.
So were you just under the impression that it was an actual bullet hole?
I don't know. Can you rephrase your question?
So you didn't test those because you assumed that it was a bullet hole and those were fragments from a bullet?
The damage on the vehicle was consistent with a penetration mark from a firearm and a bullet. The fragments located also appeared consistent to me with fragments from a bullet. That's my observation.
Could it have been from any other thing?
Yes, it's possible.
Like, could you have hit it with a tire iron,
Hit what with a tire iron?
the vehicle?
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have?
It could have been a tire iron that did the damage. Oh, okay. So I guess she really is taking the route that, hey, he did it to himself. Or there were friends that were there, right? His friends were there. Could it be his friends? Oh, gosh. Okay. All right. You guys are right. You guys are right.
Have been hit with a tire,
A tire iron.
the vehicle.
I guess I'm not sure I understand your question.
Could it not be a bullet hole at all? Could it have been hit with a tire iron?
The damage to the vehicle appeared consistent to me to be, again, a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet. There wasn't nothing that I observed to that damage to lead me to believe that it was anything else than being struck by a projectile.
But it could have been something else.
I don't think so. I think from my experience that the damage and what I observed is consistent with a penetration point from a firearm and a bullet.
The court reporter and clerk and staff are overdue for a break, so let's take a short 10-minute recess and then we'll go through to the rest of the day. Please remember the admonition.
All right, for the jury.
All right. So Lori's going after him for not testing things. Okay, interesting defense. Interesting defense. Someone said this early on Reddit hairstylists that work with her. They say that she was very talented with hair, not the person she is now. They said she was very liked and sweet. Something went seriously wrong. Yeah, she seems like she was a likable person if you kept her at a distance, I think. Whew.
Do you have enough to go through till 4:30? Do you have enough to go?
Okay, well, they're on a little mini break. Let's see. Oh, what's going on with the camera? Hello? Okay, so they're on a break. Where are we at right now? I think because we were a tiny bit behind. Let's see, how long do they go on break for? 30 minutes. They come back in 18 minutes. So maybe like 9 minutes, I think. Oh, guess who's in the courtroom? Nate Eaton tweeted that Nancy Jo Hancock, remember Nancy Jo who was testifying on the stand? The woman who went on a date with Charles the night before he was killed? She's in the courtroom. Whew. I wonder if Lori sees her. No, Siobhan, this is a new trial. This is the new trial. This is not the Arizona murder trial of Charles Vallow. This is the attempted murder of her niece's husband at the time. So, new trial number 3 for Lori Vallow. And we're in day 1 right now. We had opening statements earlier. Hi, Siobhan, how are you doing today? Maybe I should make that more clear in my thumbnail, I guess. Yeah, in my thumbnail, people are probably like, oh, is she rewatching the other Arizona trial? I will make it more clear in my thumbnail maybe tomorrow. I wonder if there's any jurors from Charles' trial. Yes, there is. There was one juror who did the interview. They had like tattoos on their arms, I think, but they interviewed with the news, I think, or somebody. And they're actually in the courtroom today watching this trial. Oh my God, this woman, same prosecutor and judge. Yep, we're still in Arizona. Same judge, same prosecutor, same old batshit crazy Lori. We were watching footage earlier of Lori trying to get out of jury selection this week because she said she was really sick and she was like wheeled into a wheelchair and then she started crying and having a little meltdown. I wonder if the women in jail like her. Maybe. Possibly. How about that opening statement? Honestly, nothing special. Nothing special. It wasn't as cringe as her other opening statement that she did. But this time she still had like a repeating phrase that she kept using over and over again. I think it was, you will learn or something like that. But yeah. Now we're starting to see a little preview of, Lori's defense. I think she's going to go with, hey, my brother didn't shoot at him. What are you talking about? Maybe he did it to himself. Maybe someone else did it. Maybe someone else broke the Tesla window. I will say this, though, that the detective did say there was no video surveillance on the street, so we're not going to have that. But they'll have some other circumstantial evidence that possibly points to Alex Cox being there or traveling there and coming back. And then we'll see. Yeah, Nancy Jo is there. Nancy Jo did a really good job at holding her ground against Lori. All right, so mini recess, and then we'll be back with this witness. All right, y'all. I'm going to go use the bathroom, I guess, and go snack on something. I will be right back. We'll be back in, I think, I don't know, I think like 5 minutes. 5 minutes, 4 minutes. It'll be really quick. No, I'm kind of hungry. Did I eat lunch today? I did, right? Oh, I had a mini lunch though. Yeah, the don't flatter yourself lady. Yes, her. She's so funny. Did I accidentally pause it? I was watching my stream to see when they were coming back. All right, I was outside with Shiro. Hello, everyone. Let's see, are they... No, they're on break. Whew, I was like, did I pause the screen and leave it like that? Okay, I think I still have more time. Oh my god, let me run back downstairs real quick then. I mean, they should be back any... Wait, no, hold on. Oh, just kidding. It just loaded. All right, hello. You're right, Siobhan. How did that happen? All right, they're whispering something. Maybe they found the investigator. Maybe they didn't. It's muted right now.
Do we need to put anything on the record?
Okay. Nothing from the defense.
All right, jury's coming back in.
Is present. The defendant can continue cross-examination.
Trajectory analysis on it. Sergeant McDermott, when you got a hold of the Jeep, did you do any further trajectory analysis on it?
I'm sorry, you're referring to the Jeep?
Correct.
I never got hold of the Jeep.
You didn't go to observe the Jeep at all?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who did go observe the Jeep?
Detective Pillar, Detective Olzak.
And were you ever made aware of any measurements of the Jeep?
No, I was not.
Did you measure the Tesla?
I don't believe any measurements were done concerning the Tesla.
Like how tall it is, how many inches?
No.
Would you be surprised that it's 68 inches tall?
Objection, relevance, speculation?
He can answer.
I don't know how tall the Jeep is. Or, I'm sorry, I don't know how tall the Tesla is.
Would you be surprised that the Jeep is 66 inches tall?
Objection, speculation, he has nothing to do with the Jeep.
He already said he didn't observe the Jeep. I'll sustain the objection.
So the trajectory where you stuck the rod into, we looked at the picture, that was you that stuck the rod into the Tesla?
I didn't personally stick the rod into the Tesla, no.
Okay, you did not do the trajectory testing.
He said no.
I did not stick the rod into the Tesla. There was no additional trajectory testing, if you will, completed.
Were you there when we looked at the picture? Were you there to observe that rod being put into the Tesla?
Yes.
And who did insert that rod into the Tesla?
I don't recall. I know it wasn't me, though.
But you observed it.
I was present when that particular rod was inserted, yes.
And from your understanding, they were testing trajectory. Is that correct?
I think, yes, that's a fair statement. We were trying to get another visualization of where we suspected that the projectile had come from based upon where the vehicle was located at.
So in all of your information that you're going on is basically information provided to you by Mr. Boudreau.
I guess, can you clarify a little bit more what you mean by all of my information?
So your information on where the Jeep was, where the Tesla was during the shot is all from Mr. Boudreau. Is that correct?
Mr. Boudreau provided a statement to us. The physical evidence on scene was consistent with his statement to law enforcement.
Are you a trajectory expert?
I'm not.
Is there one on your team?
I guess, can you clarify my team?
Sabrina Carpenter has a new song coming out in half an hour. Oh, do we know anything about it? Any preview? I like Sabrina. It's catchy.
Your department, I'm sorry. Is there one in your department, the Gilbert Police Department, that you know of? Someone who's a trajectory expert?
I can't speak specifically for any of our crime scene techs that the Gilbert Police Department employs. I don't know what their specific training is reference trajectory. I don't know in terms of any other detectives in terms of their specific training. I can't answer that question accurately. I'm not familiar enough with their training.
Okay. So there's no one that you would say, oh, we have to ask Detective so-and-so because he's an expert in trajectory.
I don't possess that knowledge currently to say that, no.
Okay. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
That's it? Okay.
Let's talk about the...
You know what? Not too spicy. Not too spicy.
The physical evidence at the scene. The bullet hole in the Tesla. Was this... Let me ask you this. You were asked a hypothetical by the defendant of someone hitting the Tesla with
a tire iron or something. Why would that not make sense for what you saw?
As I had mentioned earlier, the damage to the Tesla that I observed was consistent with a penetration point from a projectile, consistent with a projectile from a firearm, just based on my observation and experience.
When you are looking at that, are you looking at the indentation to the metal on the vehicle?
There was indentation on the metal on the vehicle frame. There was a scuff mark inside the frame of the vehicle that was also consistent with a projectile striking it, as well as some metal fragments we located, which were all consistent with the information we received in terms of a gunshot being fired.
The fragments inside, or that you located in that rubber molding, were those sort of copper colored? Let me find a photo of them 1 second.
Have I been watching the Aaron Goodwin case?
Exhibit 41.
No. What is that case about?
And I can provide you 190 if you need that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I can have my paralegal approach 190. Having looked at Exhibit 41 and 190, did you observe copper on that?
Yes.
When you are talking about a fragment of a bullet, is that one of the, are bullets often wrapped in a copper around the actual projectile?
Some projectiles can be wrapped in a kind of a copper casing, yes.
So you were asked whether or not anything in this, when looking at these fragments, if they could have been pieces of the Tesla. As you pulled apart that molding and looked through the hole into the frame of it, did you observe anything else in that Tesla that looked like these type of copper fragments?
Inside the Tesla, I'm sorry to clarify.
Sure. When you pulled down that molding and you're looking through the hole, the projectile hole, and trying to find these fragments, did you notice anything else in that area that seemed consistent with these being part of the Tesla?
No.
In your experience in 18 years having fired guns and collected projectiles and projectile fragments from scenes, is this what a projectile fragment looks like?
Yes.
So there's nothing in the Tesla that looks like that, and this is exactly what you see as a fragment in your experience?
Yes, that's correct.
So when we're talking about the physical evidence at the scene, we're talking about the actual bullet hole into the car?
Yes.
That in your experience and training is consistent with and looks like other projectile holes you've seen?
Yes.
And when we talk about the physical evidence, we're talking about the fragments?
That's one part of the physical evidence, correct.
And those were located in line with that bullet hole in the Tesla?
That's correct.
So when you're talking about what this projectile was from and what this hole, what made this hole, are you looking at both of those things and saying this is made by someone shooting at the car?
Yes, the totality of the evidence is consistent and makes sense with, again, a penetration point from a projectile from a firearm.
When you talk about the physical evidence as well, are you looking at the windshield itself?
When we looked at the windshield, we also looked at the driver's side window where that penetration point was located at.
In terms of the glass evidence located on the driveway.
Ghost Adventure Stars, he tried to get his wife. Wait, his wife tried to get a hitman on him? She pled guilty? He had a victim statement crying? Jesus. Did he say he forgave his wife? How long was she sentenced for? That's also amazing. Chinese food and Batman animated movie. What a life. Which Batman animated movie? That sounds great right now. I would love to do that. Eat Chinese food and just watch Batman animated movie.
Was that mostly, I'll call it, held together by the window tint?
Yes, there was a film that was keeping the shape somewhat intact.
The shards that you observed in the Tesla, as well as around that window, were they of the same sort of color and some of them of the same sort of shape as the one you saw out in the street?
Yes, it appeared consistent.
You were asked whether or not you searched the garage. Did you have any information that anything had happened in the garage?
No,
So other than there being a garage to this house, the shooting didn't occur there, to the best of your knowledge?
correct. There was no evidence to suggest that there was anything that had, any part of the scene had anything to do with the garage of that residence.
You were asked about whether or not the only information that said this shooting occurred was from Brandon Boudreaux. Do you agree with that?
That was information we received from Mr. Boudreau, but the physical evidence on scene was also consistent with a shooting.
And did you ever become aware of a neighbor also putting a Jeep in the same location that Brandon Boudreaux had indicated it was?
Yes, I had learned that later.
Grant Amato.
Did you interview Brandon Boudreaux?
No,
So what you heard would be information either relayed to you in the briefing or later learning through Detective Pilar?
correct.
You were asked about testing those projectile fragments. Did you have a rifle or gun to compare them to?
No,
In your experience, in your training, have you generally submitted projectiles or projectile fragments to try to compare them to see if they came from a gun?
The stream is slightly buffering. Oh no. Hopefully it's okay. Is it good on YouTube?
yes, we have submitted projectiles more completely. I don't have any personal experience in submitting fragments personally.
Did you have any doubt when you saw those that those were fragments from a projectile?
I did not.
Did you have any doubt when you saw that hole, that was a hole from a bullet? Or
Okay, press 1 in chat if you can see me or hear me. Seems like, oh god, my internet might be like a little bit shoddy right now.
projectile entering into that Tesla?
No, I did not.
In terms of...
Had to refresh, but good now? Okay, I don't know. It's still showing on my end, on the YouTube thing. It says, error. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. What am I supposed to do? Just sit it out, I guess? Just wait it out? Well, what? Okay, hopefully it's good for now. Let me know if it shit just goes down the drain.
Of the trajectory, you've indicated that detectives, not yourself personally, put a rod into that projectile hole, correct?
Correct.
What was the purpose of doing that?
Again, as I'd indicated earlier, just another visual representation to kind of show what we believe to be in terms of the information provided on scene by Mr. Boudreau of this rod being inserted into that penetration point to give another visual representation that it was consistent that the direction in which this bullet came from, again, without repeating it too much, was consistent with the information that we had.
Okay. So the projectile, the rod showed that it was coming in sort of, I don't have my pen anymore, but sort of into the front of that Jeep frame. I guess it would have been consistent with a vehicle being here shooting at him. Let me put it that way.
Yes, the penetration point and the evidence, especially specifically the damage to the Tesla that Mr. Boudreau was driving, proceeding westbound on Phelps with a vehicle, which he indicated was the Jeep, positioned on the south side of the roadway, facing west as well. A gunshot coming from that vehicle, the Jeep, east towards Mr. Boudreau as he's driving westbound. That information was consistent with the damage to the Tesla of this penetration point, again, which was penetrating from west to east into the vehicle. That information was consistent with the physical evidence we observed on scene.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Are there any questions for this
It wasn't a tire iron?
witness from any member of the jury?
No questions from the jury? All right, jury's just observing.
Hello. Can you please state and spell your first and last name? Thank you. You just always...
Who do we have here? All right, y'all. Next witness, I think number 5. Number 5. So usually on day 1, day 2 of court, it's usually a little bit.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
It's usually like a little bit slow because we just hear testimonies from like law enforcement, regular people. I mean, we did hear from Brandon Boudreau though, so we kind of just got to the meat of it. But when they start getting to like the lab stuff, it'll probably be a little bit slow tomorrow. Maybe we'll see.
Absolutely. Hello.
At least they're going through it really quickly though. I can appreciate that.
My name is David Ferrer. I'm a detective with the Gilbert Police Department, and I have been with the police department for about over 20 years now. Right now, I'm assigned to the Violent Crimes Unit, which investigates anything with violence, homicides, armed robberies, and that type of thing.
Can you tell us the different areas you have worked while working for the Gilbert Police Department?
Absolutely. I started with patrol. I did that, and then I went to become a school resource officer in high school, which was a great gig. And then I was assigned by the chief as an internal affairs detective. I did that for 2 years, and then I tested.
Wait, what? School resource officer and then go work for IA? Interesting.
And I made it to the Violent Crimes Unit
How long have you been in the Violent Crimes Unit?
since about 2019.
On October 2nd of 2019, were you in the Violent Crimes Unit?
I was.
How long had you been there at that time?
I would say since July of that year.
Were you part of the detectives who were called out to 3875 East Phelps Street in Gilbert?
I was.
When you arrived, can you describe for us what you saw, what the scene looked like?
Sure, detectives get called out a little bit later, so the scene is usually secure. When I pulled up, I recognized that there was yellow police tape around the scene, or at least a portion of it. And there was police officers with their marked vehicles in the area.
When you got to the scene, were you briefed or given any information about what it was you were there for?
Yes, we usually receive a briefing from either the case officer that's there on scene or a detective that is right there before I did.
Okay. And what did you understand you were guys?
I wonder if he's the guy who did the testing. Were you the one who stuck the rod into the hole?
We're investigating there.
What I was told was a gentleman was coming home to his house. When he was getting ready to pull into his driveway, he was shot at. He quickly left the area and called 911.
What was your role at this scene?
I usually just, this time I filled the gaps where it needed to be. So I took photographs. I collected any evidence that was there at the scene, coordinated with the case detective, Detective Pillar.
Did you work with Detective McDermott?
I did.
And did you ever work with Detective Biggs?
Yes, I did.
Damn, I want Chinese food now. We went to this restaurant called Panda Inn, and it's literally an elevated version of Panda Express. It was pretty fucking good. I kind of want some now. Oh, gosh, no. Chai, thank you so much for the 70 months resub. Oh, my God, for 70 months in a row. Thank you so much for the support. How are you? How's it going? How's it over there down under in Australia? It is. It's called Panda Inn. Same company and everything. It's pretty fucking good. They had a location that opened about a half a year ago. I kind of want some. Oh, sounds so good.
While you were there, did you see the Tesla?
I did. By the time I got to the residence, the Tesla was parked in the driveway and the doors were open.
When you, let me ask you this. In your time as a police officer, have you seen bullet holes in vehicles before?
Yes.
And can you tell us, as a either detective or patrol officer, did you ever have any training on, let's start first with processing crime scenes?
Yes, I attended the crime scene and advanced crime scene.
And what is the crime scene and advanced crime scene?
Egg rolls, the audacity.
Crime scene can mean many, many things, from photographs to collecting latent prints, trajectory, blood spatter.
Okay. So when you saw this Tesla in the driveway, did you observe or look at a defect in the car?
Yes.
I'm going to put up starting with Exhibit 26. Where did you notice this defect?
That was the driver's side, right above the door or the window.
And when you observed this, I'm going to put up Exhibit 30. What did you believe this to be?
That is consistent with a bullet hole or a projectile that would go through metal.
Why did you determine that this was from a bullet?
Well, we look at the totality of the circumstances, what's being told to us, what's being reported. According to the victim here, he said that he was shot at because he saw a weapon. And so that's what we were taking it as a bullet hole. It does have the consistency of a bullet hole. You can see the clean that goes into the metal.
When you say clean that goes into the metal, what do you mean by that?
Well, a bullet is very hot.
Amazing how she sounds perfectly fine right now. Oh, Kirsten, she'll have stuff to say at the end of the trial today.
When it comes through, projectile. And when it comes through, it can go through metal pretty easily. Depends on the round or the type of, it's either handgun or rifle. This is a larger hole. With the melting around, you can see around the sides. So I would assume with a victim saying he was shot at, that's where the bullet hole would have been.
When you are looking at a scene, are you also looking to the physical evidence to tell you whether or not this is in fact a bullet hole?
Yes, we look at the bullet hole or the hole, see if there's any evidence, maybe pieces of projectile, any type of, could be a casing on the ground or any of that type of stuff. That's what we're looking for as far as a bullet hole or damage to a vehicle.
So in this case, the shape of this hole and the clean that you described told you that this was from a projectile striking and going into this vehicle?
After we found the projectile, pieces of projectile also.
So in addition to the shape and clean of the hole, you also looked to the physical evidence of the actual projectile fragments?
That is correct.
Were you present when those were found?
Yes, I was.
And we see here in Exhibit 40, is this sort of some molding that was along the frame of that Tesla?
Yes.
Just, I guess, a little to the rear of the bullet hole itself?
Yes.
And in that molding were projectile fragments recovered.
Yes, and that is one right there.
When you looked at these fragments, what told you they were projectile fragments?
Well, the consistency of what a metal, I'm not a metallurgy by any means, but this would be consistent to what a projectile looks like after it has been struck. Something of hard metal. There's also, there could be some jacketing left on the projectile also. Could be markings, so we're looking for all of that.
Do you look sometimes to see, for instance, that if there's anything like a copper on the fragments?
Yes.
In this case, do you recall if there was copper on the fragments?
Yes, I believe there was.
In your training and experience, having worked as an officer for over 20
So Lori is trying to get at, hey, maybe something else could have done the damage to the Tesla. Maybe it was like a tire iron. Maybe it was a Coke bottle. Maybe the shards came from a Coke bottle glass or something like that was kicked onto the street. So that's why we have another detective who's talking about, okay, well, we went to the scene. I've seen projectiles before. I've seen shootings before. This looks like, there's a projectile that went through it. It was probably hot, went to the metal. It looks like it's a bullet hole, and it is a projectile because there's copper in the fragment. So that's why they're really getting into all of this, in case you guys are wondering.
20 years and having seen other projectile fragments, was what you and the other detectives found in that molding consistent with all the other projectile fragments you'd ever found?
Yes, they all are similar in shape and size and color.
And in your training and experience, when a bullet hits something hard like a metal, have you on other occasions seen projectiles fragment like that?
Yes. And that depends a lot on the bullet itself.
So depending on the bullet and what it hits changes if it fragments or not.
That is correct.
In this case, though, knowing this went through metal, were you surprised to see it fragmented?
No.
In this investigation, did you help canvass the scene to try to find any residents who might have cameras that might be around to show anything?
Yes, and that's a normal practice.
In doing that, did you find anyone who had any cameras that showed anything?
There were people with cameras, but they didn't catch. Sometimes the cameras don't go all the way to the roadway. It's just to their walkway for their own purposes.
Okay. Did you help in any way with searching the roadway to try to recover any other pieces of those fragments?
Yes, but searching for fragments on a roadway is very difficult. We even brought out a metal detector to try, but we're talking about a vast area because the victim actually drove away from the scene. So some of the projectile could have been left in the vehicle until he left. He turns a corner, he speeds up, slows down, it could have fallen out. So it was very,
Thank you, Paddle Kev. Appreciate it. That was a good sneeze, too.
very difficult to find anything else on the roadway that large or a scene that large.
And you're talking about what could be small little pieces.
Very small.
So although you guys attempted to follow the path that Brandon had expressed he'd driven,
Yes, we did.
did you locate anything?
No.
As a detective in the Violent Crimes Unit, do you often help other detectives with sort of follow-up work?
Yes.
So if they need a little help executing a search warrant or doing something like that, you might get tasked with that?
Absolutely.
So in addition to helping to work this scene and helping to process the Tesla, Were you asked later on in December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, yes, I was.
Where was that search warrant executed? Where did you, I guess, process and search through the vehicle?
The Gilbert Police Department has a property building, and it's a very large parking lot for vehicles. And there are 2 fully covered bays that we actually can bring our vehicles into to keep us kind of out of the weather. It's very hot in Arizona, obviously, so it's very hard to search out in the middle of a parking lot. So these bays are air conditioned, and we were able to close the doors, and that's what we did at 2750 East Williamsfield Road, and that's in Gilbert.
Ooh, sounds
So were
nice.
you tasked on December 23rd of 2019 to help execute a search warrant on a Ford F-150 that was owned by Alex Cox?
Yes, yes, I was.
Were photographs
Thanks, Siobhan.
taken during that search warrant?
Yes.
John, the defendant, exhibits 112 through 118, if I can have my paralegal approach. If you can take a look at those and let me know if you recognize those. And are those photographs that were taken during that search warrant on December 23rd?
Yes. What usually happens is we'll have a crime scene technician who will, when we start the warrant, they will take overall photographs before we even search the vehicle, before we even touch the vehicle. So that was where a lot of those photographs came from. Once that is completed, and sometimes they search for DNA, they swab the insides of the vehicle. Then once that is all finished, then I will actually go in to the vehicle to search it.
State will move to admit exhibits 112 through 118.
No objection.
112 through 118 are admitted.
So in 112, do we just see,
Oh, we can see the Lori screen.
I guess photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes.
They're really speed running through this trial. They just want to be done with her. I'm just kidding.
So in 112, do we just see, I guess photographs are taken of the exterior of the vehicle, like you said?
Yes.
So 113 and then 114, does that show the rear and the license plate of this truck?
Yes.
So it was a personalized plate, CPQUINT?
Yes. And when you
What do you think it means? Or is it an initial, or what is that? CP Quint. Does anyone know? Or CPQU intelligence? CPQ? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm returning late, but I'm appalled. The chat room is being threatened with egg rolls. How terrible. Aren't we all hungry anyways? Yes, it's dinner time soon. I'm starving. I'm hungry.
first showed me those pictures, I've searched a lot of vehicles. So the first couple pictures show the truck, but once I see the license plate, I remember that license plate specifically because it is personalized.
Don't we all want to be done with her? Well, y'all got to remember, when we're done with her, we still got Donna Adelson. We got Corey Richens. Who else is kind of like a little off their rockers? I feel like I have one more, but it's not coming to my mind right now. Hello, true. At least we're like sort of done with Sarah Boone. Sort of. I don't know. There's the Sarah Boone trial is happening, or a different one, so between her and her husband. So we'll see what goes down with that.
So in this Jeep, did you look inside to see if you could find a registration?
It was the F-150 I searched.
Uh-huh.
And yes, I found the registration, and it was all those items that were photographed were found in the middle console in between the driver and
Lamar. Oh, that's his middle name. Alexander Lamar Cox.
passenger seat.
So in Exhibit 116, we see that this vehicle was registered to Alexander Lamar Cox.
That is correct, and that is that truck. We do match it with the VIN.
Okay. And this was from 4/8 of 2019.
Well, that's when the...
That was printed at least.
Yeah.
Did you find inside a letter from Chad Daybell to Alexander Cox?
Yes, I did.
Did you find inside this vehicle any evidence of gun ownership?
Yes. And in the picture, you can see...
And I'm going to put up 117. Is that a closer up of one of the items?
Much better.
What is that? Oh, like a little drill bit? Sarah says, I paused to listen to Sabrina's new song, It Is Slay, LOL. Is there an accompanying music video as well? Did Lori die of her fatal illness a few hours ago? No. She's still here. She's still here. No amputations or anything. She's still here. No amputation, no wheelchair.
What is that?
That is a practice bullet. When you're loading your gun, it will help you dry fire. It will, because...
Oh, it's a practice bullet. Okay, I don't know. I'm so Home Depot brain that I was like, oh, maybe it's a drill bit.
When the chamber of a weapon is empty, it usually will not fire unless it has something in there. So that's what we use for this type of thing. It's a 223 round, so that means it's going to be a rifle. And this is just a practice round. So you'll be able to cock the gun however it is, and it will load so you can pull the trigger. And that's usually for help aiming the rifle.
And then did you also find some earplugs in there?
Yes, and that's common for when you go to the range or even at the Gilbert Police Department when we shoot our qualifications. We are issued some earplugs just like that, the orange.
And did you impound all those items?
I did.
The state has no further questions for this witness.
All right, Ross.
So I'm guessing they didn't really take his guns away until December. Wait, actually, by the time they impounded his car and did the search warrant, he would have been dead by then, right? Because didn't he die in the beginning of December 2019? I think so. What?
Yeah, go ahead and start.
I don't think it was a law. Or... Oh, cross-examination? Okay, hello. Here comes Lori.
Detective Farrar, when did you arrive on the scene that day? Do you remember?
I do not.
Who was there when you arrived?
I believe Detective Pillar, Detective McDermott. I arrived with Detective Biggs.
Okay. Did you see Officer Robb there when you arrived?
I believe she was there.
And what did you do when you first got there?
This was several years ago, but it would be normal for me to get a quick briefing to see what happens and what needs to be done.
Okay. And who briefed you?
I can't recall, but it's usually either a patrol officer or it could be the case detective.
Which was?
I might have missed something. Why did they search all the other cars? I don't think they specifically stated it because I was kind of confused as well. I know they're looking for the Jeep, definitely, but the Ford F-150 and then the other car, the Nissan something, those are personal vehicles of Lori and Alex's. So maybe that's why they searched it, but I wonder what would have gone in the search warrant because they must have been looking for something specifically in order to get the search warrant for those cars approved. But I don't know. Maybe just search for something else. Maybe like weapons, plans, receipts.
Was Detective Pillar?
Yes.
Okay. And is it Pillar or Pilar?
Pillar.
Okay. And you don't remember if it was Detective Pillar who was the one who briefed you?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Okay. But you were briefed to what did the briefing consist of?
What basically crime we had, what had occurred at the scene, and if there was any evidence on scene to start with.
And did you observe other people at the scene as well?
Yes, there were several officers, and I do remember the victim was with a few other friends, I believe, but they were outside the crime scene.
And where was the victim and his friends located when you saw them?
They were outside the crime scene.
Can you tell us where that was in the neighborhood?
Well, it was visible from the actual house. So crime scene was across the road, I'd say maybe 50 yards away from us.
Okay. Just sitting or standing or hanging out?
I think they were just staying there until Detective Pillar was going to go question them.
You had mentioned that Brandon told his story and then someone briefed you about it. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you took photos? Is that
I
correct?
took, yes, some photos, yes.
How many photos do you think you took?
I don't recall.
A lot?
I don't have an answer for that. I'm sorry.
More than 20?
Yes.
Okay. Less than 100?
Probably.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
And then you said you collected evidence. What evidence did you collect?
I stood by and I received the projectiles that were removed from the Tesla.
And they went into an evidence bag?
Yes.
And then they were delivered where?
We take them to the Gilbert Police Department. We have a property room there. We can itemize it and seal it and store it in a locked container.
And someone's in charge of that. It's logged in, I guess.
Yes, every piece of property that is taken in has its own unique identifying number. It's unique for the Gilbert Police Department as Mesa, or the other people would have their own unique numbers also.
Okay, so it would basically consist of like the log having its number, the name, the date, or something consistent with
Yes,
that?
consistent with that, yes.
Okay. And did they remain there until now when they're here? Or,
They would stay in storage until a detective or somebody checks it out.
okay, and that would probably be the case agent would check them out to bring them to court?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the normal procedure.
And then, do you know if any of those projectiles were tested?
Tested?
Yeah. To be consistent with a handgun or a rifle?
I don't believe so.
And who would do that testing if they were tested? Who would send that out?
We would send it out.
So you could do it?
No, we would send it out to a scientist or a forensic scientist of some sort.
Okay. But I'm saying you could be one to say, hey, we should test this.
Yes, I believe so, yes. If we believe there's evidence in it.
Or the case agent could send it out.
Yes.
Anyone could request it, is what you're saying.
True.
And did anyone request that?
I'm not aware of that.
And did you specifically request that?
I did not.
You mentioned something about it being large, the bullet hole. How large was it? I have a picture.
Well, you could see in the pictures, I would say approximately, it's been a while, but I'd say approximately maybe 2 inches by 2.5, something in that frame.
Okay.
I'm almost done. I'm getting interested.
I saw that there was a measuring tape on there that had about 2 inches on it, but it was much smaller than that.
Okay.
Would you say it was more than the size of a dime?
Well, we'd have to look at the photographs if you have them with the, I can
Okay.
give you a better understanding of the size.
You had mentioned that you had searched for casings on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes, Sam. Yes. That's why these mugs are the best. Because when you have those little skinny tall fuckers, those get knocked off in the fucking desk so easily. These you can't knock over. You can't spill. So that's why I like using the chonkers. Or I have like the, you know, the covered water bottles. But yes, exactly. That is why I use these.
We look for casings or projectiles, yes.
Did
The
you find any
girthier, the
casings
better.
anywhere?
No.
Sorry, I talked over her.
That you had searched for casings on the ground. Is that correct?
We look for casings or projectiles, yes.
Did you find any casings anywhere?
No.
Would that be common?
To not find?
Correct.
It all depends.
Where would a casing go? Is my question.
There's no scientific way we know which would come out of a gun. We know either right or left, but as far as leaving the gun, it could bounce, hit anything. There's just a million other things it could do to end up anywhere.
Okay. And you mentioned that you had brought in a metal detector. Would that detect a casing?
It would pick up a casing sound, yeah.
And what was the area where the metal detector was used to try to find some kind of metal or casing? How large, would you say?
Well, we tried the window itself that had shattered out around the vehicle, where the vehicle first came in. We walked the roadway.
Mm-hmm. In the street?
In the street, yes.
Maybe all of the blocked off area from the police tape?
Yes, and I believe that some detectives might have went to the park, walked up to the ground in the park, where we believe that's what the victim told us he went to call 911.
Okay. And then, did anyone go past those markings, like where perhaps Mr. Boudreau had said that he saw the Jeep following him? Like that another shot may have been executed?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
In looking for casings on the ground or in that area, was that search expanded beyond where the police tape was?
Yes.
So would it go all the way to where Mr. Boudreau would have said that the Jeep passed him? Looking for further casings, I mean.
Yes.
Okay. But none were found?
None.
Unless you just...
The Disney store has a really cute Stitch mug, but it says only hold 12 ounces. I'm pretty sure this Sully mug holds way more than 12 ounces. I don't know. I like to have giant mugs because I don't want to go up and down all the time.
Just have a couple more. We should probably break and get the jury to the jury bus.
Okay, Your Honor.
Do you have a couple more, or should we break?
I have more than that.
Okay, let's recess for the evening. Members of the jury, remember we're going to start early tomorrow. Please be here ready to go at 9:30
Why are they starting early tomorrow?
a.m., 9:30 a.m. I appreciate it. Please remember the admonition.
Yeah, look at how cute this is. But I don't think it's big enough.
You can step down if you like.
So cute.
All right, everyone can be seated. proposed language you had about administering some meds?
Yes, I think the language, it's the KOP Tylenol that needs to be brought over. You write it down.
Oh yeah, she wants some Tylenol.
The KOP Tylenol.
KOP stays in jail unless, you know,
Well, he's gonna order it be brought over.
it has to be a jail commander or a captain approved to come here.
Can you do it if it's ordered?
No, the jail has to approve it there. I don't bring her from the jail.
What I'm saying is, can it be administered by someone from your office during
No.
lunch?
It has to be a nurse or CHS.
Well, which she just bring it herself, Judge.
Unless it says her name on it and it's on her, then she can take it herself. If it's
That's what they said.
So they can send her with her?
With it, yes. I just
Okay,
forget.
it's order directing CHS to provide her with a necessary dose of KO what?
It's keep on person. They call it KOP.
Okay. that makes
So just that she's allowed to bring her KOP with her to court each day,
All right,
something
she
to
can
that
keep
effect.
on her person a dose necessary for the full day
Yes, Halloween theme. Me too.
to be at trial tomorrow. We'll try to email a copy of that to the sheriff's office as well as CHS. All right. Anything else from the state,
No, Your Honor.
from the defense?
Just need an updated list on who will be tomorrow. I know we still have Brandon and to finish with this witness, but the next witnesses.
Well, obviously, I'll work on that since I have a very different schedule than I initially did. I will email it over tonight.
Okay, we're trying to juggle that witness so she'll know.
Your Honor, if it gets emailed over, then I don't get it. I will not be
She ain't got access to email.
aware of it.
All right. Do you want to give her a heads up of at least a couple of witnesses you plan to call?
Well, that requires me to call people, Your Honor, so I don't,
What's that?
that requires me to call people. I usually go back to my office and contact people. I know that, I don't know how long the defendant's going to take. I usually obviously email after I determine who I'm calling. I now know I have 2 witnesses coming back, so it changes my schedule.
Okay, we have the detective that was just on the witness stand that needs to be completed. We have Mr. Boudreau that hopefully can get completed tomorrow. Do you have an idea of any other witness?
That's my point, Your Honor. I have to then see who else I can move because now the morning is full, so I'm going to have to check with witnesses to see who if they're available later in the day.
Okay.
So,
Your Honor, my problem is that I can't prepare for anyone when I don't know who it is.
She doesn't have to technically tell you everyone that she's calling in what order. It's usually a courtesy to give some heads up. But at this point, I've pressed her,
I mean, you should already be ready, ma'am.
and that's all she's willing to do. So you have a list of the witnesses. You know the potential witnesses that are being called. So we'll be at recess till 9:30 tomorrow.
I love it, Your Honor. I love it. All right, so tomorrow we're going to have an early start, but since we're about 30 minutes late, we'll start at 10 o'clock a.m. Oh, man, tomorrow's going to be a long day. Long Friday. This looks cool, but I can't tell if it's cheaply made or... Right? I feel like this looks so awesome. Look at this mug. Looks so cool. But I don't know if it's one of those things where you get it and you're like, ew, what the fuck is this? This looks fucking amazing. Look at this. Mordor. All right, y'all. So that's it for today for the Lori Vallow other Arizona trial. I guess some of you guys were confused as to why we're covering Arizona trial again. But this is for the attempted murder on Brandon Boudreau by her brother, Alex Cox. And we'll see what happens tomorrow. So far, we're going to have the cross-examination of Brandon Boudreau tomorrow, it seems, because Lori Vallow couldn't get in touch with her investigator today. She needed some files or something like that to do the cross-examination. And then we're going to hear from the detective that just testified just now, Detective Frere, I can't pronounce that, Frere. We're going to continue the cross-examination of that one, and then we'll see who else testifies tomorrow. Right? AI, sadly, those mugs look heavy, though. I feel like it could be 3D printed in a piece of shit. Because sometimes people have been selling stuff online where it looks really cool. It looks like a really cool, intricate sculpture, but then it's just 3D printed. It's just like plastic, and it's just like crap, and then like they just like slap some paint on it. So, oh man. All right, y'all. So, what else we got? So we had opening statements. I'll post the opening statement if you guys missed it earlier. We'll do the state and Lori Vallow's opening statement, and then Oh boy, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Now, next week, I do know there's gonna be some blackout dates unless she rearranged her witnesses. But she anticipated 2 days next week to have some court blackout dates because there's no witnesses to testify for the state. But we'll see if that is still a thing. We'll see what happens with that. But it seems like so far it's just been pretty straightforward. Brandon Boudreaux testified saying that his relationship with his wife was starting to kind of go down the drain. There was a stark disagreement that they had, or an argument that they had back in, was it in June? So a month before Charles Vallow was murdered. And he said it was so bizarre because she was coming out with these accusations saying that he was trying to hack into Lori's computer, and that Lori had told her that God had told her that he was gay. And he was like, what the fuck? How am I gay if I'm married to you and I have kids with you and I love you and I guess and all that stuff. So he said it was just really crazy and bizarre. And his wife was just, seems like she was kind of like bonkers, you know, listening to Aunt Lori whispering in her ear. Ow, what the fuck? Jesus, no fucking warning. Jeez. Okay. And then they talk about October 2nd. So by October 2nd, at this point, Charles Vallow was already murdered. I believe the 2 kids were already murdered, Tammy Daybell as well. And so they were going after Brandon Boudreaux. As for what the reason was, I don't know. It has to be money at the end of the day, because I feel like at the end of the day, these people are just fucking greedy. Lori just wants money. Money to fuel her future with Chad Daybell, her new lover. And, you know, Chad and Lori, they weren't really making money, but they were getting money because of the benefits or from other people. So we'll see if there's, if they start talking about there's like a life insurance policy, or if Lori wanted money maybe from the sale of the house, of his marital home. But when Lori was doing some of the cross-examination, it seems like where Lori's getting at is that, well, you know, do you really know that this is actually a gunshot through the car? Could have been something else. She entertained something about like a tire iron could have done the damage on the Tesla. She talked about the glass in the street could have just been like a Coke bottle that was kicked, you know, and then shattered. So maybe she's trying to say that Brandon set it up himself and he's trying to frame Lori and Alex. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. All right, y'all. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow, bright and early at 10 a.m. And hopefully I will be a little bit more awake. I was kind of tired today. All right, y'all. So have a good one. Take care. I'm going to go eat some dinner. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us today. If you guys are new, feel free to like, subscribe if you guys enjoyed. And if you guys have already been subscribed, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. And thanks for hanging out. I appreciate watching this with you guys. This trial would not be long. They estimate it to be about maybe 7 to 10 days. So it could be shorter, you know, depending on whether or not Lori decides to call anyone, and depending if she decides to cross-examine more people, or maybe she won't. I don't know. All right, y'all. Have a good one. Take care. I will see you guys later. I'll post the opening statements shortly.